S.W.Frost is now live streaming Last Epoch. Hello darkness my old friend.
They say to not look a gift horse in the mouth. Well, a few days ago, Welcome. They say to not look a gift horse in the mouth. Well, a few days ago, I shot the gift horse. Hello, ladies and gents. I'm the Spiffing Brit, and I break video games for a living. Today's video is very special, as the developers and Paradox Interactive personally reached out and paid me to play the game, with of course a very generous gift to my giant pile of T-money. And with that, the proverbial gift horse has arrived. The one rule they gave me was have fun. And on the 4th of April, I had a lot of fun. Now today, ladies and gentlemen, normally when we break a video game, we focus on just one big exploit. But today, as it's special and the developers have sponsored today's video, we're going to be covering 4 lovely broken gameplay features. So make sure you have yourself a proper brewed cup of Yorkshire tea gold, because this is going to be brutiful. God, that's a terrible pun. Welcome to Age of Wonders 4, a grand strategy 4X game that I would describe as Civ 5 if instead of Gandhi having nukes, Gandhi instead had the ability to turn his population into the undead and turn your capital city into an active volcano. Remember kids, it's not a war crime if there's no survivors. The game has the wonderful empire building of a normal Civ game with the combat of XCOM, and the result is, well, magnificent. The developers intended me to play this game normally and have fun building up a wide empire of balanced forces. I will instead be showing you all today how to destroy this game. Sorry, developers. So Age of Wonders 4 is quite a special little game, whereby we actually have ourselves a pantheon, which is kind of like a meta progression system. Now, as I've been playing the game quite a lot, I've kind of finished the pantheon tree. Well, as in, I've finished it up to the most important thing in the pantheon tree, which is the Chosen Destroyer's culture trait, which we'll be getting to in a second. Now, what we're going to be doing is playing a brand new custom game in my wonderful custom created land called Spiff's Chaos Land. Now, I'm going to crank up the amount of AI players in this world up to 12, because trust me, the more punching bags we have, the better.
Welcome to my channel.
Playing the game, we need to pick ourselves a faction to play as.
Welcome to my channel.
Led by one glorious hero. Say like Alfred Elderstone here. He's your classic human dude. He believes in feudalism and building a mighty strong human empire. Good for him, it's pretty boring bog standard stuff. You've also got some fruity little weirdos on this list, like Cruel Brightlord. He's a rat. Effectively, rats, when they win fights, just eat the corpses, which, as you can imagine, creates more rats. These guys are brilliant to play as if you just want a gigantic horde. However, where this game truly turns into an absolutely glorious experience is when you just get to make your own faction. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing today. Unlike normal humans, we're going to make our particular humans keen-sighted with a focus on overwhelm tactics. This makes them more likely to hit, and guess what? When they do hit, they've got a higher chance of getting a critical attack, provided they're standing next to another one of their dudes. Next up, we need to pick our society traits. Now, when it comes to actually picking these traits, some of them are very useful indeed. However, one of them is very broken. The Chosen Destroyers. This is how we're mostly going to be destroying the entire balance of the game today. The Chosen Destroyers is a lovely thing that I picked up, whereby basically we throw all of the normal gameplay completely out of the window. In a normal game of Age of Wonders 4, you want to settle a bunch of cities and produce a bunch of units. If you are a Chosen Destroyer, you can only settle one city. However, every time you raise to the ground someone else's city, your income of mana, knowledge, and gold is just permanently increased. If that city gets resettled and you raise it again, guess what? Your money, mana, mana and knowledge gets increased yet again. You can repeat this ad infinitum and completely destroy this game, which is exactly why we're going to be playing as them. And then our next perk that we're going to be picking up is mana channels. This is going to allow summoning units to be incredibly cheap, because guess what? Sure, you could actually just build an army out of a city. Alternatively, you can just break the game, which is what we're going to do. Now, even though we are going to want to go down a route to pure chaos once we get into the game, it is very important that the first and most broken thing you pick up, ladies and gentlemen, is this, the lovely Tome of Zeal, because it gives us the ability to summon zealots. Zealots are a terrible tier 1 unit. However, they're completely broken. Anyway, next up, we're going to want to pick up a Wizard King. So, wabam, Wizard King we go. Next up, I need to actually reveal myself, and that means creating a lovely boy, but also actually we need a good flag. Oh my god, the penguins. Oh gosh. Okay, right. Look, there's a penguin flag. You have to go for the penguin flag. And I'm going to randomize the way my ruler looks because, you know, the more powerful and intimidating he looks, the better. Right, fantastic. I've created our glorious overlord today. He looks brilliant and evil. So this is going to be our emperor. Now we need to give him some kind of like evil name, something that really inspires fear into our enemies. So he is going to be Emperor Barry the Destroyer. There we go, Barry the Destroyer. Now that is a name for the ages. And of course our race is going to be the lovely British. Now the British will make up the bulk of our fighting force, and consequently they will embody all of the many important critical assets of Britishness, like, you know, just stealing stuff, razing stuff to the ground, and just destroying many ancient wonders of the world. So welcome Barry the Destroyer. A new ruler emerges. Explore your surrounding and expand your domain. Prepare to face your rivals and become the master of this realm. Anyway, welcome to our capital city, Equilon? No, that's a terrible name. Say hello to our new capital city, Barry's Party Palace. Barry's Party Palace is going to be the home of our empire. Now, the game is very simple. Our city has one population, which means it can only take up this one tile. Every time we get a population, we can simply annex an additional region, turn it into, say, a farm or a forestry camp. We're, of course, going to go farms because farms equal food, food equals more population, and more population generally equals more good. The army of Barry is going to generally try and fight as many battles as possible in this nice early game, because the more battles we fight, generally speaking, the more experienced Barry will get, and consequently the more powerful Barry will become. So we've just summoned our first zealot, and it's time for us to do our first fight. In this first fight, we can of course do manual combat, but instead we're just going to auto combat this first fight because, you know, I don't want to lose. That would be embarrassing. And we're bam, we got a glorious victory. Barry the Destroyer wins, and we get the 47 magic crystals those units were stood upon. Oh my goodness, we've also found our first ancient wonder on the map. Now, the map is going to be filled with these ancient wonders. They're basically like giant dungeons that you have to go in and fight in, but if you manage to win and you get to control this terrain, you're going to get lots of lovely, wonderful bonuses. Think of, say, relics in Slay the Spire. That's generally what I'd equate them to. So, our capital has finally grown to the point where it can expand, so immediately we're going to pick up these pastures, because that will help grow our city faster. At the same time, we'll spend some of our gained money to hurry the production of the storehouse up. It'll also help us generate population faster. We'll grab a workshop, grab a vendor, and I'll even cheese the game a bit by spending some of our lovely Imperium currency here, which is definitely not meant for this, on just getting ourselves an additional population as soon as possible, which I'll spend on this quarry. Yes, lovely. Now, as I mentioned, we are technically chosen destroyers, and what that means is effectively our one purpose in the entire world is to raze everything to the ground and kill everyone. Now, that's, of course, very evil, and because it's a very evil thing indeed, generally speaking, it means the entire world hates you. In fact, you should actually start the game off at war with every faction in the game. One minor issue, however, you don't. For example, we're going to meet a free city. They're effectively the city-states of this game. Very powerful. You turn them into vassals. Very useful indeed. We've met the free city of Avernus. Now, Avernus, us being the same race as us, should immediately want to kill us. However, they can't, because even though it says we started war with all other rulers and free cities, we actually don't, baby. Perfectly balanced. Now, what I have decided to do is declare war on Avernus here before they can grow too large, and in doing so, I've mustered up a giant stack of zealots and summon them out of thin air. Now, despite the fact that, you know, they're magic units that apparently cost 8 mana upkeep, they don't, so we're fine to just declare war here and use our giant summoned army. Now, of course, it is a low-risk battle. Many of these units will die. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to take because, it's fine. Others will live, and all that matters is that we took control control of Avernos. Now, normally this is where you'd be able to say control the city, annex it, blah 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 blah. We're going to raise it to the ground. They might be our peoples, but they aren't following me, so consequently, burn them all. And luckily, our ruler has leveled up as well, making him even more powerful. That's right, Barry the Destroyer is looking brilliant. So naturally, we're going to grab him the Undying Loyalty perk, which basically means he can turn his units into temporarily undead units that just can't quite die. Perfect stuff indeed. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. On turn 16, the lovely city of Avernos is about to be raised into the ground. And I think I'm heading my way over towards another AI civilization. There's probably another city right there. I mean, this map is gigantic, you can't see. It doesn't really matter how swiftly we get to all of these empires, but we will be getting to all of these empires. Right, and here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to do the ultimate race transformation. We're going to turn all British people into spawnkin, which does make them smaller, which very funnily kind of shrinks them down. I kind of love it. Look, they're tiny now. It's brilliant. I mean, it does make their arms kind of a little bit too big, and the weapons a bit silly, but it's fine. Look, we're just all a bunch of small little zealots that everyone's happy. That means more units, more damage, more power.
1 eternity later.
So far we have raised 8 cities in total into the ground, so yeah, we're getting quite a lot of magic crystals. Oh, and my goodness, the orange AI decided they wanted to settle a new city, so they settled on this city that I tried to. Oh, the absolute fools, ladies and gentlemen. Do they not know what they have done? This city doesn't even have walls. It doesn't even have walls, you fools. Right, well, that's going to become their problem very quickly. Oh, by the way, I can summon 3 units per turn now. That's how high our world casting map pool is, because we've truly become an absolute sorcerer king. We just cannot be defeated. Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've finally made our way over to the Celestial Heaven, aka the capital of the Orange faction, and we are about to knock them out of the game because, well, my army is very powerful now. We have our glorious Baylor here, which is slowly going to get more and more empowered and become just generally a bit of an overpowered god. Anyway, we'll just auto our way through this fight. Glorious total victory. Our Baylor, how many more kills did you get? 2 more kills. Very good. You're getting nice and strong. Anyway, we also managed to wipe out their entire army, and we lost 3 zealots. That's it. Oh my god. Imagine having 2.5 stacks and only being able to kill 3 tier 1 units. Oh dear, oh dear. It's not even like they're fielding low quality units. They're fielding, you know, pretty meaty stuff. There's just one issue. I am a god. An absolute god. And Akion the Endless here is about to die. There we go. That is their lord dead. And our Baylor gets 2 more slaughtering powers and lovely stuff. Anyway, now that he's been defeated, I will raise his entire city into the ground. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I think now is probably the best time to show off our true power. We have an army assembled here, which is, you know, a mix of chaff and actually okay units, but most importantly, we are getting attacked by the...
Ti nisi na pos, ne daješ prav drugog, šta? Si igrali Defenders? Perfect, mislim, se igra. Znaš, ovdje sam ti pokažem, stajno. Na primjer, jesi gledao?
How's the wound?
Eating at least. What was it again? We got.
Zanima ovaj. Search. Gameplay.
Hello and welcome. We have incredibly limited. You are also going to have to pick a...
Praviš družinu ovih kao
credits, as far
plaćenika,
as I
znaš.
can tell, because usually what
I
would happen is
ne bi nazvao
if
baš
there's a
gameplay
unit
kao
or
heroj,
stand or
ali ono,
something like
znaš,
that,
ono
you're
imaš,
usually going to have
kao
a
ako si
fragment
gledao Mountain
usually
Blade.
flat. You can just fire through them or whatever the case may be. With
Mislim da
this,
znam, da.
no, they're gonna
Imaš
shoot.
dužinu
Pa
plaćenika.
vidim na šta liči.
They're gonna shoot. Form a melee attack on.
Da.
And
Ono,
they do power
kupuješ
some very strong
plaćenike,
abilities. We're gonna be
upgradeš ih.
speccing into critical hit here, so
Uzimaš
we
ih.
get some more. The
Opravo.
informant might actually help us out with
Ideš
that
po selima.
down the line, because I am, you know, in these kinds of
Šetaš
games,
se
I
po
absolutely
mapi s
love
njima.
doing
Ideš
those,
kao imaš
you know,
velika mapa,
alternate
čini se.
activities. And probably be a good idea for me to just take
Uzimaš
this one.
poslove.
And what's really cool is they give you a
Sad ono,
preview of where
pretpostavljam da imaš ono da raiduješ, da kradeš, imaš
And
ono
then
recimo
you
da
find out
braniš
they are
Celeste. Znaš, takve tipo emisije.
crap if we can. I don't think that's going to work, but we'll try it out.
Ne znam da li imaš ono mitske jedinice
Okay, so
kao
let's do
kosturi, to mislim da su
this.
ti ono realne jedinice,
seems
ono
like we
kao
went in-
ono plaćenici,
Okay, unfortunately,
vojska, banditi.
he literally
Šta neki
says
radi?
the farmers will have no
Prof.
Nisi igrao
Amazing.
ovako nešto sam usetim
Welcome to my channel.
one to protect them.
Ono,
skratama
kao isto.
To speak to Rovand? No, he's
Ne.
gone, so we obviously completed.
Ne. A, kako se zove ona igra što ti igrao, gdje imaš, gradiš svoj zamak? Ona, isto Unity engine rađena.
Misliš ovaj, dobro to je... Divinity, nije kako se...
Tako nešto.
Pilas.
Pillars of Eternity. Slično ako. Ustupio bi ti računar da igraš taj God of War, samo moraš se čekati da završim ovaj dungeon, pošto mi je pao ključ za ovaj dungeon. Ja moram da završim dungeon da bi mogao da upgradeujem ovaj pojas. Ako preživim.
Moći ja da ga pređem čisto da ga skinem. Skip.
A teško ćeš ga preći ako budeš po sat, dva radi one challenge. Znači ono je nebulozno totalno. Nebulozno.
Debilan. Uzeli su neprijatelje koji su retardirani i još su ih pojačali. Znaš, ono su pojačani, oni nisu oko jaki.
Nemoj toliko health.
Nije health ni damage.
Gleda sam kad gađaš s onim malim, gleda sam to isto. Gađaš onoga i on padne na jednu kocku. I ne možeš strelama da ga ubiješ. Možda priđeš da ga ubiješ i dok ti trčiš da ga udariš, ovaj te drugi snajperiš. I to sam gledao isto. Znači, bukvalno, znam da si ga bio, ono, iz udara si ga bio, baca si u magiju, ono. I pao mu je health na ono, minimum. I svejedno ne može da umre dok ti baš ne priđeš fizički da ga udariš, ono.
Ma možeš da ga juriš, da mlatiš po vazduhu prije, ova fazon, kao munja ga, znaš, stanira. Ako ga ne staniraš, kad vidio si uspori vrijeme, on samo onako, usporeno vrijeme, on samo matrixom.
Ne, nego ne stane. Usporeno ne stane i što je najjača fora, pošto je vreme usporeno.
I ti ga juriš, ono kao usporeno vrijeme i on se kao...
Nevidljiv je, ne može da se naniša, ne vidi se.
Vidiš ti njega kao prbežno.
Da, ali nije ono, targetable. Ne postoji kao met. Ako mi se neće javiti. Pa vrko ovoga, već. Gledaj kako igramo na Faktoriju. Faktoriju ti kao... kao strategija, kao RTS, gradiš bazu, ali s jednim radnikom.
Misli
Uzi on to.
Million, 1 in a million.
Stigao sam bio na predzadnjem nisu.
Ko je vrlo ludio.
Nije mi se igralo više.
Ne, baš je onako...
Ne, to je isto u dometu God of War, znaš, po nivou težine. Što najjača fora, ja nisam ni stavio, ne znam koji nivo težine, ja stavio možda medium, znaš. Dešavalo se, ne znam kad možda snimiš, da, znaš što se ja radio? Ručno sam, svaki put na kraju svakog dana on ti snimi. I ja sam bukvalno kad se završi dan, ja izađem u glavni meni, napravim sam, pošto nema save, napravim sam game state, alt tabujem nazad, znaš, u Commander, sačuvam ga, onda nastavim dalje, onda ako mi je bio, onda vratim 2-3 dana, sad save. Znači, ne znam zašto, developer mi to tipovan bio kao izazov, kakav je to izazov, jebate kad ti pregazija bazu, znaš da igraš opet sat i po 2. Nema šanse da je prešao kampanju da nisam to radio. Znači, batali vidim. Nije to scam save, opet moraš čitav taj dan da odigraš, znaš. Nego jednostavno, nekad recimo dovoljno je da kreneš napred. Aha, evo ga tu. Moram da čujem boss. Biće ovo kratak fight. Kad ti baci neki spell, moraš da se pomeriš kao u drugu vremensku zonu da bi izbegao no. Wow. Ovo koji će biti. Samo moram se čekam da prođe. Pa da se vratim. Ovo su sve vukovi skinuo, nisam jednom udario bio, znaš. To bi mu ubilo inače, znaš. Da sam ostao do kraja i da je uspjela da channeluje to što je channelovala, to ti insta ubije. Ne znam koliko kill ta radi. Znači insta kill, moraš da se pomeriš ovdje, se shiftuješ u drugu zonu da te ne bi ubilo. Onda dođi tu. Da uzmem pojas. Izaberem svoj pojas. Stavim ovaj pojas. I imam 25% šanse da dobijem bilo koji od ova 4. Poison damage, physical damage, elemental resist ili physical. I da ga dodam u ovaj gore slot. Viš gore levo piše one legendary potential. I onda promenim.
Physical resist, no?
Evo, physical resist 50%. Tad sam... Ali prvo moraš da radiš čitav dungeon da bi to uradio, znaš? I da te ne ubije. I ako uspiješ da dođeš, imaš pravo kao da upgradeš jedan item. Što bolji item ubaciš, što ti bolji ovaj rezultat. Ja sam bacio baš dobar item.
Onaj dečak, si ti pio kafu?
Ja sam ustao prije... pa ne znam, 30 minuta nešto. Naš je čaj od sada. Malo nešto za šoj. Malo priču pa. Pa šta se tebi pije nam sve? Čuo sam da smo osvojili još jednu mačku.
Još onaj odgaje, mačak.
Jesi ga vidi? Ali kako je trntav, ono, znaš? Njel ga dobro radi. Nisu kao ove naše mačke. Naš mačak ima previše, znaš? Da se svaka otima za komad da pojede. A ovaj izgleda sam plop. Prosto imaš još jedan taj.
Ovo je opcija.
Swaksar. Welcome to my channel.
Tri na trola. Ili ne, 20 hukova.
Everything is coming up roses. Everything is coming up roses.
Imaš bez da skidaš torrent, ajde isto preko torrent klijenta, ali bez da skrekuješ igre. Imaš na onome sajtu kako se zove onaj Free GOG Games. Imaš tamo dosta dobre igre bez skrekovanja i bez plaćanja. Nigde ne piše koliko ti je ponos na elemente, moraš da računaš na papir. Možeš i mišem pomeriti gore desno. Ne može, a? Ne, samo može da se tako šetaš kroz menu. Tamo pored sedmice vidim da stoji strelica na gore. Nemam pojma što to znači.
Šta? Zašto?
Pored sedmice ti stoji gore, vidiš?
A to je za dizajn, da li imaš ili nemaš.
Šta, kao imaš da se upgradeš, da?
Ne, nego imaš da kupiš ono...
A kamen za revive?
Adrenalin shot.
Kamen za revive, da, adrenalin boost. To nije loše. Da ti ne boostuje ili ti baci...
Ne znam šta je health burst, da li nisam provalio, da li... Onaj mali zeleni ispadne ili šta?
Nekako menjaš brzo ovdje armore, znaš. Ili ja nisam bio tu kad si ti igrao. Ono, uradiš neki quest i dobiješ armor set i igraš možda 2-3 sata i ono kao evo još bolji. Znači ono kao, okej. Ne s tvoje strane, nego s ono dizajnerske strane, znaš. Što si ti rekao, radio si quest za ona dva brata Kovača i kao sad to je kao ono big deal, ono kao, ima ti napravi ovo za ovo, kao decision. Kao da bi posle, ja taj nisam, ne znam, ja nisam gledao jedno 4-5 sati kad si igramo. Ono, radio sam smenu drugu. I ono, šta, evo sad bi ga Marset. Toliko o tome. Toliko o tome da taj quest da jednu kartu nađe. Ono si gledao onaj, još ti igram onaj, kako se zove, Last Epoch, onaj RPG. Pa onaj gear što nosim, ono, nosim zadnjih 30 sati, znaš, komplet sve. Samo upgradeujem pomalo, znaš, neki jedan možda kao.
Everything is coming up roses. Everything is coming up roses.
Nema šanse da možeš nagurat 100 vitality, ja? Zagore, ručak ti za gore, molim te nemoj prosvući u kafu. Treba da besak. Kaže, Grants Explosive. Šta je to? Boost na štit, šta? Ej.
Pa trebalo bi da eksplodira.
Kad te udari, a?
A,
Pa dobre. Si koristio onaj laptop? Išta?
sad ću kad da ubacim nešto, ubačit ćemo nešto, neki par igrica i nemam pojma da vidim. Kad bude...
Da nabavi nekog miša za njega. Jer izmio noga.
Nešto ću morat.
A mislim ne moraš, možda uopće da prisliš onaj track pad.
Ma ja.
Baš moram par minuta. I tamo ćeš onda da hoćeš sve da sprobujem, da on je kao znaš, žak. Kliknemo meni skoro, znaš, u bomu. Kako ga ovo? Šta? Pa je tamo.
Lurks. Welcome to my channel.
Ne možeš kroz to, a? Dok ti to radiš, bam. Jebem ti gluposti, jebem. Ima jedna igra od istog developera, znaš, kao ona što sam igrao, ona se oni selo, znaš, na zombi. Isti je developer, samo što je više liči na Warcraft, znaš. Ali, ono, bolje se kako ima debove. Tamo, nic čudan. A? Znači, promenio si Vukovu Chain Lightning, ili? Promenio si Vukovu Chain Lightning ili šta?
Ma nije, no... Strele, ono, u suštini ih... šokiraju. Juva šak.
Šak, bilo šak, pogledajte.
So it's on and on and on, heaven and hell. Nema ništa da se zaključi. Lakše su mi vi 3 puta nego Revenant.
A da, zato što su ono ispred tebe, ne teleportuje se non stop.
Now where should we go?
Kad sam ga prvi put vidio, znaš, toga Revenanta, znaš ono kad prvi Revenant vidi, sjećaš se? Znao sad će biti ovo sranja, a nisam znao da će toliko ono bustao. Tad nisi ni imao onaj šok strele, znaš.
Moguće da nema nijedan.
I wish Mom were here.
Šta je? Ste magla izgore?
Nije magla, nego sam točak izbjegao onaj sekundu.
Seriously, be careful with those realm tears.
Ozbiljno.
Which way?
Ovo nisam ni probao, ne znam šta je ovo.
Pa piše da je shattered. Moram da ga ugledaš još jednom.
Fali mi Dragon Tier.
Pa što ne pogledaš gdje je zadnji?
Šta sta? Htio sam da upgradeujem armor.
There sure is a lot to see here.
Six option 5 6. What?
Good help.
Hvala bilo sam, a? Imaš ti para za to.
Greater Crest.
Are we lost? Nah.
Šuko je dobio 13 na defense.
To što je to maksimum. To ne gledaš ti. To gledam ja. To je kad ga upgradeš do kraja.
Ne, ovaj.
Aha, sa 6 na 7, vidim.
55 na 68. Defense gledaj. Dobio 5 na strength. 4 na... Mada ovo ima jače, ono ima 30, 27, 68, 20 vitality. Ima 3 slota.
Where to next?
Fine piece of work. If I say so. Myself. I don't suppose you could try keeping that clean.
There sure is a lot to see here. There sure is a lot to see here.
And for the youngster? What shall it be?
To fali slotova na armor ili?
Not enough money, stranger. Ha 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 ha.
Instantly refresh all runic attack.
Not enough. Not enough cash.
Where to
Not
next?
enough cash. Not enough cash, stranger.
What are you buying?
Now,
What are you selling?
Not enough cash.
Is something else to tell you. Yes, come in.
Now where should we go?
Be seeing ya. work we go.
Now where should we go? Are we lost? Nah.
That should tide you over. Anything you need, young sir. Something else for you, then?
To ti je ovo još.
A?
To ti je ovo, Berserker, Resurrection Stone. Još i onda imaš
Kraftuješ ili
onamo desno još.
kupiš to?
Kupiš.
A skup? Si imaš 80
Ma nije, imam 173.000
There sure is a lot
gold
to see here.
na XP.
Meteor. Bambana. Sad to možda kupiš. Sad ti je World Serpent Scale. To za neke niže budžetne bambane pretpostavljam.
Happy to provide.
Everything is coming up, loses everything.
Where shall we begin? And what do you
Which
have
way?
your eye on? Okay, come.
Sad ti treba cooldown ili vitality za neke. Cooldown!
Back when you need something. All right.
Tensu. Welcome to my channel.
Šutri. R, zagrada lijevo i last ili more.
Ta magla nasumična ili...
Kako misliš? O, što dobijam?
Pa ne, nego kako ti objasnim, da li ikakav progres praviš ili kao RNG ta oblast?
Non stop se ovaj labirint generiše. A ti kupiš ovo i svojim upgradeš iteme i treba ti da bi otvorio onaj, ako si vidio onaj Shift Realm.
cranac.
Jebem li ti majku, šta sam stao u sredinu.
Šta bi? I seckalo to opet. Ili?
Što sam se izlupirao. Samo se skrenuo se penjem i samo ono rrrr. Kako se ja penjem, ono me samo rrrr gura.
Dobio si masaž leća. Eto.
Kako me jelke isto smaraju i jebaju. Jep. Idu u piču.
reći, znaš, ima si onda isto. Nije bukvalno na jedan kater, znaš. Podsjetilo me na Sekiro s tim baš u dedu. Onda je revive. Ups. To su prekratila. Sto puni health sam, pomalo.
Jup.
Ne zabavaj se.
Ovo je bilo, učešao sam ono mudima.
Da ti se nije health napunio, znaš. Posle fajta s onim ukom dok ima si prca health, znaš. Taman dok si dotočao do toga diska napunila se toliko da preživiš.
Everything is coming up.
Supposedly the realm tear contains some kind of terrible secret Ivaldi wanted hidden. But who knows, really? Dwarves are strange. And yes, I realize I'm a dwarf.
I don't know what we're still doing here. I wish Mom were here.
Come back anytime. So what brings you around, friends?
Everything is coming up.
Which way?
Ti si pretvorio kad u Diablo. Samo da ti pokažem. Ne znam da li si skontao. A šta ćeš imat posle ovoga? Imat ćeš neki boss fight koji ćeš da završiš za 5 minuta. Ja ćeš da kažeš to je to.
Da, radno ću ga pretvoriti u kašu.
Pa to ti kažem.
I vidiš još jedan ovaj jebeni. Gdje su ga nabili jeboma.
Najče je fora što će ti biti bit će ti skriptno, znaš, ono tipa kao tu ćeš nekog protivnika do ne znam koliko helta, pa će te on šutnut, pa ćeš napuniti health tebi njemu i tako dalje. Možeš s celom gađati, ne? E? Po parama, uvijek imaš 200.000.
A ne ništa pare.
Nisi tekao, znam, to treba zapred.
Od hek silove, treba nešto.
Nekad ima 200.000. Šta treba? Ja sam u Diablo 3 imao, ne znam, milijardu, 500.
Vero Vera. Welcome to my channel.
Da naš militer i to je šan, kurac palac, ne mogu poštiti pare. Skupljaš pare. Što slučilo se?
Where to next?
Ako iskoristiš realno shift, jel se uspore ti?
Šta moguće?
Nisi probao? Ona je pravila. Majke.
Ne.
I'm not ready.
To sa štit. Šta? Si vidio kako je promenio pravac isto? Si vidio majke? Znači bio okrenut ti leđima, znaš? I kao nešto je na malog išao. No kako si ti opalio bili ti tako se čadžila isto u tebi.
Uđeo sam ga kamena u glavu. Everything is coming up roses. Everything is coming up, coming up. Everything.
Ček, stani. Stani, probaj.
Pa nemam sad taj, izbacio sam taj.
A nemaš?
Ne, ovo je cleansing fog. Daj mi health i malo raščisti, malo magiju. Viš. Idemo, ja sam odavde došao.
Ne može se pokrenuti tu, pošto je da buče. Pa kada traktor voziš, a ne čovjek. Ej. Šta je to? Vidiš da se ovo šta je to? Anchor Fog. Medaljnik, šta?
To mi treba da otvorimo, je realno. Mada ih ima već dovoljno. Možda mogu da ovaj razbijem da dobijem malo materijala. Everything is coming up, coming up. A mislim da nisam našao onaj treći, nemam pojma. Mislim da nisam. Neđe sam ga propuštio. A evo.
Kad ga tako zabiješ taj Chaos Blade u njega.
Da, imaš da pošalješ malo vatra u njega. Kabum.
To bi trebalo da je to. Budi me iz ovog začaranog kruga.
Which way?
Nemam dovoljno.
Što je perfect artifact of blade.
Eto, staviš enchantment i kao lupam successful parry, any kill i kao podržavati vreme u magli.
I to ti zadnje, ne?
Da, sad ću izađe neka gorgonza. A dobro, nije strašno. Lakše mi je ovo nego... Samo što nije sam, da?
Mislim da to drvo se... To neko ide prema tebi. Da, da.
Very
To je to.
impressive wax.
To je to.
Surprised we made it out of that one.
A oni vukodlaci na govna.
Ja ništa, oni se kao nešto spavnaju. Healing mist. Interesant.
A koji ti koristiš taj Fist of Thor?
Grip of Tanguist.
Pa nisam što primetio se aktivira puno.
Pa možda i ne vidiš. Mada i ovo je low perk isto. Evo je kao moderate. A ima dobar stat bonus. I ovo je, ajde, okej, stat bonus. Vidit ćemo kako
Probaj da ga
se
upgradeš.
buđe, da. Durup, 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 durup. Imam još ova 3 sanduka. Isto mi treba mist eho.
Šta treba?
Isto mist ehos.
Pa koliko ti treba? 10.000, šta 15?
Šta sam dobio?
Neki enchantment. Da ne ide u sekiru.
Ma nemaš ti enchantment sekiranu.
Ide na necklace.
Jel pomel bio ili šta sam dobio?
Necklace.
Talisman. Šta je pisalo?
A?
Šta je pisalo sam dobio kao?
Kao stekuje se da je resistance na greatly increase resistance to fog. Moguće da imaš više tih.
Aha.
Ne? To. Eto da je, kako se zove, vitality.
Tako, malo bolje.
Meni 2 zeca, 3 zeca.
Dobije sistemom već s druge strane.
I don't know what we're still doing.
Funny, I don't know why. This meeting is not against this guy.
Wish Mom were here.
Need a fresh upgrade?
Hey, Cinder, guess what? We closed all the rum taps.
You what?
Šta?
No, you did
Si
not.
zatvorio sve?
You really did? No way.
Yes, huh? It took forever, but we sealed them all up.
I don't believe it. The strength you would need.
It is no boast.
No, I suppose you aren't the type. Well, not much else I can say besides thank you. Evaldi and Sons would thank you
True,
too.
thank you.
Here.
Dobio si XP. Ej.
I'm feeling creative today.
Ako imaš materijala, probaj da vidiš to. Možda vredi.
Well, don't buy anything on my account.
Samo ti reka hvala ti. I gdje je ona?
Chains to drop.
A.
Ha.
Aha. Šta? Šta?
A ima još jedna, znam i koja. Tu nisam mogao da pobedim. Možda je sad mogu.
A ona što sam te ja gledam da je. Jesi ti stao nešto?
Patnja ona...
Ona što vatru ispalje. Što mu ti ne glavi.
Da, sve.
Jel ta? Jedna vidi. Se pomoć radio kao da ste pobjegao od tebe, utrčao ne.
Dešava se, možda ih nabodeš na šiljke ili na zid, iz drobilja.
Ajde se pravi pogrešno mjesto da pobjegne. A šta je? Ovo sad se otvori, ne?
Nisu, imaš isto da kupiš za...
Blade spammer. To ti je za... Chaos Blade. Aj, to ti daje vitality. Šta piše? Explosive Blight, jel? Weakness, turning on any successful hit.
To je dobro ako nastekuješ ono za weakness.
Šta otvara taj deset?
Otkud?
Znači. Šta piše mist, jel?
Šta?
Piše ti mist teko se tako nešto.
Da, tamo mi steha se ovo što skupljeno. Pogledam to.
Mrtav. right, left, left, right, left, left. Na onome, imaš na YouTube-u, ne znam da li ti izbaci nekada na YouTube shortove, imaš Elden Ring, one kao modove, si gleda? Ono oružje što ti daje da Blink Strike i kao da skočiš. Znaš šta su ljudi modovali od igre? Ono, tipa, znaš kao Virgil iz Devil May Cry, ono, znaš, kao da skočiš u vazduh i ono da, ono, letiš na kao slice. Gleda dva lika igraju zajedno, znaš, ono, kao imali se na Elden Ring, o, mogu, znaš, stigo je, Link skoči, u vazduh se nešto, kao nešto u vazduh radi, jer s nogom. Kao Virgil iz Devil May Cry 3, znaš, onaj jer dash.
Da.
S nogom, ono, kao šutira vazduh i kao gleda si One Piece. Znaš, ono što imaju oni CP9. Onaj kao air dash, ono s vazduhom kao šutira vazduh i kao tako leti.
Da.
Znaš kako ledilo je? Lik tipa skoči, ono za nje, tipa 10-20 metara, ono kao, znaš, leti ono šutira vazduh. A otprilike znao sam se, to se desi na vrlo pitanje vremena. Vidite ono, znaš, open world, dok je ljudi ono ne mode za besmisla. Pa se gleda one mode već da rekli, ti si igrao za Dark Souls 1. A ona je podcast za već, pozivač. Gdješ drugačije oblast, imaš NPC-eve, no, kroz za igru staro 15 godina, 10-15 godina. Ja sam gledao mod za Dark Souls 3 gdje su likovi ubacili, modovali su, bukvalno su skinuli fajlove iz Bloodborne, znaš. Ubacili su ono kao one kubure, znaš, način kao oružje, kao range. Doduše to ti je više ono kao tool, ono, znaš, tipa recimo kada ono napadnute monster i ih ono potpukneš u glavu da staniraš. Isto kao što uglavno znam. A kako možda otvoriš to, treba ti određena količina misteka, da bi moglo otvoriš to.
Pa svaki put kad izađeš iz ovog labirinta, moraš da izađeš, da završiš, da izađeš. Onda ti on kao inkasira.
Dobro, ako pogineš...
A pogineš ništa.
A trošiš i kada gledeš ajde. A onda ispada da ne kao ne trošiti da ti trasa.
Ma ja sam skoro sve, jedan buđeo sam i armor i ostalo jedan onaj sandak. Otvorio sam sva tri realno. To je to što se toga tiče.
Pa ti treba određena količina toga istekao za taj zadnji sanduk na gomilu ili Tipa treba sada imaš, više ti mi stekao zgore 4.000, tada
Da?
imaš 13.000 da bi ga otvorio, šta?
7,5 djela, mislim, za ovdje sam baš.
Moraš imati kod sebe. Prvog napada. Pa i svi na taj. Znaš tako da sam nesu game over.
Ja, to ne mislim.
Ozbiljan je dosta.
Which way?
I sad imaš, je tako?
Mhm.
Nekad skoči neka karakunđa.
Ne, ovo je sanduk.
Nek spomenu. To je to. Šta si sve? Iskočiti neki achievement, si vidio? Tako mi izgleda.
Da, imam i za X, jel tako?
Imaš i za Chaos Blades.
To nije loše kad nastukaš.
There sure is a lot to see here.
To je to. Šutri pičke me.
Sad nećeš izmoriti. Što se to respawnali nešto beskonačno.
Da.
What is this place?
You are standing at the entrance to Ivaldi's workshop, a testament to the ingenuity of dwarven engineering.
Šta ba ti za ovom
Why does
istehu?
it smell so bad?
It's quite foul, isn't it? Well, that's a long story, but quite simply, Ivaldi messed with forces he shouldn't have, and you're breathing the consequences.
A možeš to da prodaš, ne?
Ali neću. To se teško nalazi, a treba ti neka oružje.
Okay.
Kako misliš da ćeš još igrati igru? Sad to pitam.
Vaj neka stoji. Dobro, ovo mi za sad neće trebati. Baš me zanima šta je ovo.
Come back when you need something, I guess. Bye!
A to mi je...
Sometimes the best purchase is the
Evo
one...
ti Dragonstone. Šta?
Da, koristio sam ovo bio. Ne znam, nije mi
Where
jasno
shall we
šta je to.
begin?
A šta bi to da radi?
Ja kao nešto udario i sviđalo.
To je level 4. Da, imao si 3 izbora. Spalder, Curious i Paldron. Samo što ovaj moj da je na 4. Ne znam zašto su stavili ovi
kao... Možda ima malo veći ovaj defense. Još ovaj da je na vitality, ono. Ali u suštini... Ovaj da je 4... Ovo je subina. Buči u sreći.
Imaš ti... A, imaš da kupiš. Ja mislim Greater Crest of Flame, pogledaj. Nema.
Čekaj bre, ovo mi treba za... Da, da.
Za?
Shikiru. Jeste, da. I što sam dobio ovom?
Šta da kupiš?
Dobio sam...
Frozen Flame.
Frozen Flame. To jest dobio sam Chilling Mist of Niflheim i sa njim kupujem Frozen Flame.
You see my brother again? You just tell him to keep his fiddlers off my axe.
Da si se kilo maksao, samo da znaš.
Travel safe, you two.
To je to. Što tiče Shikiri.
Imaš jedan slot na onome talismane, znači si vidio skroz da...
A da, to je ovaj što sam probao. To ću da maknem. Sad ne mogu da kupim.
Što?
A dobro, to što se rečače. Da ne bih malo zamio. Zapotrebio.
A, što je sve fighting, je to Dark Souls da...
So,
iskoristiš
Vivaldi
jedan
created
ability
this
pa
mist?
kupaš dugo
No,
oružak i na
no,
cooldown.
Niflheim has always been a land of mist. And snow. Endless snow and wind and ice. Really, it's never been a pleasant location. But Vivaldi found a way to harness all that frosty power.
Ima to
Gledaj ovo.
se gusla.
Gledaj ovo dole levo, majke. Da vidiš? Vidiš koliki je procenat igrača koji su to uradili?
12%.
Da. Manje od 12%. Dobro. Pitam se zašto. Zato što jedno od tih gluposti je da pobediš u Revenante, znaš? A gledali smo, sjećaš se onaj klip na YouTube-u, da su likovi sa rage quitali redovno taj fight.
Fire and Brimstone. Complete all the trials of Muspelheim. Muspelheim. To je ono da, onu vatrnu planinu, a ovo je Niflheim.
I ovo si naša isto, viš dole.
All will fall.
Hm? A. must be some kind of way out of here. Say the joker to the thief. There's too much confusion. I can get no relief. Businessmen, they drink my wine, plum and take my heart. None will ever undermine. Nobody over its word. Hey. No reason to get excited. The TV can talk. There are many here among us who think that life is but a joke. But you and I, we've been through that. This is not our fate.
Full might of the strongest faction in the entire game, these green little toads. They are very powerful indeed. However, I can summon a whole bunch of gremlins for free, and all they can do is, well, die. So I can automate this entire combat and do basically nothing as I melt all of their cities. Meanwhile, our resources are getting a little bit out of control. The issue is the game can't really scale to our size, because I can just endlessly raise the same cities over and over again, and I don't really have any consequences for losing any fights. This does create a little bit of a problem, of course, because it means the amount of damage I can do is effectively endless, and losing battles is pretty much meaningless when I can get all of the resources to resummon an entire army each turn, because, well, you know, that's fair. Right, well, it's turn 141, and most of the AIs in the game are dead. There are only 5 AIs left in the game, and I'm about to execute what I like to call a pro-gamer maneuver, and commit a little bit of a war crime. Now, here's the thing. Late game, I can just target some of their units and do damage to them with, say, my Abyssal Flames. This effectively sets fire to a province and deals 20 damage to all units in an enemy's army. The issue is, I can't actually target their lands because they're protected by this very pesky little spell jammer here. Fortunately for me, however, the developers accidentally included a little bit of what I would like to call a workaround. You see, I cannot cast this in a province that is protected by a spell jammer, but the uncolonizable and uncontrollable mountain province next to them, oh yes, I can cast my fire spell there and do damage to the units in the city. The game just cannot stop me. So yes, I will cast this spell next to them, dealing damage to all of their unit, making sure they get nice and low and very vulnerable to my attacks. Look at their poor little armies, oh dear, oh dear. Meanwhile, my glorious battle armies will simply stand here, awaiting the attacks from our very devilish foe.
A few moments later.
And then if we attack this unit here, our 6,000 strength will attack 3,400. There we go. We can automate combat and watch as we should hopefully win without taking too many casualties. I mean, the game has a fair bit to process here, so I imagine this is quite a complicated battle. There we go. It worked. No casualties. Oh my god. Oh dear. And then here we go, bam, our final fight. We should have now successfully destroyed pretty much the entirety of the enemy's armed forces with this fight. Dear lord, oh my god, this is... I shouldn't be able to do this. This is the most powerful faction in the game. They're the strongest military in the game, and they just grouped it up into one giant blob, and I've just systematically eliminated them one by one. And look at that, all of my heroes have leveled up. Right, well, the time has come. We are here to attack the poor city of S.W.Frost. Now, normally the city would have defenses, however, for the temporary nature of this fight, I have effectively earthquaked all of them away. In fact, I've lowered the health of all of the defenders so much that they're just not going to be able to survive. So I'm just going to auto-combat this one. It's over. I mean, this guy is completely done for. He is still the strongest player in the game, apparently. Game, when will you learn? He is not the strongest player. I am the strongest player. I've always been the strongest player. I cannot be defeated. My goodness. Right, well, once again, glorious total victory. No damage taken at all. The city is now ours. La-di-da-di-da. We just walked into the center of the city. We can then attack this stack of troops. This is an instant murder. We can then also raise this city round, lovely. And oh my, you even built yourself a little teleporter here, because I thought that would make you safe. Well, alas, no, you're going to get auto-resolve oblivion. And just like that, I think their entire military has just accidentally been evaporated by a stack of units that just seemingly can't die. When they do die, I can just summon more. That seems completely fine to me. Right, well, welcome back. I've teared down the Spelljammer of the final region, and whilst we were sieging it down, we were attacked twice by some giant stacks. Of course, didn't make a single difference because, yes, we murdered them and we lost their units. Anyway, I'm going to cast a spell and turn this terrain into a desolate terrain. Yeah, this will be fine. Bam. What's the worst that could happen? Yes, a whole bunch of fire damage. Fire damage isn't that bad. We take hardly any. They, however, do take damage. And look, that poor king here is trying to defend this city. Bless him. He's trying, okay? He's really trying. He doesn't quite know why everything's on fire all of the time. Anyway, I'm just going to cast yet another cheeky bit of Abyss Flame. Just watch our plan a little bit more. Lovely, jubbly. And, yes, I think next turn we will attack you. And I think this is probably the end of the game for us because we have kind of defeated it just a little bit. I mean, this is supposedly the strongest AI around. Still is, apparently. They haven't managed to kill basically a single unit of ours. I think the game's lying to me. Oh dear. Right, well, a single turn has passed, and in that turn he has managed to raise an entire army of peasants to defend this city. Oh, you fool. Right, well, what we're going to do is cast Abyssal Flames twice in this province, because why not, I might as well. And now we're going to fight this battle, because I can. This battle I'm going to auto-resolve. Yeah, it's not going to be fair, and I think I can kind of predict the outcome. Oh, okay, yep, well, there's the outcome we knew was coming. A sweeping total victory where I lost no units and took basically no damage. And with that, the glorious Frog Empire is dead. Another AI has been eliminated from the game, and we did it, ladies and gentlemen. We absolutely smashed them. From this point on, I just need to move my 3 stacks of troops anywhere around the map and just blow up whatever's there. The AI is never going to be able to retaliate because they can't even get into my own terrain. And even if they did, I only have one giant city that
Welcome
I can
to my channel.
easily defend. They, however, are perpetually ruined. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It turns out Age of Wonders 4 is a perfectly balanced game with no exploits whatsoever. Welcome back into the world of Age of Wonders 4, ladies and gentlemen, where today I'm going to show you how to just print units out of thin air. Now, this exploit was brought to my attention by my lovely Irish friend Potato McWhiskey, and my goodness, is it perfectly balanced. In order to pull this exploit off, you just need 2 cities that are relatively close to each other, and this lovely bonus here, the Wild Expansion. Basically, upon completing the annexation of a province, an animal unit will be spawned under your control. This is a brilliant way of just getting units for free, and allow me to demonstrate how. Now, in order to do this, you must wait until one of your cities has a large enough population. In our case, we're going to use the right of expansive growth to instantly increase the population of all of our settlements by 1, and then what we're going to do is trade a province back and forth. This lovely Corey province here, I'm going to trade to Harperton. There we go. Well, bam, it is going to take 1 turn to trade. Meanwhile, this farm province here, I'm going to transfer to Twinmount, and this farm province here, I can transfer to Harperton as well. Well, bam, lovely stuff. Now, this is the kind of thing that happens when you annex a province. Flowing Fields annex this province over here, and we have received a unicorn. That's right, a unicorn is, of course, a tier 3 celestial shock unit with fantastically low maintenance. That's wonderful. Now, that's what's meant to happen. When my city expands, I get a free animal unit, but the issue is the developers have it coded so that when a new province is added to a city's control, they get a free unit. That creates one minor issue when you are simply moving one province from one city's control to another, because all that happens when we end turn is free wonderful units are just going to be summoned straight out of bloody thin air. Oh, and would you look at that? We have ourselves a little piglet, we have ourselves a warg, and we have ourselves a spooky spider. We can simply merge all 3 of these together, lovely stuff, and we can use these guys to help add chat into our various battles. See, look, this fight is nice and easy now. Glorious, successful victory, and oh dear, a warg died. That could take people time to produce, but don't worry, we can just simply transfer these provinces around again. Once again, we're going to transfer this farm to Twin Mount, and then transfer this farm to Harperton, and if we repeat this process over and over again, we will just simply get 3 units every time. That's right, there's literally no point in paying for gold and making your own units when you can just spaff out a bunch of animals. Oh, and also because you have to go down the nature affinity tree in order to exploit out all of these free animals, guess what? Those animals get buffed to heck. Good luck trying to kill a stack of celestial unicorns, my friends. Those things are spiky. So thanks, developers, that's lovely and spicy. And best of all, ladies and gentlemen, you can achieve this incredibly early into the game. My goodness, it's only turned 20 and I can already spaff out a bajillion units for free. Cheers, devs, that's perfectly balanced. Now, one thing that I really like about Age of Wonders 4 is that this game has meta progression. That's right, not everything is immediately unlocked when you start out the game. You see, effectively, our heroes are working under a glorious pantheon, and my pantheon is that of the Yorkshire tea drinkers. The greater we do in games, the more experience we gain, and the more experience gives us pantheon points that we are then able to spend on glorious upgrades. Some of these upgrades are pretty basic, just like cosmetic items, and then some of them are horrifically overpowered, like the Chosen Destroyers, which limits you to one city but allows you to steamroll the entire game with endless amounts of gold, mana, and knowledge. It's horrifically broken. Or what about the Silver-Tongued trait, which allows all trade deals with free cities to cost you 100% less resources. This just basically means you can rob everyone and they love you for it. It's perfectly balanced. But how do we efficiently get these pantheon points? Well, the developers would have you believe that this is something that should take time and it'll be very slow, but in actuality, it's incredibly easy to farm pantheon points. Just simply create a custom realm, the Land Realm. What you're going to want to do is basically create a 1v1 world where there's only you and one additional AI. Make sure they start really close to you and just crank down the difficulty to nothing. Then you want to pick the most overpowered rush faction in the game, which, if you couldn't guess, it's the Rat Boys. Yep, these Rat Boys are brilliant because their tier 1 units are extra powerful and also extra cheap. So they're fantastic at just spunking out more dudes. Okay, don't click dude spunking. Anyway, welcome into the world, lovely stuff. Effectively, what we need to do right away is try and work out where the other AI is located. We also want to fight and kill as many of these random AIs as possible, because in doing so, we're going to gain rewards and loot, and also some gold. And said gold we can use to rush the production of this storehouse, which in turn will grow our town faster. Effectively, we're just playing a super turbo game. And fantastic, we found the AI. They are located just over here. Ah, yes, look at them. We've got Sinran Talive here. This man is a great axe wielder, and he has a whole bunch of magic boys in his army. That's very good. Now, if we were to fight them at the moment, it is a risky battle, meaning we will probably lose. But luckily, we have a few advantages on our side. Number 1, do not fight fair. Make sure to recruit and hire more heroes than you actually should have access to as early as possible. This has given us a wonderful additional fighter in this upcoming battle. And just like that, with the addition of a hero, this fight, which was going to be basically impossible, is now very, very viable and is in fact a low-risk battle. So naturally we're going to declare a war, which is completely unjust, but who cares, because it's going to kill their king. And in doing so, all of our dudes have leveled up and we've got a whole bunch of food and magic. Now this is very important. As our next actions, we must immediately beeline where they came from, which is down here somewhere. Effectively, we must now rush at them as fast as humanly possible. And I do believe I have found myself the enemy capital. Yep, there it is. And of course they have summoned their lord back. That's very good. The issue is it's not going to be enough. He is going to die next turn. Now here's the way the game works. Pantheon points are very important. If you achieve 500 experience in a session, which you can gain by, as you can see, improving your diplomacy rating, defeating enemy heroes, leveling up, you get experience points. But they're pretty terrible. Pretty much each time they just give me 10 experience each, which means I'm going to need to get 50 integers of my heroes leveling up before I even get 1 Pantheon point. Well, I know something that's a fair bit faster than all of that, and that's just quite simply winning the game, which is exactly what we're going to be doing. Effectively, all we're going to do is just quite simply sit back, relax, and wait for our lovely siege to be successful. And just like this, on turn 13, ladies and gentlemen, the game is over as we've just captured the enemy capital city. This does work on pretty much any difficulty. You don't need to play on the easiest. It just makes it faster by about 2 turns. But in doing so, we've killed the enemy AI. He's the only other person in the game, and that means we win. Now, winning the game, ladies and gentlemen, well, that gives you 500 experience, which, as you can imagine, is drastically more valuable than anything else. So, we've just won the game. It really is that easy, and Would you look at that, ladies and gentlemen? That's an immediate level up. Oh my, 2 Pantheon points we gained. 2 Pantheon points, wonderful. Oh, so many potential bonuses I can get. Ah, another glorious win for the perfectly balanced Yorkshire tea drinkers, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly how the developers intended you to make your way through the game. Right, welcome back to Science with Spiff, as I'm about to show off a brand new exploit. Now, here's the thing about allowing you to create custom factions. They can get very overpowered very quickly. Like, for example, the faction I'm playing right here today. This faction, ladies and gentlemen, are very, very broken. But they have the Silver Tongues trait, which means trade deals with free cities cost you minus 100% resources. If you couldn't tell already, ladies and gentlemen, that's a little smidge broken. You also get to start with 1 additional Whispering Stone, which if you didn't know is basically how you make all these lovely free cities your vassals very, very quickly. Now, immediately, we get to start out the game already knowing exactly where the nearest free city is and already being pretty friendly with them. We can then immediately trade with them and use that to instantaneously get 10 free production per turn or 10 free mana per turn. That's right, that's an extra 50% starting mana per turn just for free. That seems fine. What about an extra 50% production? Yep, that's also good. How about a Silver Tongue fruit that allows your Whispering Stones to give you even more allegiance so you can just instantly ally with all of the free city states. Oh dear, oh god, that could probably get quite powerful indeed. So I'm just going to fast forward to the early section of the game, probably only about 20-ish turns in, where you know everyone's still starting out and nothing too crazy is going on, just to see what it kind of looks like. Well, welcome ladies and gentlemen, it's turn 26, a little bit of time has passed, and you will notice that this lovely city-state here is now our vassal. I mean, they give me mana, they give me gold, and they even give me research. Wow, that's wonderful. Oh, and also they still give me that production. Meanwhile, there's another city-state over here. Oh, they give me research. Oh, that's very nice. As well as all of the other stuff. Oh, and then there's another city-state over here. Oh, they're about to be a vassal of mine in 3 turns, and they also give me a bunch of magic crystals. Lovely. What about these guys over here? Oh, that's right. Yet another city-state that is just giving me free research, and in 5 turns will be my vassal. Oh, and over here, oh, once again, yep, that's a pact of loyalty. Oh, once again, yep, that's 0 money for 24 magic crystals. Yes, perfectly balanced. Oh, dearie me, game. This seems a little bit broken. And I know it's completely broken because I'm by far the strongest faction in the game, and all I've done is basically expand into my capital city, deliberately not settle any more cities or even build up an army, and I'm still by far ranked the most powerful in the game. It does help that my research is up to 187 knowledge per turn, which is absurd. Absolutely absurd. Anyway, we're going to fast forward into the future a bit once I've pretty much picked up the entire world as my vassals. Now you might be thinking, well Spiff, look, having vassals is great, they give you income, they give you money, but that's useless because someone could just come along with an army and defeat them. No they can't, because with Rally the Lieges, I can just simply summon units using the endless gold I have straight to their capital city. These units, they're not bad. It's turn 26 and I can summon tier 4 units. Pretty much 2 of these can just wipe out an entire stack of enemy units because, oh my god, I shouldn't have access to them, but I do. At the same time, I can recruit a near endless quantity of them just because of how many vassals I have. And if that wasn't powerful enough, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to show you something truly broken. Say hello to Blessed Reinforcements, ladies and gentlemen. It is a spell that you can cast as many times per turn as you like, and it just summons 2 tier 3 units to your vassal. Now, this is brilliant because you can have your vassal be at war with someone halfway across the world, and you might think that a player could defeat them. But no, a player can't if you're just continuously handing them high-powered units via magic. Oh yes, perfectly balanced. Anyway, I'm going to fast forward a bit and see where we end up without, of course, settling any more cities. Okay, right, welcome back to what is meant to be the early mid-section of the game. It's turn 44. Okay, we're not even anywhere near the mid-section. This is like late early game, and things have gone completely out of the bloody window, so to speak. I am up to 423 knowledge per turn, which, oh lord, is far too much. This basically means I'm blitzing my way through the entirety of the technology tree, as everything takes 1 to 2 turns to research, which, as you can imagine, is a little bit of an issue when for all of the other players in the game, it's taking them a lot longer. At the same time, I have literally endless quantities of resources, and my units are nigh unstoppable. Yes, we have effectively ascended into godhood, and it generally was as easy as just picking these 2 traits. None of the other AIs on the entire map even have a single vassal, and yet I have picked up a bajillion of them. Here are all of the free cities in the world, of which all of them are vassals of mine, excluding 1, which which is going to be my vassal, next turn. That's right, that's literally how long it takes. One turn and then these bad boys are on board. So what happens when I end my turn? Well, my research goes from 423. We pick up a brand new vassal. That's really cool. The turn moves over and well, bam, it's up to 435. I select myself a new piece of research. Oh, this tier 6 research here looks great. Oh yes, I'll have it in 2 turns time. That's fine. Oh god. Yeah, so this is a little bit of a problem because effectively at this point I could just declare war on any of the AIs and my giant vassal swarm would just systematically endlessly send units towards them, raiding their entire cities into the ground, effectively soft-locking them out of playing the bloody game. It's perfectly balanced, and I'm sure exactly what the developers intended. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It turns out Age of Wonders 4 is a perfectly balanced game with no exploits whatsoever. If you enjoyed what you saw today, then guess what? You can pick up the game yourself. There's a link on down in the description. The game even has multiplayer. Why not grab a copy for your friends and invite them to a multiplayer session where you can use what you've seen in today's video to absolutely decimate that friendship and make them never want to spend time with you ever again. Perfectly balanced. So thank you very much for watching. A huge thank you to all of our lovely patrons, YouTube channel members, and Paradox Interactive themselves for sponsoring today's video. Seriously, thank you very much. And hey, if you sat there wondering what to watch next, look no further than this video on screen now. A hand chosen by myself to be lovely for you. Anyway, goodbye.
Ne. Good enough.
How designer brands keep you poor.
This bag right here costs $300,000.
This is a $300 bag. I've seen the same bag at Target. It's $30.
And not because it's lined with diamonds or was owned by the late Queen
Shame.
Elizabeth, but because this is a Birkin bag.
Just
If you're not familiar already, the Birkin bag
I don't know what a fucking Birkin bag is. I have no idea.
is
It's an
considered
šta neće?
Ne čujem te Kišu, čekaj, da vidim, Martivar.
Ko neće šta?
Skidaš
Šta ti
igru,
se
Amina?
dešava, nije mi jasno.
Ko skida igru? Milan instalira opet igre na kompjuter, šta?
Aha, fant.
Zašto? Ne radi brže. Ja imam instaliran Hunt na M2 disku i dalje radi isto. Nema razlike između M2 i SSD. To ti mogu ja reći.
Ubio sam 3 čovjeka, pokazuje mi da sam ubio samo jednu.
Možda je u pitanju asist?
Ne znam, sad ću da vidim. Ne znam zašto mi nije dao onog lovca, Ilija.
Zašto nemaš slotova?
Ne. Zato što je juče, odnosno prvog je bio do prvog zadnji dan da se završi sve emisije, a ja sam bukvalno mi je falilo po jedna stvar da uradim. Sve sam misije uradio, imao sam 2 aktivne i po jedna stvar, ne znam, jednu aligator traps da uzmem i ne znam šta još.
I?
Ja reku uradio, znaš. Ono kad se pojavilo, vidim kao piše mi 0 od 2. Ja uđem u misije, nema ih, kao više nisu uopšte dostupni. Ja rekao je završio tu misiju. Kurac, bato, ja pogledam danas na internetu, do maja je ko je uradio, ko nije, više nisu dostupne te misije.
Biće drugi put.
Pa, biće, nisam znao da je vremenski ograničeno, ja inače bi žurio.
Jer znaš da je to jedini razlog zašto ja nisam htio da igram taj event. Zato što su dali po mjesec dana da otključaš svakog karaktera. I nisam htio sebe da forsiram da ono...
Jebi ga, trebali su ko zabili story. Koji tu pa ko hoće nek radi.
Ja sam očekivao da će tako biti. A ovako je malo pet.
Ja sam mislio da je tako, to je fora. Šuš ja ono opušteno.
Kad budu imali regularni event koji traje 60 dana ili 90 igraća, to 30 dana da završim nešto, neću uopšte da se trudim.
A ne, okej, nek ubace te emisije, znaš, emisije su ti dostupne, ko hoće da igra do kraja te emisije.
Kad imaš vremena, sedneš, igraš, otključaš sve to.
Jest, tako je, brate.
Ima da se igra, ali ono, imaš vremena, pa sad polako.
Da, neko ko mrzi on neće, šta on neće tu da čačka i zdravo. Bukvalno mi falilo, ne znam, jedna partija je.
Da, pederski.
Stavimo...
A rekao što li da treba sad da izađe update za krag, snajper.
Novi lovac izlazi.
Da, to znam, nego valjda imat ćeš kao nagradu unlock za krag. Optiku.
Svakako ne igram sa snajperom.
Način na koji vi igrate nema veze sa snajperom, tako da...
Ne, ja i kad nosim long gama, ne znam snajper.
Moraš komplet da promeniš način igre, možeš ti da igraš s ekipom koja nosi shotguna da ti se distanciraš od fajta, pa uvijek ćeš biti daleko od saigrača. Poginut će ti saigrač dok ti se distanciraš od neprotivnika.
Da, ti moraš biti na ivici compounda ili van compounda.
Jeste. A ako su ti saigrači sa Winchesterkom i shotgunom, oni su unutar compounda i ti izdaleko od njih išto. Igraš sam. To ili čitava ekipa nosi snajper ili ne nosi.
Plin.
I mean, it's a nice bag, I guess. I mean, sure, it looks okay. But like, why do you like this? Is the thing, bro, is like,
popao sam se na 1.12.
Bro, what are you in a laboratory? You trying to, you doing experiments to find out?
Sad kad bi otvorio novi nalog, mislim da bi bio solidan. Tu negdje 1.20, 1.30 sigurno.
A crocodile skin bag.
Pa da, ne bi bio preko, znaš. To je Nenad uradio.
A Nenad je 0, nešto.
Ne, 1 nešto, ali prvo je bio 5 ili 10. I onda je uzeo igra s Borisom i Milanom
i to je to.
Počelo je po 3-4 puta da gine u toku meča i tako.
Znači, boostali ste ga, jel? A u minus.
Boostali ste u minus, da.
Boostali
ste na statistiku. Džaba je kupovao novi nalog.
Is that way they don't have poor losers running around with their stuff. You don't want to be like Supreme, where like Supreme has these, 90-pound 14-year-olds that are wearing extra large shirts, looks like a dress on them. It's like it makes the brand look bad. Same as Rolex and Ferrari. I don't know about that. I never fucking been to a Rolex. I never been to any of these fucking stores. There was one time I went down to the Domain. The Domain is like the place where fucking
Ajće, fora danas je toplije nego juče, samo što je toplo.
Dobro kako se rekla se zove ta igra? Tako?
A lot of my Hermes items to show that, hey, I'm an Hermes customer, and I'm just not like, because tons of tourists just come and go and never have any Hermes in their life. And the first question I was asked was, do you have an Hermes?
Ono za tineđere.
Odlično igra.
She's acting like she's trying to get, she's trying to apply
to
go to a
Genshin
GDKP
Impact
Overwatch
2, sad su isti developeri izbacili drugu igru.
Tower of Fantasy.
Da.
Tower of
Fantasy. Nije Tower of Fantasy. Kako si rekao Dunja da se zove? Honkai Star Rail. Jesus Maria, to su neki Japanici.
What's your gear score?
My twilling around my neck, I'm a loyal customer, etc.
Većina tih igara imaju sistem da ti kupuješ te boostere sa tim kristalima i čudima sa dodatnom valutom.
It's like they can put it right in your face, and you can't see it. That's herpes? No, that's two different things.
O, stvarno je to tako teško, ti bole leđe.
Yeah, he did.
Damn, to je muka sad.
How is it you put that in the name? They put it right in front of you
Kako ćeš ti sad to?
That's like opening up a meat store and like you're selling cannibal shit, and the store is called like fucking Hannibal's Meat. It's like you put it right in front of somebody, they can't see it, that's their problem.
Imagine if Dick's Sporting Goods did the same thing, and just to buy a basketball, you also had to buy a kayak golf club with some of Dwayne Johnson's Under Armour line. Be ridiculous. And yet that's the reality of buying a Birkin bag. I would argue
for real though, like that's why it's valuable is because you're buying it and having it is like a status. And so people that are losers buy this stuff so they can feel like they're not losers.
Nije jasno imao terminus.
It's exclusive, yeah. If they didn't have this, nobody would give a shit about it. Hermes is relegated. Oh, there it is. Hermes is regarded as the divine trickster, about which the Homeric hymn to Hermes offers the most well-known account. Damn, that's crazy. How the fuck do you, like, they literally put it in the name and people don't want to fucking, like, oh my god. It's an insecure idiot tax, yeah, what the fuck?
It is the physical epitome of manufactured exclusivity.
It's 4,000.
I know.
And there's a waiting list.
I assumed.
What's so fucking funny to me about this is, like, you can tell by, like, the way it's dressed and shit. This movie probably came out in, like, 1996. So, at that time, $4,000 was a lot of money. But now, $4,000 is the starting price. That's the cheapest bag that you can get.
Još malo treba, 35
Thanks, Brandon.
5 years.
Skidam Dungeons and Dragons.
It's not a bag. It's a Birkin.
And yet, despite the many hoops and long wait lists that are associated with this bag, people keep flocking to it. They might save money for years just to buy one bag, which, by the way,
that's why they do it, is because it's exclusive. If it wasn't exclusive, they wouldn't buy it.
You often don't get a say in what kind of color or style of bag you get, but if you want a Birkin bag, you're gonna have to take what they give you. So why is this happening? What is so magical about this bag? Obviously, the answer
makes losers feel like they're not losers. Like it's
Stranđala Emily Rose.
Like,
a to sam gledao, to je od...
That's it. It's literally that simple. There's no other fucking fine print to it. That's it.
Answer is subjective. You could argue it's because the materials they use are super high quality or because it's handmade by artisans. But I think the answer is a little more primal than that. We seek social status from what we wear to where we go to school to the handbags we carry. We want to be perceived as high status, especially.
Don't we
Nemam ni ja megabita.
I don't want people to see me as high status.
Nemaš onih
One of the worst fucking things is people find out what I do. Oh, now they go, oh god. Oh fuck. That's the worst thing.
Ozbiljno šta igra, WoW Classic?
WoW Classic igra.
Pretpostavio sam.
WoW Classic igra s nekom drugom. Onda kad uključiš PvP, onda ti daje valjda na boost puta 2.
Generational marketing has labeled value,
status,
wealth, and some indescribable specialness to design those who buy into the marketing message.
Ima ljudi koji samo to rade.
Da, ali recimo u Lineage, ja kad sam igrao, ti si mogo da napadneš igrača kad god si hteo. Nije bilo ono da li ima uključen PvP ili ne. Ali šta se dešava sad? Ako neko ko je level 60 ubije igrača ko je level 10, na primjer, ubije ga iz udarca, on pocrveni. I ostali igrači kad ga sretnu vide da ima taj kao tu oznaku. I ako ga ubiju, on garantno nešto iz svog inventara dropi. Da li neki štit, da li rukavice, da li ogrlicu.
Znači ako ubijate low level karakter.
Onda ga love, da, onda ga love, u pravu su. Onda ga love. Da. A onda na čime se još sluša. Naprimjer, on je level 60, a nosi armor level 5, naprimjer. Da, i ti sad kad ga sretneš u igrici, ti vidiš taj nosi armor isto koji ti, level 5 ili 10, nebitno je. A on baci magiju i ubije ti zidarca. Ali odmah mu se upali lampica da, ne znam koliko dugo to traje, da li sat vremena. Ne stoji to. I ti, brat, tebi ladnuti iz inventara ili sa tebe, a jednostavno ti ispad naravno. Dropuješ i ovaj pokoj. I nikad više. Da. Pa ti napadni slabijeg igrača. To još uvijek rade ti se.
That's one. In an interesting, accessible way, while also encouraging people to reduce consumption of our planet. Be sure to subscribe and thank you for watching. So first things first, designer brands will keep you poor. Emphasis on keep, because despite the high prices, these brands are living the poor enough.
Absolutely. Rich people spend all kinds of stupid money on shit all the time. Like, people have like private jets and shit like
Ja imam novi avatar. Imam Last Sentinel. To je nešto novo.
Gotcha games, yeah.
Shazam Fury of the Gods. The Artifice Girl. To mi izgleda interesantno.
Targeting the poor.
Steve Jobs is famous for his black turtleneck look, amongst others.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, we had this guy. Yeah, this is soda poppin'. We know him.
Despite his immense wealth, he always kept that same very simple look. No designer logos in sight. And this is the same case for many of the uber rich. Bill and Melinda Gates, Mackenzie Scott, Melanie Perkins. Case for black turtleneck look, amongst others.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, we had this guy. Yeah, this is soda poppin'. We know him.
Things. Despite his immense wealth, he always kept that same very simple look. No designer logos in sight. And this is the same case for many of the uber rich. Bill and Melinda Gates, Mackenzie Scott, Melanie Perkins, Mark Zuckerberg, Whitney Wolfe Herd. These aren't people who are running around in Gucci slides and Versace belts and Louis Vuitton emblazoned outfits. No matter how much I would kill to see Bill Gates dripping in Gucci.
That would be funny. Like that one video, that one picture, that AI picture of the Pope with like that vest and like all that other shit on. That was really fucking funny to see that. Like straight up, like that was really funny. If the Pope came like dripped out and like all the fucking like Vatican shit from like the 1400s that got repossessed from people that originally owned it, but like the church killed all of them. Like just like having all of that shit on. Like straight up coming out there, all the achievements, bro, like the legacy achievements, like the FOMO shit, yeah.
It'd be a look. But why don't we see the uber rich in these designer brands? I think it's because they don't need to prove they're rich. We know.
Actually, there's a little bit of a clarity with this. I think Mark Zuckerberg talked about this. And he said that the reason why he wears the same shit every day is so he doesn't have decision fatigue.
Jesi vidio ovu babu, majke ti, The Phantom of the Catacombs.
Jesam. Moj komentar bio na par kad će Crvenka bude stavio.
Original je baba iz Crvenka, pa svaka čast, jevate. Original, tu kapicu ima u krevetu.
Pitaj, pokaži sinu pa ga pitaj, na što to liči. Znači, kao iz onih Grimovih priča.
Jeste, da. Tom kapicom tako leži u krevetu. Ovo izgleda kao ona baba iz Alo Alo.
Da.
Pa gledao sam, brate, 10 puta. Evo ovakvu kapicu ta baba ima. Gledao isto. Alo Alo. Znači, onda mućke. Volim je ovo 2,5 muškarca, 300, no to repriziraju. Ali alo. Nije, to su ti prijatelji.
Nešto si pomešao.
Prijatelji su ti. To su ti prijatelji da je Jennifer Aniston. Nije ni to loše, ali... Evo ulaziš. Oni se sad tu jebavaju s ovim skinovima umjesto da rade na novoj mapi, na novom bossu.
Nešto... Slušaj, kažem ti da su uzeli samo kad su već ubacili, a niko to nije tražio od njih. Ono animaciju, ne glupe, znaš, ono na kraju kad te ubije pa pokaže ti lovci, kao on pokaže ono kao animaciju. Kao onaj kopa grob, znaš, onaj seljak.
Da.
Mogli su da stave da neki karakter nešto, to se već priča o tome, da nešto i kaže.
Da kaže, da. Tako je.
Šta bi koštalo za koliko imaju 50 lovci u igri da snime po 2-3 linije teksta, razumiješ?
To može vidjeti, ti sad imaš to za promjenu zvuka, to može sve jedan glumac da odradi.
Pa može ako je ono...
Jednog glumca, brate, imaš te audio programe, bukvalno pravi ženski gledeć.
Nek čovjeka plate. Neće im uzeti, neće ih odrati. Budući da im je on isto partner.
U igri. Ja update-o sam ovaj software što imam za slušnicu Steel Series. Tamo u podešavanjima kad imaš da podešavaš 7.1 i te neke synchronizere, padeće menija, na jedno mjesto imaš brdo igara. Samo kliknaš na tu igru i već je sve nametno. Ubacili što i sam.
Oh, and I think that's what designer brands are really selling. They're selling conspicuous consumption, aka the spending luxuries in an attempt to enhance one's prestige. Basically, they're selling you a costume so you can pretend to look rich. Except that isn't typically what rich people actually look like. If anything, designer brands have the opposite effect and make it desperately trying to fit in with the rich.
Da kažem, rečica za te slušalice su kao zašto da budeš kralj kad možeš da budeš bog.
Like they might say that, but the truth is that a lot of people that say that just say that because they want it. You know, they want it, but they don't have it.
It kind of feels like this neon overcompensating. I don't really belong with the wealthy.
Yeah, that's like, bro, you know what a good example of that is? Loud cars. Like, there's like a fucking inverse paradox relationship. That the louder your car is, the dumber you are. And if you have a really loud car, you're a fucking idiot.
We tell when someone is pretending to be rich, when someone is a stereotype or almost like a caricature of a rich person. The brands they wear, perhaps the brands they show on display, when you are trying too hard. And that's usually a big giveaway when someone is just
Vešće kako s tim nemate čovječ na kanalu? Ti radio?
And actually, in a study conducted by the American Affluence Research Center and analyzed by Unity Marketing, more than 300 consumers with a minimum net worth of $800,000 were surveyed. And they found that many wealthy shoppers consider certain...
Well, a minimum net worth of $800,000, that means they own a house in Austin. Like, I'm gonna have to, like, this is, I guess this was like 3 years ago. Bro, it is nuts. Like, I went and I saw the way fucking houses, because I was gonna buy a house. A house nearby. It went on sale. I'm like, oh, bro, I'm gonna buy this like 100%. That shit was $1 million. Oh my god. It's half a house in California.
Luxury brands overrated, including Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Hermes, Prada, and Rolex. When I think about what it means to be rich, I think about the phrase millionaire next door. There are nearly 22 million millionaires in the US, and I bet many of them would never know are millionaires. Chances are one of them might be your next door neighbor. Unassuming, driving a Clio, shopping at Costco and TJ Maxx. They're not trying to be flashy, they're not out buying the most expensive version of everything, because they understand the value of money, the value of frugal, and making spend. Basically, the caricature of the millionaire that we've grown up seeing on TV and now on social media is one that requires $100,000 watches and jet setting and designer brand.
Well, the thing is that the reason why guys have private jets is because they need to go places with that jet to do business. Like, most of the people that have private jets, there's like a functional efficiency reason for this. Like, I've seen interviews with guys, and they're in like a private jet, and this dude is wearing flip-flops and like a hoodie with like sweatpants on. It's not about showing off, you just need to get somewhere.
Outfits, but that's not realistic. It's just flashy. You might say, hey, but all these celebrities and influencers I see, they're always wearing designer.
Yeah, because they're getting fucking paid for that shit. That's why they.
Samo mi reci da li ti gore na onom poklopcu od noža na telu, da li imaš dodatak za crevo?
They get it for free. People pay them to wear
Ja sam se zajebao, ja sam ih uzeo bez toga. Koliko je to lako, otići tamo prikopati crevo, upališ kosilicu i voda, opere i nož i sve. A ja se moram jebavati kad pokosim još 15 minuta da je očistim.
But they send it to people because they want them to wear it.
Bukvalno od gore samo skljotneš i pustiš vodu i upališ kosilicu i ona sama se...
It's that simple. It's free real estate. There you go. It's a hashtag ad.
They're totally
Pogrebem,
rich.
brate,
And you're right.
rukom.
Dua Lipa wears a lot of Versace.
okolo.
Billie Eilish wears a lot of
I ono
Gucci.
što
Kim
ti je
wears a lot of
najvažnije je da
Balenciaga.
kad stisneš sve počistiš odmah posle košenja, ali ako sutradan to se sve
Ma
spori.
da, to odmah automatski.
She's trying to support her husband. Her ex-husband, Kanye. That's why she wore this. Trying to support him. Show solidarity.
Many of us are first exposed to the designer world through our favorite celebrities. But what we don't see
Nije
is that
zapamtilo
behind
na
the
nalogu,
scenes,
brate.
these influencers and celebrities get
Ne bi
sent
trebalo
so
da je
many
to-
free products
Yeah.
from designer
Aha, Ilija.
brands too, because they
Kako?
know that
Ako ja sad odem na drugi računar i ulogujem se na moj nalog, hoće mi opcije biti sa mog naloga ili sa naloga ovoga što je...
Pa treba...
Trebalo bi po nalogu da zapamti opcije.
Ne. Opcije se čuvaju u dokumentima.
Nema veze, ali nalog, brate, tebi sa istim nalogom se
O čemu pričamo? O Hanshodan?
Da.
Ma kaki.
Opcije ti pamti iz dokument folder.
Da, ajde škesi će rekao, dobro. Imaš u ono C, users, Kesic, my documents, games, Steam games. I onda imaš user config negdje.
Ako ne obrišeš fajlove iz dokumenta, onda se čuva i ako obrišeš igru. I opet instaliraš.
Ako si menjao primarni hard disk i reinstalirao sistem. Obično ne želiš da formatiraš sistemski hard, ja upravo ga zbog toga ne formatiram.
Ćemo na njih ili na krematorium.
that it's free marketing if that celebrity or influencer is pictured wearing or holding that item. And some celebrities, like the ones
it's called marketing,
have official ambassadorship partnerships with these designer brands where they're paid to constantly wear their stuff. Because of all this, there's this illusion that designer brand items equate wealth and coolness.
Yeah.
It feeds straight into our
because
cycle.
it gets naive people to do it. Naive people that see that, there you go. And they get excited for it, and it's like, okay, great. Well, this is what all the rich people do. This is what all the cool people do, so I need to do this too. Has money Gucci win? If Gucci sends me a pair of shoes and they're better than the Tetris shoes that Twitch sent me 5 years ago, I will wear the Gucci shoes. I don't care. To be fair, though, I would not wear them to a lot of places because I don't want people to fucking try to talk to me or interact with me because I'm wearing nice clothes. That is the last thing I want to deal with.
Especially one where our peers are rich and famous idols. It preys on insecurity, and unfortunately, the people most vulnerable.
People are so insecure. They are crazy amounts of insecurity. It's sad.
And messaging and insecurity are middle class and lower class folks.
There you go.
I saved change over a year, and I was able to buy the bag of my dreams. So you would be surprised at how much saved.
How I afford luxury tips and tricks to afford your dream bag? Here's a tip. Make more money. You not making enough money to buy the thing you want, make more money. Stop thinking about the bag, think about how to make more money. Because how much you want to bet the people that think all the time about the kind of bag they want are thinking about that, not making more money. That's all they're doing, thinking about a bag. You think about the money, then you get the bag. Literally and metaphorically.
I mean, change can do for you.
This video I found of people waiting in line for Supreme launch was especially interesting to me because I think it nicely juxtaposed these high-ticket items with the low-earning buyers pretty well.
I go to college, so I can't afford the CDG collab. I go to school.
So how do you have money to buy this?
I collect my parents' allowance.
Well, also...
There it is. Mom pays for it. There it is. Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, like dad working in the coal mine comes home, son's wearing a $250 t-shirt that says Supreme on it. So he's gonna drop out of school to be a SoundCloud rapper. is gonna be famous on TikTok.
Showing the allure that just the designer name alone had for these people.
Is it worth it?
Yeah.
Worth every dime. Cause it's Supreme.
Cause of
Duh.
Bro, duh.
Ljudi.
Like, obviously. What do you mean?
Ulaze u compound
No
s te
shit,
strane.
it's Supreme.
Oni su došli
Another thing I
iz
think about is
Slaughterhouse.
this viral story about a woman who took her mom on a Dior shopping spree after her mom was treated poorly at a Dior store. According to the daughter, the mom had been ignored by a Dior sales rep because the mom was dressed poor. Which you'd think, like, if a store was treating my mom that way, we wouldn't go there. How rude. But instead, it kind of had the opposite effect. They went back there and they purchased a lot of stuff. Just looking quickly at some
What a waste of money. What if they were just
Ne vidim ih
busy
sad ih ne
and the mom took it personally? And like, so the store just makes a bunch
Idu
of money
prema
for something that didn't happen.
Dior products online. I know that shopping spree.
That's a $4,000. An earring for $2,800. Is that even yellow gold? Wool and silk. Look at that, bro. It's not even like you don't even get the whole thing.
Neko iz
What is it? Is
Slaughterhouse
the bottom part DLC? For that? Yeah.
Cost multiple thousands of dollars. Like this one Dior bag costs as much as some cars and house down payments. No chump.
Again, I'll live in Austin.
Neko je pogodio strelom.
What's interesting is that this rudeness the mom experienced is an alleged technique designer brands use to boost sales. Sales staff rudeness causes what's known as the pretty
Nije
woman
strela,
effect,
nego je
which is
jebeni
Yeah,
silence.
because you want to be taken seriously. You want people to like you.
Seeing the Julia Roberts movie Pretty Woman, where she goes and buys a ton of luxury goods after being dismissed by one of the sales reps.
Big mistake. Big. Huge.
Sauder marketing professor Darren Dahl.
What, that's crazy. People are that stupid.
Aha, ja sam ga
That's
zapalio.
I can't believe
Ma
that.
Kjela je mrtav čoveč.
How people buy into that? I should make one of these
niko ne
luxury
diže.
stores. This is smart.
Nisi me
I
ispratio,
feel like every
ljudi su
time I
ispred
see
mene.
how dumb people are,
Pa
it
onda
doesn't
nemoj
make
da
me
me
feel bad
dižeš,
for
ljudi su
humanity.
ispred
It
mene.
makes me feel stupid for not taking advantage of it. Fragrance by Zach? Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Who researched this effect explains that designer brand sales reps, quote, can end up having a similar effect to an in-group in high school that others aspire to join. For the study,
That's right, because again, all the people that care about this shit, their mind is still in high school. That's right. That's actually so fucking, that is so eye-opening. Yeah, because that's what they're trying to do. These are people, they're like 36 years old, still trying to fucking overcome the fact that they didn't get asked to homecoming dance in 11th grade.
participants imagined or had
Their peak? Well, it is their peak, and they weren't even that high then either.
Interactions with sales representatives, rude or not. They then rated their feelings about associated brands and their desire to own them. After being treated poorly, participants who expressed an aspiration to be associated with high-end brands reported an increased desire to own the luxury product.
Yep.
Designer brands attempt to hijack our psychological desire to fit in and display status. We want to be seen as the richest person in the room, the richest amongst our friends, the richest person at work. The problem is, there's always going to be someone richer. It's always going to be someone...
somebody that's in a better position that you are. One thing I've learned about people that are in a better position than me, a lot of them, whenever I know more about them, I realize I don't want to be in that fucking position. That sounds really bad. That's awful.
With more money, more bags, more designer things, more whatever. Even Elon Musk, who was the richest man in the world for a while, he's down $200 billion. There's always going to be someone else. And even if he still was at the top, there's a ton of other metrics that he'll never be the top of. Because there's always just going to be someone else. Because that's life. There's always going to be someone with some other superlative that you don't have. And it's really easy to get caught in this cycle of chasing.
And it's also it's also vice versa. Like, there's always going to be things that you have that other people... Well, that reminds me of that Kanye thing. Remember that? Whenever he put, like, the swastika and the Star of David together, it reminds me of that. That's the first thing I think of whenever I see that middle design there.
Pa to su oni bacali na mene.
Yeah, look at that.
Status symbols like designer handbags or luxury cars. But this cycle of chasing will leave or keep.
That's only $270,000.
Like
That's what
designer
it says right here.
handbags or luxury cars.
That's a nice car. This is a $270,000 car. Bro, there are cars like my dad, I think he wanted me to go to the Lamborghini dealership with him, and or like the Ferrari dealership, because there's one in Austin. It's one of those things. I do not want to fucking go to one of those. Yeah, I do not. It's a nice fucking car, right? It's an amazing car, but like he didn't buy it because of the money. He bought it because he liked that car. Get a Tesla? I don't know.
This cycle of chasing will leave or keep most people poor. When you're caught in the cycle, your time isn't your own. It's owned by the drug of buying manufactured status, which is paid for by the hours of your life at a job. The way I think about it is the more designer items you buy, or really anything that you buy, the more of your life you're trading away. Obviously, we have to spend money to survive, but the level of excess that designer brands promote is not essential to live. I argue instead, it actually robs us the chance to truly live. For myself,
well, it's people that spend their whole life, like, I realize this is some fucking crazy shit that people are in, but they are on one with this. People wake up in the morning, and they're pissed off because they didn't get enough sleep. And they drive to work, and the drive sucks, driving a car that they hate. They get to work, they hate their fucking job. They go home, their wife pisses them off, their girlfriend
Na krovu jedan gore, na beloj kući.
They get on the computer, and they watch videos about things that make them mad, and they play video games that they stopped liking 6 years ago. And they stay up late doing that, just to go to bed, to wake up the next day to do the exact same thing. And I wonder, like, why are you alive? What are you doing with your life? Where is the upside here? Is this the beginning of the Matrix? What the fuck are you doing? When is it gonna end?
Na toj kući je bio, pazi.
It's scary.
I think a lot about this is where you're aware of what your personal values and beliefs are, and you try to actively make decisions that align with those values and beliefs. It's the reason I personally don't buy designer goods, because the values don't align with my values, and I think that
I don't buy them because they're expensive.
Ovdje,
like,
gore.
What the hell
Evo ovdje gore.
about a value? Like, I don't give a fuck about the value of the goddamn company.
Evo pingovao sam ti tu gore u kući, u ovome.
Olivia,
Idem.
welcome to my channel.
Probably not that comfortable.
Ovaj bio boss.
Nek bi.
Time and money could be spent better elsewhere. And one of the values
I'm gonna tell you one value right now. You're gonna make YouTube videos. You should get
one of these mics.
Ako ćemo svi zajedno na njega možemo.
This is a better mic, I would say.
Ja nemam healthy više da krenem ni na koga da krenem.
I turned off emojis.
align with mine is that
Neurotic official.
Wastefulness.
This is what Coach's dumpster looks like, and they slash everything up. They slash them up so you can, I guess, resell them or try to return them or something for money. It completely trash their merchandise.
Okay.
Many designer brands are notorious for intentionally destroying their extra product. Coach was called out for it after that video that you just saw, and in 2018, Burberry was called out for incinerating their unsold products.
This is a very widespread practice.
I don't really think this is that big of a deal, personally. It's their stuff, they can do what they want with it. But yeah, I mean, it is a waste. It definitely
Practice throughout the fashion industry. It doesn't just affect luxury houses, it also affects the high street. In fact, we had H&M, you know,
to ubaci ako čubre ovdje.
Of years and years of mass production, and to a certain extent...
Somebody could have eaten that bag. That's true. There's a starving family out there could have eaten that. Bro, that pair of shoes, they could have eaten that. Raw materials aren't infinite. Yeah, but like, all I'm saying is I don't like going down the path of what is and is not acceptable to do with like something that you own legitimately. I think that if you own something, you own the autonomy to decide what you want to do with it.
Moj sniper tam.
Now, somebody can say it's stupid, and it is stupid. But in their perspective, Like, I see where they're coming from. Because if you give this to Salvation Army, and then they got a hobo walking around with a Gucci suit on, people gonna see that, and then they'll want to buy one. So it's like, I get it. I definitely get it. It's like whenever, you know, like wow, where like they make an achievement easy, and then nobody cares about it anymore. I get it.
An industry that is profoundly inefficient.
It's a big problem.
I don't think inefficient is the word. But okay, sure, I get what you're saying.
Which is understandable.
The
because
Feld
it's
rate,
wild to think about products, perfectly good products, being ripped up or burnt simply to keep other people away from it.
That's
very much giving
well, it's not other people, it's poor people away from it. That's what they don't want to deal with. Because they give it to other rich people, it'd be fine. But they don't want to have poor people to have it. Anything like that. That's what
You're
saying this because you sell clothes? Why would we throw away our clothes? Yeah, I don't understand. Why would I throw away? Why would I? What do you think? Buying an OTK hoodie is a status symbol? It's a hoodie to support the war. Like, I mean, maybe at TwitchCon it could be, but besides that, ain't nobody gonna know what the fuck it is. You think you're gonna buy that bald hat that I made? It's a balding statement? That's okay, alright, let's go ahead and move on. Yeah, we don't do that shit. Give us the same shirt, make one of these. I could make you know what I should do? I should make a plain white t-shirt and then sell it for $100.
Poker in the dark
But some
night.
chaos bomb.
But I think this practice nicely captures the combined wastefulness and illusion of scarcity that's
Okay.
Welcome
Welcome to my channel.
Standpoint, the fashion industry is a menace to our planet.
I remember I had this, I'll just tell y'all, Izzy had this friend that took everybody's rent money and she bought a $6,000 Louis Vuitton bag with it. She stole everybody's rent money and just bought this bag with it. That shit was fucking funny to me. Oh my god.
I know that sounds dramatic. It kind of blew my mind to learn about how menace to our planet. And I know that sounds dramatic. It kind of blew my mind to learn about how awful the fashion industry was when I first learned about its impact. But listen to this. This is from a Bloomberg article. The global glut of clothing is an environmental crisis. Quote, fashion accounts for up to 10% of global carbon dioxide output. International flights and shipping combined, according to the United Nations Environment Program. It's the second most...
I think this is a bit deceptive. I don't think this is a very strong point. Because are we talking fashion industry? We're talking textiles because this is counting JCPenney? Or is this just like Versace and Gucci? Because I'm pretty sure they're talking about everything. Not just luxury goods. And like luxury goods, this is like a 1% of a 1%. Like most people are buying dungarees at Walmart. They're buying the Mario movie shirt at Walmart. Cheap goods are 99%, yeah.
Polluting industry behind oil, which is oil, you know. I want to be clear, not all of that waste is from designer brands alone. I actually think the larger culprits are fast.
You know, if I ever got a collaboration, I actually read something, Asmon by Balenciaga. If I ever had a collaboration with them, I would try to make all the clothes that I made with them have as many references to conspiracy theories and Satanism as possible. I would make it to where, like, there were, like, tons of, like, 4chan threads about it, like, trying to dissect it, like, just to make it, just to fucking freak people out. Yeah, the shirt is... Why? Because it'd be fucking funny. That's why.
fashion places like Shein and Uniqlo because they just promote hyper overconsumption and hyper overdisposal and really short trend cycles. And actually, the fashion industry could probably take a few lessons from designer brands in the idea of trying to build things that are going to be more long-lasting and higher quality, so that you're not constantly having to go.
To be fair, most people don't even use these things. They have like a Chanel bag, and then they use the one that comes from Target 90% of the time. That's why they don't get fucked up. Another reason is because they don't use them.
Buying new things. That being said, designer brands don't get away scot-free here. Sure, they might not be following the increasingly short trend cycles of TikTok, where styles go out of fashion within weeks, but designer brands still pump out new trends throughout the seasons, effectively adding to the culture of overconsumption as people try to follow the latest styles. This type of overconsumption not only hurts our planet, but also our wallets. If you want to hear more about that topic, be sure to check out my other video, How Consumerism Ruins Our Planet and Finances.
Stop buying
Beyond fueling
like
overconsumption, the materials that luxury brands use have a major impact. You've got some brands using animal parts like skins and teeth to create their products, which raise...
Well, leave him alone. Just let him sit there. Don't leave him alone. He doesn't... Now, I will say also... This is I don't give a fuck if people want to go kill an animal to make it into a bag. Hey, that's fine with me. But just don't kill too many of them, because then it's like it's gonna mess up the environment and shit. There's a limit. Yeah, there's a limit. Especially, I mean, this is like a rare spawn. Like, bro, don't kill the rare spawn. This is, you know what it's like? It's like somebody that goes and they kill one of the rare spawn hunter pets in WoW instead of taming it. It's just fucked up to do that. It's a shiny, yeah. It drops a rare transmog? Yeah. Yeah, but like, I mean, at least let him live his life for the most of it, you know? People can enjoy the animal.
Their own ethical questions. And you've also got the environmental impact of creating the raw materials used for the product. Things like cotton growing, cattle farming, mining, all of these are incredibly energy intensive.
Very true, but there's fucking Gucci shit, Balenciaga, fucking Louis Vuitton, like this is like 1% of that, probably less than that. Like, let's contextualize this. It's really not because of that specifically.
With Kering, the company that owns Gucci and YSL, finding that 75% of its environmental impact was from raw material production and processing alone. Now, I know those are a lot of facts and figures about environmental impact, and you might be like, hey, this video is supposed to be about money and how these brands keep me poor. But I think that wastefulness is an inherent part of the conversation, because there is a link between climate change and poverty. And the worse that climate change gets, the worse the divide between the rich and poor gets. Speaking of rich and poor, let's talk about the opportunity cost of buying designer brands. AKA, how rich could you be if you didn't buy designer items?
It's true. I don't know if it's true or not. Like,
Nisam čitao, Vladimir Pejić imaš emisiju, testirao je SSD.
Nema razlike. Između SSD i M2 u realnom radu nemaš razlike.
Nego rekao je kao da i 980 ima problema s tim firmware, kako se zove, da ne preporučuje se da se updatuje firmware.
Ima, to ti ja mogu reći.
Taj najbolji kad se prida.
Taj s kojim ga kupiš, s kojim radi, to
je to.
To ti ja kažem. Ne moraš slušaš njega, slušaj mene. Doduše da se nije updateo firmware i da ga nije zaključao sam, ne bi uzan ovaj M2 od 2 terabajta, tako da.
Literally unreal. Welcome to my channel.
Pola godine.
Kingston.
Ja mislim Kingston. Ne. Samsung za Bogu.
They're wearing masks like it was COVID 10 years ago. You're going to tell me that in every other circumstance, small scale pollution can exist. But the idea that
opet je uzeo do 2, bio je, kaže, jeftiniji.
Pa bi jeftiniji. boy.
Ej, jebote. Teraj ih. Ne možeš prići compoundu, jebote. Evo ovdje trade. Levering ako nekom treba.
Ja ću praviti pauzu poslije ove faze i starove ko će.
Znaš da se oni Milan ne slažu baš po taktici. Ne sluša ga stari.
Ne mogu ja po ovakvom danu biti za kompjuter, nema šanse.
Sunce.
Fantastično. Fantastično. Napolje je fantastično, za razliku od kuće.
Samsung 980 Pro. 1 terabajt. Nije 2. Zaboravio sam ja. Ne Kingston. Definitivno ne Kingston.
Da, ja imam Samsung 970 Evo Plus.
Imam imam 2 SSD-a. Samo da vidim. Da, 2 SSD-a. Jedan od 500, drugi od 500 i jedan M2 od terabajt. Vidite ti to. U principu.
Strela je.
Not exist is insane. Absolutely fucking not. Are they right about the scale of it? I don't know. But I think to write it off is silly. It's illogical.
Let's crunch some numbers.
How much money would you have?
A popular defense of let's crunch some numbers.
If you didn't buy designer, okay.
A popular defense of buying designer items is that they're investment pieces. For some, that means that they'll last a long time rather than just being thrown away within the year.
Probably because you're holding on to it, man. Talk about shit that lasts a long time. I'll let y'all know one thing. Let's see what I got right here. This monitor y'all are on, like right here. See that's you guys right here. You guys got. I had this monitor in 2010. I got this
imam flash, samo reci gdje su.
Can I show you guys right there? Yeah, those lights.
Ne znam gdje
su. At Sam's Club. My mom bought this for me. I was like 16 years old, 15 years old. 2005. This desk was 2017. That desk was 2004. That chair is 2004. That futon I got the side of the road. It's probably from the 90s. Like, if you don't fuck shit up, it's gonna last. Like, oh, I got one right here. Take a look at this. Talk about some shit. What about a Gucci blanket, bro? Fuck that Gucci blanket shit. We got a. This is a Legend of Zelda.
Ovo kad mi ne uzme ništa, brate, ovaj bug, jebeni.
Let's see if I can find this. Y'all can see it here. Where we at? Legend of Zelda This is a blanket literally from the 90s, man. Like, I've had this my whole life. And you know what? It smells like shit. But I just put it in the washer and it'll be fine.
Yes.
That's my blanket. Oh. Am I screaming for the end? Yeah, the end ain't coming because that's mine. Well, Joe's having that blanket and anything else, bro. I got a lot of really cool stuff, man. I got so much cool stuff downstairs. So yeah, see an ultraviolet light, please. Nah, bro, like your eye, you go blind from how bright it would be. But yeah.
Yes.
The chair looks like it lasts a long time. Brenda's that? Oh, the Razer chair? Yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah, this chair lasts a while, huh? Damn. But no, I mean, like, I think most things, you take care of them, you don't fuck them around, and it's gonna be fine. Like, I have a car. It's a 2001 Mustang. And it's good. It's a nice car. I'm not looking to get a new car, it's great. Probably have stains from 2005 in your room. Bro, I got a cup from Wendy's from 2005 in my room.
True, but I would argue you don't have to spend designer brand prices to get something that's higher quality. There's a lot of other options out there that are a little more affordable. But the other way that people...
That's silly, because like you buy something that's expensive last 10 years, but you spend 10 times as much on it. But you can buy a piece of shit once every 2 years that's like 1/10 the price. So if you're trying to min-max, it's actually better to buy a piece of shit every once in a while than buy a really good thing once.
Gore.
Like after, look at this shirt for example. Like this shirt came out of a pack of 6 shirts just like this shirt. Is this a nice shirt? Nah, bro. But whenever I'm done with this shirt and it gets torn up, it's like, who gives a fuck? And just get another one. Who cares? It's freedom, man. Not be attached to bullshit.
I mean, investment piece is literally as an investment. It's something that they can buy one day and then resell later on and make a profit from. This is a very popular argument for our
bro, you only get that like for cars. People do this. They think this for cars. Bro, you have to be dropping probably 400 to 600 minimum, 400,000 on a car for it to appreciate in value. And then on top of that, you have to keep it in tip-top condition. You have to like not drive it around all the time. Bro, yeah, right. Like we're in a weird situation. So this is not true. Like we're in a weird situation we have been recently with cars because of that whole chip shortage thing and a couple of other things. Sure. But like that's a
slag, ljudi, morate mi to reći.
That's like a secondary variable. That's got nothing to do with it.
The Birkin bag.
I have been collecting these bags for a minute. They're also a great investment.
According to Time magazine in 2016, quote, the Birkin bag outpaced both the stock market and the price of gold in the last 35 years, a time period chosen to reflect the date when Birkin bags were first produced in 1981.
Okay.
They say that the annual return on a Birkin was 14.2% compared to the S&P average of 8.7% a year and gold's negative 1.5%. But there's a few problems with this logic. First being, like we mentioned at the beginning of the video, the price tag on the Birkin bag is not the only thing that you're going to be paying. You have to have a purchasing history with Hermes, so you have to include that in what you're investing. And since you're using this as an investment piece, you're probably going to want to take insurance out on it. That's going to cost you
Bro, you get insurance on a bag? The only reason I have car insurance is because the fucking state tells me I need it. Insurance on a bag? Like, oh my god. I have insurance on my watches? You know you have a clock on your phone, right? Like, you know that, right? Have you looked at it before?
Penny as well. It's weird to think about how fragile an investment something like a Birkin bag or a designer product is, especially when you compare it to more traditional investment like stocks. Like spill your coffee in it, have your dog get a little too curious, and suddenly you have lost thousands of dollars.
Exactly. Because the true freedom, like true wealth is freedom in my opinion. And the freedom to not give a fuck is the best thing ever. To like, oh, something gets messed up? Fuck it. Throw it away, get something else. Who cares? God, that feels fucking good. Never worry about shit like that. That is the only thing I like, man. Yeah, never want to worry about any of that bullshit. You can use a watch as a compass. Do you have Google Maps? I tell you one thing, is a compass is not going to be on top of a satellite. You ever seen Google Maps? You got some crazy shit on these phones nowadays, man. Hey, look. They can do some crazy stuff.
Resale value? Can't say that ever happens to me with my stock portfolio. So before we end, I thought it'd be really interesting to crunch some numbers to see how rich you could be if you didn't buy a designer bag and you instead invested in something like a low-cost index fund, which is so let's say you have $3,500 in disposable income, which is the money that you have left over after taxes and paying essentials. In choice A, you decide to splurge on a $3,500.
Well, we have a choice. Like, what about choice Bored Ape Yacht Club? I hope we have this one included because, like, I mean, obviously you can't just, yeah, I mean, let's go. Like, where's a Bored Ape Yacht Club? Like, you gotta probably be a billionaire by now.
Designer bag like this one from Louis Vuitton. In choice B, you decide to buy a nice quality purse from somewhere like TJ Maxx and you put the remaining $3,450 in a brokerage account that invests. Now jump in 10 years ahead. Let's say that you can sell that Louis Vuitton bag for $3,500. I'm putting that in there because I don't feel like it's a level where you could sell it for more.
Pokušava da razradi neku strategiju da bi, recimo, možda ti Makiću nisi tome mislio, ali recimo, ako ste mu rekli da neko ima shotgun, trebali ste da mu kažete da ima shotgun sa slagom. Moraš odmah drugačije malo da igraš.
Ima i onaj alemat.
Alemat?
Ali onaj predužen.
Alemat sa slagovima.
Onaj, brate.
Da, alemat karabin.
Taj.
Sa slag municijom.
Jes.
Pa to do 30 metara ubije. 25-30 metara. Iz metka.
Only like specific ones, and usually the ones that appreciate in value are the super fucking expensive ones. It's not like just the run-of-the-mill ones sell for a lot and they resale high. It's only the shinies. Yeah, it's only the rare spawn bags where they only made. So these bags were made basically, you know, Balenciaga paid Blackwater to go into a endangered species fucking encampment in a fucking impoverished African nation and kill all of the white tigers. And so each of these bags is worth like $500,000. And yes, maybe that one will make more money, but all of the other ones will not. Like your $4,000 fucking bottom of the barrel Gucci bag is not going to sell for more money. It's just not. Like it doesn't go that way. It's only the expensive ones.
Koji koristiš ovaj program za čišćenje?
Čega misliš ovoga otpada iz
brauzera? Kao CC Cleaner, tako nešto slično.
Pa CC Cleaner, ali ređe. Samo recimo mu stavim da očisti recimo ponekad registar, ponekad. I ono imaš da ti očisti cache, ali... CC Cleaner koristim recimo da instaliram programe, ako hoću da ih regularno instaliram.
We're gonna be generous and say you were able to sell it for
Yeah, so everybody, this is a wear and tear. Think about this fucking shit. People talk about, oh, this is how much it's going to be if it's PSA 10. Bro, Miz sent that shit in, and he opened that straight out the box. And it was a PSA 8.5 or a PSA 9. Getting a PSA 10 is hard. Because it's RNG.
Exactly.
It's rigged, yeah.
But you bought it. Profit being $0. Looking at
There you
Choice
go.
B though, and using the S&P 500's historical average of 11.8% growth, your $3,450 has now become $10,525. That's a $7,075 increase. If you're paid the national average of $28.10 an hour and you work 40 hours a week, that growth equals 6.5.
Wait, the average is $28? That's the average, not the median. That's not the median, right? Like, there's no fucking shot that half of the jobs in the U.S. pay more than $28. That's a no-shot situation. Like, that's getting inflated like a motherfucker by like some a lawyer that's charging $2,000 an hour. There's no way. If that's average, I'm getting scammed. Yeah.
Weeks of your working life. That's a month and a half earlier that you could retire and live the life of your dreams. And if Choice A continues to buy designer products throughout their life, the gap between their life and the wealth they could be building is going to continue to grow. And look,
yeah, but this girl is stupid because she forgot the most important thing. These girls are not going to be able to post a picture on Instagram that gets 40 likes from people that don't like them, secretly don't like them on their Instagram profile. So she just totally forgot about that whole factor. Yeah, they're not going to get 40 likes on Instagram for a picture of a stupid fucking bag.
for some people, that might be totally worth it, and that's fine.
Yeah.
The social signaling and the enjoyment that they get from having designer products might be worth more than that extra time.
Oh, I agree. If you like buying designer shit, buy it. The thing is, this is what I said before, right? It's like, you got one life to live. Don't let some girl on the internet, some fucking baldy on the internet tell you what to do with your money. If you want to buy Gucci and you want to buy Supreme, you want to look fresh to death, you want to be dripped out, do it. If it makes you happy. Never let anybody tell you that you can't do what makes you happy, unless it's illegal. And even some of those are probably fine, laws. But most of those probably not that good. Other than that, let people do whatever they want to do. Yeah, but make sure that it makes you actually happy.
Working or building up wealth. Despite all my personal opinions, people can and will choose what they want to spend their time and money on. But what I hope this thought experiment and this video overall can do is to help us think a little bit differently about designer brands and how we spend our money. Money is time, and I think it's always a good idea to reflect on how we are spending both. So what do you think? Have you bought designer before, and did you feel like it was worth the high price tag or not really? Let me know what you think in the comments below. I'd be really curious to hear. And also let me know if you have a topic that you'd like me to cover next. If you want to see more, be sure to check out my other video essays like this one on influencer culture or this one on the stay-at-home girlfriend trend. Thank you so much for
Yes. Nije stvar u tome ko ima više para, nego ko troši više. Šta ti vredi kad imaš pare kad ih niko ne vidi?
Pa kad se Nenad raseče.
Ali to ide protiv psihologije da ne trošiš pare. Jer ako želiš da imaš mnogo para, onda ne treba da trošiš pare, treba da ih gomilaš. A ako ih stalno trošiš, onda nećeš imati. Čime da se hvališ da imaš. Zanimljivo. Da.
Vidiš, ima tu neke logike. Šta se radi?
Nešto.
Tempo se ništa ne radi.
Mislim, interesantno kako svaki put kad ti dođeš, raspadne se društvo za Hunt. Reklo bi se kao da te neko izbjegava.
Pa je majko, ja.
Nije da ja sad tu pobunjujem narodne mase ili tako nešto, ali zanimljivo.
Ti veliki znalac, u čemu je razlika između Mortal Kombat 11 i Mortal Kombat 11 Ultimatum?
Ima više tih DLC-eva, verovatno.
Verovatno imaš te nove likove, to.
A ne imam ništa, no, prazno, imam na Game Passu sam.
A ne znam.
I pola mi je...
To već ne znam, sad već pitaš previše.
Mora biti skinove da imaš neke ili likove.
Karakter.
Koja je razlika u ceni?
Ma na Game Passu je...
Ima sve.
Mortal Kombat 11 Ultimate Edition includes Combat Pack 1, Combat Pack 2 i Aftermath. To bi trebalo, a zašto ja to...
Ne,
zašto su meni za Afrikan? Možda sam trebao da skinem i one story modove i ono govna.
Možda.
Ja sam skinuo samo igru, a ima još 50-60 GB nekih gluposti. Ima story i story 4K.
Ne znam.
Ne znam da nisu oni u storiju možda jeli u mastera.
Možda je duža kampanja. U ovom trenutku samo nagađam, ne znam šta je istina. Ti završio onaj Red Dead?
Naravno da nisam.
A znam da nisi, nisam nije. Igro pa stao.
Držalo me jedno vreme, čekam sad opet malo da me stigne pa uinstaliram. Brate mili, nikad preći.
Da, neke stvari su malo naporne.
Možda dar, ja.
A mislim, kad imaš baš akcione misije gdje recimo pljačkaš kočije ili... Ne znam, treba korumpiranog političara da recimo prebaciš s jedne tačke na drugu ili tako neke stvari koje su malo više akcione, a imaš misije da on se šeta i priča s ljudima. Ili ukradi ovci i odnesi ih u grad. To je jedina vajda od toga što dobiješ onaj rolling block rifle, to ti je u suštini kao snajper, i što imaš onu pucnjavu na kraju misije i to je to. Eto, a čitava misija je napad. Kaže Makić da su ga skamovali za skin. Da je bio zadnji dan i da nije pokupio onoga lovca.
Bukvalno mi je falilo, kažem ti da jedno zadnje 2 misije sam radio. Mislim da mi je ostala jedna Gate of Traps i mislim da mi je bilo da nanesem, bukvalno je falilo 100 HP-a da nanesem eksplozivnom municijom bossu. To mi je ostalo. A pošto Milan uvijek baca onaj sticky ili nešto, mislim ja sam račun to je rešio. I meni kad je to nestalo, ja sam mislio da smo rešili, razumiješ? Da sam rešio.
Da.
Ja vidim zaključani lovac i dalje. Ja malo izgooglam, dokuca brate, do 1. maja. To si uradio, uradio.
Za kasnije si znači. Ja sam zato prestao da igram onaj Modern Warfare. Počeli su bili da izbacuju sezone svakih mjesec i po 2, zaborio sam. To treba da sediš i da igraš.
A kažem ti, 24 sata.
Ili da kupiš onaj booster za 10 evra 15 za sezonu, season pass.
Pa, to je njima poenta.
On ti daje 100-200% više XP-a i onda pređeš event. A pošto ja neću da sedim, razumeš, ko da nisam normalno, ima pametnija posla u životu. Ne treba. To ti zovu, čitao sam o tome fenomenu, to ti je najnovija politika ovih dizajnera i industriji zabave igara. Strah od propuštenog, da nešto kao nemaš što svi drugi imaju. Ili oni to zovu skraćeno FOMO, Fear of Missing Out. To ti je svaka recimo sezona u Huntu ti daje recimo unikatni onaj skin. Naprimjer onaj kako se zove, imaš onaj Nagant Officer, košta 1000 Blood Bonda. Svake zime možeš da ga kupiš, ali ako ga ne kupiš te zime, tek za 8 mjeseci možeš opet, ako igra uopšte bude aktualno, možeš da ga ključaš ako baš hoćeš, pre toga ne možeš. Isto tako taj World of Reptilian, bit će to verovatno, ali kasnije. Isto kao što je bio Billy Story, razumeš. Biće ti taj Reptilian, ali ili će biti neki...
Ma dobro, imam ih, brate, skoro sve. Nemam jedino otkad su uveli ove, da ne može da se plaća, da se dopunjuje, od tad nemam, inače sam ja svaki taj kupio. Dva sam dobio.
Na one
jedan
tribute.
Sam dobio, da. Na tribut sam dobio Megamorna, a jedan sam dobio na onaj Black Market.
Da.
Sam ga za 400.
Da, to ti da na popust, to i nekako.
Yes.
To i nekako, a ostalo... Mornar Popaj.
Vidiš ti da gledam neki film ljudi. Prvo s posla.
Voli se posla?
A ja ona tu je. Molim.
Watching, be sure to like and subscribe to please the algorithm lords, and I will see you guys next time. Bye.
I will say that, you know, like I'm very much a traditionalist guy. I have no problem with a stay-at-home girlfriend, stay-at-home wife. That's what I would expect to do. If I had a girlfriend or a wife, she was having kids with her, obviously she could stay home. If she wanted to, I wouldn't be like, you know, wouldn't lock her in the house, right? But like that would be a lifestyle that I think is probably good, right? I mean, I think that's just, you know, my mom was home a lot. She had a lot of time to spend with not just me, but you know, Cody, Jeff, Zach, Cameron, Lowell, AJ, fucking everybody, Sean, Dylan, other fucking AJ, like all of us, like, right? And so like we grew up like that, and it was great. We were so lucky to have her.
Harbinger X. Welcome to my channel.
Привет.
Eroberung, das macht mich sowieso, nee, Durchbruch, das macht mich eh wütend. Drei von 6 Zielordensbänder. Mit dem Wiederbelebung wird eh nicht gehen. Scoreboard ist the scoreboard was there before, Snake.
vidim, Nenad ti poslao neke slike tamo.
Okay. I don't remember. Wolfi, war das Scoreboard vorher gar nicht drin? Doch, oder? Es war doch...
Da hatten wir ja gar keinen. Da
hatten wir gar keinen. Okay. Yeah, you're right, Snake, you're right.
Aber Scoreboard ist jetzt auch schon ein Weilchen drin.
Ja.
Ich weiß gar nicht, welches Update das war.
Oh, ruckelt das. Entschuldigung, Chat. Beep, boop, beep. Okay. Hey, Steve. We don't want people to feel bad when they underperform, when they hit scoreboard button. Yeah, okay. So, I wish they will bring the ping in the scoreboard. Yeah, you don't make lots of kills in this game. It's impossible. Ach komm, ich hab ihn gerettet.
Jeste ljudi što se radi?
Gdje sam zaštio?
Yeah. I think it's a chaotic factor. I don't know, it's too much trouble. I think the guy on phase 1 that's
Ko zna?
enough kills. So it's strong and
Immer wisch.
ja.
Noch wisch.
Tatsächlich kannst du halt, glaube ich, wirklich gar nicht so viele Kills machen, es sei denn, du
Ne vidi se lepo, ima više.
Und spielst halt den ganzen Tag nichts anderes, hast zusätzlich noch Auto-Aim an der Playstation mit dran. Sometimes the hits also don't connect.
Ne, da je 15. Imam 250 dinara. To sam prodao tvoju antenu. Da.
Yeah, hand style, but I think hand is... The performance in hand is better.
Nee, das wollen wir nicht. Ja, nicht wollen. Nicht wollen.
Hä? Ich hab doch hier drauf gedrückt und nicht auf... Yes.
Die Mauer.
And it's difficult to play a weapon like this, so... If you don't get the hit, you're dead.
To, ne kupiš, znači, kraj priče.
Time to kill us. Too high or too short, I don't know.
Ovo su ti neki rambovi.
Seko, nisam čuo. Yeah. Carlos Destroyer.
Pussy Destroyer.
Unajde. Jebote, ova je široka je koliko sve ove tri zajedno, znaš?
Pa dobro. Nisu doveli tamo da diže tegove, nego da da svoje mišljenje.
Da vidim. Ajde, ova prva sa leve strane, ova druga može da se... Ovu kemaču beže tu tamo u obojnik se to...
Ti razmišljaš o tome da bi šta trebalo raniti?
A ovu kemaču tamo za Nikoljan da se kolje. Po Nikoljanu. I ova skroz desno. Kad nema ništa može proći.
Fino kad tako sudiš o nekome prema fotografiji. Možda ima kvarnu dušu.
Ich tanze.
Šta mene briga kakve su im duše, ću samo da ih...
Izvoli. Znači šta kažeš?
Da će biti kuć.
Nisam siguran da ćete dovesti plitka telesna zadovoljstva. Negdje oči sam siguran da je. Ako tražiš veze za jednu noć, to ćeš je dobiti vjerojatno.
Joj! Ti znaš ko je super riđa? Super riđa.
To je ona iz zelenog zuba.
Super riđa.
Ne.
Pitam da li znaš šta je super riđa? Da li je moguće da ti ne znaš šta je super riđa? Super riđa. Super riđa. Žari. Žuri.
Okay, habe ich jetzt eingepackt hier? Ja, ich habe eingepackt.
Oder wieder ne?
Dann kann ich eingepackt.
Neki uploadovi su bili zvan. To je ja.
verteidigen halten. Ich hab's gerade erobert.
Teže čitav život prođe spavajući.
Ja, die Panzerbüchse. Nee. Ich glaube, die heißt sogar auf Englisch so. Oh. Büchse. Schreiben nach Gehör wäre es aber anders, ne? Dann würde ich das mit K schreiben. Vielleicht noch einen Pfeffer reinballern? Büchse. Ach, Kollege. Muss das sein?
Sorry.
Haben wir gewonnen? Ja, ne? Wer ist tatsächlich? Oder gibt es nur diese Map dann? Ich muss halt noch.
Entweder das fertige Feld mit dieser Map genommen, die noch drin ist, oder es hat hier diese Standard-Seitenwechsel.
Wie viele Kekse hast du im Mund?
Einen halben.
Ah. Uff.
Warte. Irgendwann muss man ja frühstücken.
Mhm. Oh. Oh, ich darf da gar nicht hin. Wow.
Ja, ist klar.
Okay.
Die ganzen Magazine aufliegen, sind auch bei Treffer dabei gewesen, aber es gab nicht einen Hitmarker.
Hey, ja, voll normal.
Ja, das ist ja die Regel.
Koliko treba da uđe u tebi? O Bože, sačuvaj. Što ima se? Ja sam kao mali odvek htio da imam najbolje pantalone ili najskuplje patike. Verovatno.
Ich komme trotzdem ganz gut voran mit dem NTW. Yes. Sniper in this game are really shitty. And you only have to spray, and then you get your... Then you get your kill. Yeah, and sometimes you are on the body or on the head, but nothing happened.
A klavir u zatvoru?
Ne mašinku, nego violinu, muzički instrument.
Boah, ich sehe den nicht. Zu klein. Den zweiten, ne? Ich konnte nicht reagieren.
Dalje mi niste izgovorili, svirao violin.
ist gerade über ihn drüber gegangen. Ach, ein Bolte. Yeah, but really close combat. No slugs. I don't like the armor.
Ja.
Hand.
Da.
Zašto Renfield?
Znam.
Let's accept around. Okay, left in game for balance. Oof. Und schon wieder über einen. Ein Ziel-Ordensbandgedöns brauche ich jetzt hier noch in Durchbruch. Wie du?
Also bevor die Runde angefangen habe, habe ich erst einen gehabt. Also ich mache das dann irgendwann später irgendwann.
Okay.
Das ist ja eh nur so eine Aufgabe, mit der man noch ein paar Wochen Zeit hat.
Ja.
Und nicht mehr machen. Das fehlt jetzt auch nicht mehr zum T1.
Da wollte ich gar nicht mitreden mit T1.
48 Euro.
Das ist frech, dass in der ersten Season, die habe ich am längsten gespielt, zeitmäßig, questmäßig, alles. Und da war einfach dieser Bug drin, dass es einfach irgendwann stuck war. Oh no!
In der zweiten Season war auch noch der Bug.
Nee, da habe ich ein paar Punkte mehr. Da bin ich höher.
Ja, aber da hing es trotzdem ab und zu zwischendurch mal. Ich glaube, erst auf der dritten hat es dann wirklich richtig funktioniert. Keiner.
Ich habe mir einfach angeguckt. snipers. One shot. To the body or to the head? Nein, nicht die Oma. Warum denn nicht? Die ist doch schick. Anyway, okay. Yeah, this is the only sniper. Which one hits everything? He hits the body. I don't know the meters.
So bis 100 Meter kannst du locker alles one-hitten. Glaube ich.
Yeah, I think so, Snake. And the others, you have to hit the head to kill with one shot. Gut, die Dings wird auch abgefangen. Was auch immer das jetzt war. Irgendwelche Zielsorgen. So, I hit the body. We can look. 100 Meter, yeah. And he survived, yes. Oh no!
Yes. Take care.
Puh. Also Chat, ich glaube, wir können mich diesen Monat dann wirklich vollständig wegschmeißen. Ich werde wahrscheinlich sehr müde sein.
Level 80.
140.
Level 80.
Richtig beschissene Dienste bekommen. Kompletten Monat, nicht ein Wochenende. Oh, jetzt gibt's Ärger noch. Jetzt gibt's Ärger. teeth.
And, you know, like, that's the way I see it. So I got no problem with that if, you know, a girl wanted to work or whatever. But, you know, I'm very much a traditionalist kind of guy. And, you know, I think stay-at-home wife, stay-at-home girlfriend's totally fine. But, you know, people might not look at it that way. It's all about consent. That's what it's about. It's about consent. But either way, as I'm turning to Greek, bro, you think I'm gonna let her cook me up a fish? You think I'm gonna let her cook me up a fish when there's steak in the world? No, I don't want to catch a fish. I catch a fish, maybe throw it back in the water. It could be fun to do, but I ain't gonna eat it. No. So yeah. Anyway, this is a great video. I really like this video. I'm gonna subscribe to her. Maybe watch another one of these. This is good. I was actually impressed by how good this was. I think there were a couple of the things, like with the textile industry.
Ne? Grila sam supu I ima pire I krletina. Dobro.
necessarily have to do with luxury brands. Luxury brands are like 0.1% of that. But, you know, I mean, I think they're all wasteful to an extent. Yeah, swordfish, you gotta try it. Why? What if I get hurt? It's literally in the name. It's a swordfish. Why would I eat a sword? Once my sister told me when you're buying something, you're not spending money, you're spending time, and all the time it takes you to work to earn that amount. Yeah, true. A better option would be buy a bag from a local craftsman. It supports the community, and you can directly trace its origin, one of a kind, not to mention it will cost a lot less. Yeah, but can you post a picture of that on Instagram? This guy has no idea what he's talking about. It's dangerous to think that you're immune from FOMO just because you don't like designer brands. There's always something else that'll grab you and give you that feeling. There's nothing wrong with being involved with FOMO. FOMO is fine. The problem is the emptiness that it creates. So, like, if you buy a Supreme shirt and you're actually happy, then I think it's fine. So, like, I'll give you an example, right? So, like, I played World of Warcraft a long time. I put like, probably $35,000 into that game. Right, I was going to say how many days, but, like, I put 35,000 hours into that game. Let's say half of that's AFK, because it probably was. But let's say 20,000 wasn't, somewhere around there. I don't think I wasted a single hour, because I was doing something that I enjoyed, and it made me happy. That's it. I don't regret that for a second. I had so much fun playing games like this. It was great. It was so fucking fun. Oh, being delusional? You literally can't, like, this is a perspective, this is a subjective evaluation. Let's see here, my dad really falls for the whole salesperson treating you poor technique. Oh my god, that is so weird. What you said about Pretty Woman effect is so true. Yeah, people that want to prove it to everybody else. God, man, if you gotta prove something to the world's already won. That's what I think. I was in depth with designer stuff 2015, 2016, and then just completely stopped because it was pointless. Yeah, it's a bit of that, right? Yeah, true. If the salesperson is deliberately rude, I'm leaving. Well, I've had salespeople, like, be rude to me, and, like, I don't really care because, like, I just look at this is like a vendor. You know, it's like King's Honor, friend. If they say, fuck you, I'm busy, it's like, okay, so, you know, can I still buy something? No, like, I don't really care. It's like an NPC. I don't care what you tell me. Like, there was, like, one time some guy, like, yelled at me because I was putting in my card too early, and, like, everybody freaked out about it, and, like, the person who came over, I didn't even realize that it was a problem. I didn't even realize. I was like, what are y'all doing? Is my prescription ready? No? Okay, well, yeah. I mean, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's like, I don't... What do you... Why would I give a fuck?
These are the diaries of Lieutenant Friedrich Zander. He was born on the 31st of August 1916 in Graudenz, then a small merchant town in German West Prussia, on the shores of the Vistula River, and which is today located in north-central Poland. Zander was apprenticed to a merchant in Osnabrück in northwest Germany, but like many his age, he would go on to spend 6 months in the Reich's labor service before the start of his military training in early November 1937. Volunteering for service in the Wehrmacht as a signalsman or radio operator in a panzer regiment, he rose through the ranks quickly, becoming an Unteroffizier at the end of 1938, conducted training as a tank commander in the following year, and was commissioned as an officer in 1940. He saw no frontline service in Poland and France, and spent the years of 1939 and 1940 training troops for the Regimental Replacement Battalion. During his service on the Eastern Front, he was decorated with both classes of Iron Cross, the German Cross in gold and the Tank Destruction Badge. His frontline service ended in December 1942, just outside of Stalingrad, when he was wounded during an attack intended to relieve the encircled troops of Paulus's 6th Army. But by the summer of 1941, he was just 24 years old and the commander of a platoon of Panzer 35Ts. By June of that year, he would become one of the 3 million troops who would march into the Soviet Union as part of Operation Barbarossa, the largest military invasion in history, in which Panzer Regiment 11 would fight as part of 6th Panzer Division in Army Group North. It is through his words that we will see the reality of the unchanging and unforgiving nature of war on the Eastern Front.
June 1941. In the morning at 9:30 a.m., the company stood assembled on the parking square, ready to leave. Behind the fence of the schoolyard on which the vehicles have been standing for the last 3 months, a dense crowd of people has assembled. Many school children among them had been given a day off just to see us go. The Spieß makes his report, and then the boss arrives, not too early like he usually is on exercises, and I report to Oberleutnant Bethke. The boss then briefly addresses the company, whereupon we are dismissed and mount our vehicles. And then our trusty old LT Skoda 35T are rolling again. The old buckets perform admirably.
In September 1939, the Germans launched their attack on Poland. In response to this act of German aggression, Great Britain and France declared war on Nazi Germany. The Second World War had begun. On the 17th of September 1939, the Soviet Union invaded eastern Poland, sealing the country's fate. The last operational Polish unit surrendered on the 6th of October. After Poland's defeat, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union divided the country in accordance with a secret clause in the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, which had just been signed a few days before. The demarcation line for the partition of German and Soviet-occupied Poland ran along the Bug River. Almost 2 years later, Lieutenant Zander found himself in the West Prussian town of Freistadt, just 7 kilometers from the Soviet border, poised to be part of an armored vanguard that would smash the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact to pieces.
17th of June, 1941. The mood in the tank is excellent. There is a bottle of champagne in my luggage, which I will crack open to baptize the first attack. Erdweg is playing the harmonica. Herring is also sitting on the turret and is reading a funny book, a collection of jokes, drawings, caricatures, and humorous anecdotes. Whenever he reads a particularly juicy story, he laughs out loudly while we glance at the contents over his shoulder. But that aside, I also have to keep an eye on my society while having a look at our surroundings. The summer landscape with all its lakes is quite nice, and the towns and villages make a tidy impression. After dusk, during a clear night, there's a technical stop. When the journey continues, they make themselves comfortable to catch some sleep. Little Erdweg rolls himself up in the fighting compartment amidst ammunition boxes, luggage bags, and fuel canisters, sleeping the sleep of the just, right below the gun. Herring stretches out next to the fuel canisters on top of one of the hatches above the engine. A wonderful fan-driven warmth radiates from the other, open hatch, sending my wireless operator into a blissful sleep.
For Zander and many of his fellow soldiers, the previous year would have been a quiet one. In 1939 and 1940, Poland, Denmark, Norway, the Netherlands and France had fallen. The British Expeditionary Force and the French army had been defeated in a matter of weeks. Most of Western Europe stood under the Nazi yoke. In the shadows, however, Hitler was planning a new war. One that he had always wanted, and one that had been on the cards from the very beginning. The war against the Soviet Union.
Yes, take care of yourself.
18th of June, 1941, 7 kilometers east of Preußisch Eylau. I'm sitting on a meadow in Rastrom 1 in the hope to be safe here from the huge swarms of mosquitoes. Down at the forest where the tanks are, it's just unbearable. We spent the rest of the night sleeping next to the tank after having taken great care to camouflage everything. Now we have finally stowed everything away properly, we are fueled up and conducted a last technical check. In the evening, the journey continues, further and further east. Just like yesterday, many aircraft passed over us. It is a nice and reassuring feeling to know that in the worst case, we can always firmly count on help from above. 21st of June, 1941. In readiness in the deployment area. In the same moment on which the boss returned, a dispatch rider brought the address of the Führer to the soldiers of the Eastern Front. It was read out by Unteroffizier Wasmuth with his distinctive voice, standing in the Kübelwagen of the boss. The whole company was assembled around it. Everyone was listening eagerly.
Heute stehen rund 160 russische Divisionen an unserer Grenze.
Serious faces during the Führer's deliberations. And while his final words were read out, it was clear. The show would go ahead.
Vor der Reichskanzlei in den frühen Morgenstunden des historischen 22. Juni. Das Haus des Rundfunks. Die Übertragung der Führerproklamation über alle deutschen Sender wird vorbereitet.
Ich habe mich deshalb heute entschlossen, das Schicksal und die Zukunft des Deutschen Reiches und unseres Volkes wieder in die Hand unserer Soldaten zu legen. Möge uns der Herrgott gerade in diesem Kampfe helfen.
Hitler had announced his decision to go to war with Russia on the 31st of July 1940. After plans had been drawn up, Hitler issued Directive Number 21 to the Armed Forces Joint Staff in the German High Command, ordering the 3 branches of the Wehrmacht to prepare an attack on the Soviet Union by no later than May 1941 in order to overthrow Soviet Russia even before the end of the war against England. The undertaking was codenamed Unternehmen Barbarossa, or Case Barbarossa. It would be a military undertaking of unprecedented scale, formed into 3 enormous army groups advancing along a front line of almost 3,000 kilometers in length. The German army and its allies would thrust deep into the Russian heartland. Army Group North was tasked to annihilate enemy forces in the Baltic states, to seize the Baltic ports, and thereupon capture the cities of Leningrad and Kronstadt. The initial goal of Army Group Center, the strongest and most powerful of the three, was the capture of Smolensk, while Army Group South would attack the Russian southwest and southern front via Slovakia, Hungary and Romania. Its strategic goals were the advance to the Dnieper, the conquest of Kiev, and following that, an advance into the Donetsk basin. As in previous successful invasions, the key would be speed and aggression, while the tip of the spear would again be formed by the panzer divisions, which would smash through the Russian lines before beginning to chew through hundreds of kilometers of enemy territory. In command of a platoon of one of those panzer formations was Lieutenant Friedrich Wilhelm Zander.
The Baltic Offensive Operation, 22nd of June, 1941. Wake-up call at 2:30. It is past cold and we have been molested by midges. But never mind, it's a Sunday and today it's showtime. 2:50 fire up and forward march. Lieutenant Schöner and his platoon in front, then the boss and the heavy platoon and myself, the new boy and his rabble at the rear. As soon as we leave the forest, hell breaks loose. I can't see anything at all, but I can hear that some of our guys open up. Eventually I and my lot also reached a spot where nothing seems to be going forward anymore, because a long anti-tank obstacle is halting the advance. A few bunkers are behind it, built from wood and sand. Very solid work. The boss and the Panzer IV with Oberleutnant Leonhard drove up to the wooden boxes and fired directly into the firing slits from a range of 5 meters or less. The fellows inside did not get out and kicked the bucket instead. They were Mongolians.
Army Group North was allocated 20 infantry divisions, 3 panzer divisions and 3 motorized infantry divisions. They were organized into 2 infantry armies, 16 and 18, and 1 panzer group, Panzer Group 4. Panzer Group 4 was ordered to break through the enemy border zone between the Neman and the Tilsit-Riga road, and before long the Dubsia sector between the mouth of the river and Zala. Panzer Group 4 shall then thrust to the western Dvina and establish bridgeheads between Dürneburg and Jakobstadt. The point of main effort, so far as the situation allows, will be the area of Dürneburg. Orders for further operations will then be issued by the Army Group.
23rd of June, 1941. I sit in the turret, a pair of binoculars hanging around my neck, headphones on and microphone at my throat. Ahead of us something is burning. It must be a bigger place, Russian-y, I guess. The direction is about right. These giant pillars of smoke are the best signal to announce, we are here. Far better than any signal flare. They spring up to wherever there is enemy resistance. If one fires his gun into one of those wooden Lithuanian shacks, they immediately catch fire. Yesterday morning, we could clearly see the smoke rising up from Taurogen, and it was thick enough to block out the sun. Now, here on the road, I can see smoke rising up along the whole of the horizon.
At the end of the first day of the German offensive, after crossing the Russian border, 6th Panzer Division had advanced beyond Erzvilkas, a respectable distance of about 90 kilometers, but had failed to reach the objective, the crossing of the Dubsia northeast of Rasinai. The main reason for this was the unexpected ferocious defense of the soldiers of the Red Army, who had often fought to the last bullet, preferring to be killed rather than let themselves be taken prisoner. The ferocious resistance offered in particular during the first days of the fighting cost the German army dearly, with over 42,000 men killed, wounded and taken prisoner in the first 8 days of the fighting. For men like Lieutenant Zander, death became a constant companion, part of everyday life, something that was dealt and received, but that never alleviated the traumatic effect of losing friends.
Günther Eggers has fallen. I've seen his grave. His Panzer II number 601 stood on the roadside opposite, its right side holed like a sieve. 4.7 centimeter anti-tank gun. He got a shell through his back and was, and one can only thank God for this, killed immediately, as the next shell had ripped off both of his hands. Short greeting, hands in salute to the cap, and our Panzer rode on. His parents will receive a letter from the company commander, who is heartbroken just like we are. There will be a death notice in the local newspaper, and his little blonde sister will cry for him. We, however, will march on, with him in our thoughts. He will fight at our side, and his death will not remain unpunished.
For Friedrich Zander, and for many other young soldiers like him, tankers, infantrymen and aircrew, the fighting was the first of their military careers. All had heard tales of heroism of their more experienced comrades who had already seen action in Poland, Norway and France. Now it was Zander's chance to prove himself in combat. The soldiers of the Red Army, however, didn't make this undertaking easy. The German army faced a new, ferociously fighting enemy. Soviet propaganda denounced all Germans as killers, violent beasts and cannibals. Hatred of the Germans was actively and overtly encouraged. Many Red Army soldiers fighting bravely in defense of their motherland believed that the Germans took no prisoners, which did have the desired effect.
27th of June, 1941. And then, finally, we are deployed to counterattack. A long drive to the burning barn ahead, carrying the riflemen along with us. A few shots into the mammoth tank, which suddenly starts to burn. Then a few shots into an armored target on our hard right, not visible for our driver, and effects thus unobserved. The 7th Company is getting in our way. We drive around the edge of the forest to where the Russian field kitchens are. The infantry is only a few meters ahead of us when suddenly on the left of our tank, a Russian stands up. The swine had pretended to be dead when our infantry came past him. That's an old classic, pretending to be dead and then firing from the rear. But that isn't a good idea when facing tankmen like us. Floor the accelerator, turn left and run over him. Problem solved. That man won't hurt anyone anymore. We were advancing, when suddenly there was a very hard, metallic, and frightening bang. In the same moment I feel a sharp pain at the back of my head. For a moment my vision blacks out, and then turns red. I try to find out what has happened to my skull. Above me, a little bit of the edge of the turret hedge is missing.
Operacija Barbarossa,
Da.
Znaš zbog čega sjema na operaciju? Nemački komunist... Ne. Nemački komunista je osjetio potrebu da prenese ruskim komunistima šta će se desiti. Preferirao je neku reku, otišao reku, ovi nisu sama verali, bacili ga u neki logor i tamo je trunuo 4-5 godina.
Kao, to je nemoguće, kao. Je li to?
I tako ga pustio na kraju, nije mu se svidjelo kako komunisti šta rade, ovo je ono krenuo da opet pravi komunizam neki da traži i ponovo ga bacu neki logor.
Opet u logor. Vije neprijatelj svih režima. Kakva legenda. Kakva bena legenda.
Najviše najbolj zato što je eto bio komunist i htio da spasi druge komuniste.
Vije žrtva svih režima.
Kako sam beše upropašen od budale idiote, tako još.
Da. Kako sam sistematski upropašen od strane idiota.
Yes.
Limetum Pop. Welcome to my channel.
The observation mirror is smashed, the leather padding on the inside of the hatch torn, and there's a hole in the light signal apparatus in the turret. Tiny metal splinters cover the breech of the gun, and the rest of the turret is strewn with fragments of leather and similar splinters. I feel the back of my skull and there's blood on my fingers. Everything seems to be alright, however, as otherwise there would be more blood. Erdweg confirms that there are only a few small scratches on the skin. Lucky me.
By the 28th of July 1941, the tanks of the 6th Panzer Division had advanced another 290 kilometers, constantly harassed, attacked, ambushed, bombed, and shelled by the Red Army. With little sleep and in brutal heat, the strain of the rapid advance was taking a huge toll, both mentally and physically.
28th of June, 1941. The demand on the men, not only in battle but also on the march, is enormous. Sometimes the medic issues a few pills which keep us awake, and then it goes on. Forward, ever forward. Without light, eyes nearly glued shut with sweat and dust. Thirsty, tired, and unwashed. At 2 in the morning, we came across a stream, the bridge across which was unable to take a load, where Oberleutnant Gleskin and his gentlemen were directing the traffic. No need to describe the resulting chaos. On the other bank, local Jews have been put to work by the locals. Serves those brothers right. Beards cut off, they can now repair the roads.
For many in the Baltic states, the German conquerors were welcomed as liberators from occupation by the USSR and its repressions. Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, all of which had been forcefully absorbed into the Soviet Union in the middle of 1940. For the Jewish communities, the German invasion didn't bring liberty, but unspeakable horror, fear, violence and death. Starting in Lithuania, one day after the German invasion of the Soviet Union, murderous anti-Semitic riots flamed up, even as the first German troops arrived. Fueled and encouraged by the Germans, thousands of Jews would go on to be murdered in the early summer period. Of the 220,000 Jews living in Lithuania when the Germans invaded on the 22nd of June 1941, over 195,000 were murdered in the Holocaust.
When we came through the area of Yemegala, we noticed that the Lithuanians were flying their old national colors from their houses. Green, yellow, red. In the villages and smaller towns, there were men in olive green uniforms with swastika armbands in the Lithuanian colors. I asked one of those men, who to my surprise even greeted me with a Heil Hitler, what kind of a wild association he was a member of. With a radiant smile, he explained that he was a Lithuanian partisan. A few of these weird forest heinies even carried rifles and were guarding some scruffy Jews working on the streets. The streets, by the way, deserve their own chapter. Unpaved, only covered with a layer of gravel, and in dry weather, a layer of fine, white, flour-like dust. And if there's only a little rainfall, then these roads, which are already marked red on our maps, turn into a mud bath of a kind no one in Germany could ever imagine.
But whilst the people of the Baltic states rejoiced at the ousting of the Soviets from their lands, Barbarossa was far from being a normal invasion. Territories within the Soviet Union were crucial to Nazi plans to acquire Lebensraum, living space, for German and Aryan people. With continental Western Europe firmly under German control, Hitler's ultimate aim in the war against the Soviet Union was to make full economic use out of the newly won territories in the East. To achieve this goal, supposedly inferior races, Slavs and Jews who lived there, had to be removed and ethnic Germans settled in their place. For Friedrich Wilhelm Zander, who had applied to join the SS in 1936 and who was a firm believer in National Socialist ideas, the war against Russia was a noble crusade against communism, one that would not just benefit him, but also Europe and the rest of the world.
Every soldier on our side knows what the great objective of all of this is. And not only that, they have all grasped the deeper sense of it. There, just look at it. All that rich soil, and there are acres and acres of it. But it's also badly cultivated. If these people here are incapable of cultivating the land, then they have no claim on it. Bring German settlers here. They know about cultivation and animal breeding. There are a lot of things to see here for the Lancer, even though life is not the same as it was in France. It is, however, a great political education for them, so they can learn about the wider plans of the Führer. They can witness the difference between German culture and state of affairs in Lithuania. They can see the women here going to church in their dirty and grey gowns. Most walk barefoot. Some have wooden shoes, which they often carry in their hands even when they go to church. Hats seem to be unknown. At best, the womenfolk are wearing a white headscarf, but even this is usually dirty and grey. Scruffy cats, the lot of them. And many a Lancer can't help comparing them to the French women whose acquaintance we made last year.
As June turned to July, German forces had made incredible progress. Elements of Army Group South had crossed the Horin River and were rapidly approaching Tarnopol, which would fall on the 2nd of July. By the 30th of June, in the sector of Army Group Center, 2nd Panzer Group, under Generaloberst Heinz Guderian, and the 3rd Panzer Group, under Generaloberst Hermann Hoth, decimated the Soviet frontier defenses, defeated several Soviet counterattacks, and encircled 4 Soviet armies near Bialystok and Minsk. A total of 420,000 men would march into German captivity about a week later. In the north, German forces were in the process of capturing Riga and the Baltic coast, while Panzer Regiment 11 had swung northwards, established a bridgehead over the Daugava and Livani, and was approaching Vilny, one of the final objectives before crossing the border into Russia. It looked like the conquest of the Soviet Union would only be a matter of time. But even in the rapid pace of the advance and amidst the fighting, there were brief moments of respite.
1st of July, 1941. In a jiff, the tents were pulled down and packed up, our outfits prepped for the night march, and vehicles made ready. Corporals and Feldwebel in the courtyard were in a boisterous mood. Amidst all the jokes and inanities, someone suddenly started to hum a tune. One man after the other joined in, and soon everyone was loudly singing the song of Marushka, the Polish girl. Then Krautwurst, Lieutenant Schöner's driver, shoved a harmonica between his lips, upon which it went on full tilt. The farmer who owned the farmstead we had moved into with our company was a Latvian who, during the World War, had been held a prisoner for 7 months in Limburg an der Lahn, stood at the door with his wife and listened to the music. His oldest daughter, a squeaky clean, intelligent girl of about 17 years, which I found exceptionally attractive, was standing with them. During the day I had ample opportunity to watch her at work. Even with all the heavy agricultural labor on the fields and in the stables, she kept herself well groomed. And some of the more inquisitive infantrymen even managed to watch the girl through their binoculars while she was bathing herself in the stream. Now that beautiful girl, which I had taken to my heart, suddenly approached me with a bunch of sweet-smelling wild roses. She said something in her own language which I didn't understand. I did, however, realize that it was something good and nice, and I felt it too because she kept holding my hand with her for quite a while, in an affectionate manner. I have no idea why these people here suddenly wish us a good journey and lots of luck. The man had, of course, learned a bit of German during his time as a prisoner. Apart from that, I have realized that the whole area on the Latvian side is a lot cleaner and more cultivated than on the Lithuanian side. The cattle in the fields are premium, brown breeding stock, which is quite a contrast to the small, ugly and non-efficient goats kept in Lithuania. The wooden houses are clean and not covered with rotten straw, but with proper shingles. In general, the properties here are more spacious, cleaner and better looking. The farmer offered us fresh cow milk as soon as we arrived, and soon after brought out 2 finely cut glasses, which he filled with home-brewed beer, drawn from a pretty ceramic pot. In return, he asked me for some cigarettes. He would love to smoke, but he'd never get any tobacco. He was delighted when Unteroffizier Hagemann issued him with 2 large packets of Russian cigarettes. We then moved out, into the pouring rain. The white roses the girl had given me attached to the front of my tank. Now it is Friday, the 4th of July, 1941. A truly infernal concert. An MG-34 on my right fires first. It must be that of Oberleutnant Eggert. In the same second I too pull the trigger and keep firing, belt after belt. There are plenty of Moss targets on the road. On my left, the Panzer IIs of Light Platoon of the Staff Company pour flanking cannon fire on the lorries more than 500 meters away. The Russians in front of my vehicle drop like they've been mown down with a scythe. A bit further back, the Russians try to get into cover in some bushes on the roadside. A few high explosive shells for them. They now try to get from the bushes across a field into a forest about 400 meters away. On a sports field, it takes about a minute to run 400 meters. Running for 1 minute through the stream of fire of the 3 MG-34s of the Panzer IIs will most likely be their end. And trying to cover the distance in a crawl is sheer madness. Not a single one of them makes it into the safety of the woods. The lorry column, however, is ours. The vehicles are mostly undamaged. Some have been abandoned with engines running. Some of the gunned-down Russians in front are still moving. Szczepansky finishes them off with a rifle. On the right, there is a basket case who can't walk. A bit further on, another one has not gone stiff yet. Damn, the dog has just pretended to be dead. Kick him in the arse and then push him back to the rear, up to the farm where slowly a large number of prisoners are gathering. While I'm taking a closer look at a Russian who shot himself, the boss and Leonard have discovered a still breathing Russian in a waterhole ahead. We are trying to pull the poor bugger out. The boss is bending down, and at the same moment the wretch pulls a gun, a revolver, out of the water and fires on the boss, staring at us with a hateful face contorted into a satanic mask. Oberleutnant Bethke throws himself to the ground, and the shot misses him. I pull out my pistol and send a bullet through the Russian's skull, while at the same time he's slumping down under a burst of bullets from Unteroffizier Butler's machine pistol. I am livid with anger. Such pigs. We are trying to help the wounded, and they fire upon us. This is the price one pays for our damned humanity, because of which we are treating this scum in a way too soft manner. I take my pistol and fire a round through the head of another wounded guy. With a stertorous breath, the swine collapses. I am such an idiot, having preached to my men again and again that we are the nation of culture and that we have to act gently. But here, we get our comeuppance for being soft. "6th of July, 1941. Here they won't allow us to swim. A few Lancers are standing there and tell us that swimming is forbidden, as the other side hasn't been cleared of the enemy. The small stream forms the border between Latvia and the old Soviet Union. No one knows what it's called. Something unpronounceable. Ultimately, we did take a bath in the stream between Latvia and the Union. Just like our soldiers bathed in the English Channel, and were proud of it. We have the body of Lieutenant Kleinjung on the bow of the tank. That reply nearly knocks me over. Shall I start to cry? Shall I begin to swear and scream? I feel sick and walk over to the tank. And there lies Kleinjung, right under the machine gun. He was shot in the head after having left his vehicle, the poor fellow. There's still some life in his gurgling lung. I will make the Russians pay for that. I call for a medic and a Sanka. Our medic Maya places Kleinjung on a blanket and bandages his head, from which a thick mass, the brain, is oozing. There will be payback time soon. The Soviet Russians live damned miserable lives. Today I went inside a house of one of these collective farmers. There is no way to get rid of the stink one finds in these one-roomed shacks. Not even with hours of ventilation. A few roofed stairs lead into the living quarter. The Panier lives in the bel étage, while all his livestock lives in the souterrain. The Botokudo and other Jungle tribes live in the same way. The conditions in the one and true fatherland of farmers and workers are even more dirty and degenerate than those in Lithuania. The kettle serve as auxiliary heating in case the enormous oven doesn't suffice. The roosts for the members of the multi-headed family are usually behind the oven. We finally found all the cattle here near Boldino, which is how far the Panier's got. A Russian shell had exploded amidst the herd, but none of the cattle had been harmed. The Russian shells are far less effective than ours, but their tanks are superior, and they have good snipers. A whole lot of Russians had approached waving leaflets dropped by us, on which the German government guaranteed to treat all soldiers of the Red Army willing to surrender well. I had personally interrogated 3 of them, as well as I could. They told me they were members of a rifle regiment. The Germans had done a lot of shooting which had caused their regiment to disperse. The commander had run away. One of them, speaking in a mixture of Russian and Yiddish, told me that they had had 40 tanks to support them, but these had all Läufer weg. Tanks with wheels, not with tracks, he explained. I suppose we are going to run into those soon. Anyway, we are following up as reserve platoon. One of Leonhard's Panzer IVs is standing in front of some bushes in which several Russians are hiding. Our riflemen spotted the danger first, but at that moment the wretches had already gunned 2 of them down. Feige is angry. He shouts and rages and orders his men to get off our tanks. Maybe he has finally understood that the terrain has always to be thoroughly searched. But what do Kelletat and the other rifle brothers say? That isn't their job. Well, that's why they are now missing 2 of their riflemen. But who cares? The war goes on.
In mid-July 1941, the German advance was making good progress along the entire front. Vitebsk had fallen, and Smolensk was finally within reach of the panzer groups of Army Group Center. In the south, German troops slowly advanced towards the Dnieper. In the north, the second city of the Soviet Union, Leningrad, was seemingly within reach of the exhausted tank crews of Panzer Regiment 11, which had a fighting advance of over 1,000 kilometers behind them, during which they not only fought the troops of the Red Army, but also nature itself.
15th of July, 1941. Initially the plan had been that we, together with the infantry, would form a vanguard in the advance on Leningrad. It's at most 150 kilometers until we reach our objective. I have no idea why they let us sleep until 6 in the morning. But then, sleep was desperately needed. There was a thunderstorm in the night and it poured down with rain. I do feel sorry for those who didn't set up a tent. We've been surprised by such rain once, and since then we set up a tent whenever it's possible. Tutash and Chepansky scare out the mosquitoes by smoking some papyrosis or a cigar. After the rainfall, however, the masses of mosquitoes swarmed about. The beasts know how to find even the smallest patch of uncovered skin. They land, and then one can hear the distinctive smack of a hand, often followed by some juicy curse. Now, however, we have reached an area where not only the mosquitoes bite, there are plague flies, gadflies from the corpses, and fat horseflies, and all those are determined to stab you. It's not uncommon to see men with swollen hands, cheeks, and eyes. The beasts are everywhere. Hopefully there are none in Leningrad. Yes, Leningrad. Every soldier is looking forward to this metropolis of Russian Europe, and inwardly, I do feel the same. I'm looking forward to the end of this period of fighting here in the east. What's going to happen after that, nobody knows. But we'll have reached an important target, and that makes me happy when I speak of Leningrad. The average Lancer, though, is looking forward to more mundane things. Every Lancer in my...
Odakle skidaš ove filmove ili ja?
Ćeš link?
Može. Hoću da gledam jedan film, a nema ga ni da se plati, da se gleda. Nemam od ovih streaming. Pa ne moram već da preradam o tome upiznati.
Zvoli. Šta te zanima?
Ja, pogledaj, volim. Volim se družiti sa svojim drugom Ištanom. Jako je mađe, jer su i oni ljudi, samo što nisu pametni kao mi sebi. Nema da vidim, Deus. Ima taj neki film Nefalius i to bi baš ne pogledali. 2019, a šta, nema 2019, ni ovdje nema, pa jebem.
Pa ne znam, probaj po kategorijama ili srči me čudan, ali možda im.
Nema.
Yes. Take care.
Nema ga na Netflixu, nema ga! Kuca mi, vam uzmi napiše kao you can use streaming service such as Netflix, Hulu or Amazon Prime Video. You can also rent or buy it more. I odeš, onda klikneš na linku toga i onda kažeš kao nema ga ni na jednom od tih servisa.
A neki
drugi. Onaj prvi, znači prvi na jebenom Google.
There will surely be schnapps factories in Leningrad, Herr Leutnant. Are there fur shops in Leningrad? Will there be mosquitoes in Leningrad too? We'll finally get different food to pea soup and blood sausage. The women here are also dirty. Will they be washed in the big city? Yes, Leningrad, the objective of dreams of all comrades. We are about 150 kilometers away from it, and progress on the terribly bad advance roads is slow.
War in the Soviet Union was not just about Lebensraum. It was about German racial purity and a political crusade against Bolshevism. In the words of Hitler, a Weltanschauungskrieg, a war of ideologies, of peoples, and a war of races, with an aim to annihilate those who were seen as being ethnically inferior and also politically dangerous. Soviet troops captured by the German army suffered from hunger, cold, forced labor, and abuse. Gestapo and SD personnel searched their ranks for Jews, state officials, and other intolerable or dangerous individuals, like those political commissars who had somehow managed to survive the effects of the infamous Commissar Order issued by the German army in June 1941, which ordered their immediate execution as purported enforcers of Judeo-Bolshevist ideology. These were then taken to the extermination camps, where they were usually killed immediately. A total of between 140,000 and 500,000 Soviet prisoners of war died in concentration camps, most of whom were shot or gassed. Of the 5.7 million Soviet soldiers who were in German captivity, 3.3 million did not survive the war.
"19th of July, 1941. The scene at the crossroads is terrible. Dead Russians wherever one looks. The whole area is littered with them. Dead horses between them, and shot up vehicles at the side of the road. Never before have I seen so many dead, shredded corpses. They lie on the road, in the ditches, and in the fields. At Ledinki, there was a whole pile of corpses in front of our vehicles, but not nearly as many as here. A few kilometers from the crossroad to Gdau are full with carts, gun carriages, limbers, cars, cannon, lorries, and all kind of other equipment. Then we roll into town. Through the haze we can see Lake Peipus on our right. A few boats are visible too. Apparently they are Russian, evacuating fleeing troops to the north into still unoccupied territory. The Russians have been given hell here. I decide not to stay with the vehicles, but walk down to a square open space alongside the lake where the prisoners are being kept. Under the trees there are large numbers of wounded who are being treated by women dressed in riding boots and trousers. A Russian surgeon, who looks more like a butcher, is standing between them with his hands in his pockets, doing absolutely nothing. We don't have enough dressing material for all the wounded here. The Russians themselves carry nothing of the sort with them. A woman in a civilian coat, under which the uniform of the Russian women's battalions is visible, approaches. She wants to have a passport proving that we have been discharged here, and asks to be allowed to stay with the wounded. She is sent to find and fetch white linen, which can be used as dressing material. There are 1,500 prisoners. Alongside a fence separated from the others, there are about 20 more. They are Volga Germans, who have been forced to serve in the Russian army. Admittedly, the creatures are not very confidence-inspiring. Anyhow, they have at least some German blood in their veins, and thus they have been separated from the Mongols, Caucasians and Russians. They only speak broken German, strongly mixed with Russian, and they find it difficult to understand our High German. After all, their ancestors were Swabians who had come to the Volga as settlers. For me, they are Bolsheviks, just like the others. They too have taken up arms against us and had fought in the ranks of the Red Army. But then the party knows best what to do with such people. The other Red Army men are a savage-looking lot. A few civilians are among them, communists in civilian clothing, caught carrying weapons. 2 more men in civilian dress are brought up. They had tried to set fire to a captured petrol storage, and in the process had fired on our men. The question on what to do with the pigs is met with a short reply by an adjutant on the general staff. Shoot them. The 2 are led behind a house. A few minutes later, a few pistol shots can be heard. Done. Sorted. Couple of fanatical Bolsheviks less. 23rd of July, 1941. A lot has happened today. Several Russian bombers came over and had scored a few direct hits on the artillery column of the 1st Infantry Division. Nasty, very nasty for the artillerymen. 7 of them dead, 15 more or less severely wounded soldiers, 12 horses killed, and Tamchik, my radio operator, wounded when a bomb splinter hit his car. That's the result of an attack by 5 Russian SB-2 bombers, and of some clowns shouting, "They are Germans! They are Germans!" without having clearly identified them. Tamchik was in great pain, couldn't put any weight on his right leg with a splinter. The boy made a brave face, however, and tried not to show how much it hurt him.
As Barbarossa entered its 5th week, millions of men along the enormous front were asking themselves when the campaign would be coming to an end. In the north, where Russian resistance was seemingly weakening, desperate counterattacks, ambushes and air raids allowed no time to rest. The advance had to continue, further and further towards Leningrad, across dusty roads and through infernal summer heat.
27th of July, 1941. For the 3rd time yesterday, while I was sitting on the thunderbox, a mosquito stung me in my most delicate parts. How bad is that? The mosquito plague here is just crazy. At home, no one can imagine what it is like here, where you automatically swat your hands at all the buzzy beasts, just like horses and cattle do with their tails. And then the dust and the heat. Even though we don't have 72 degrees Celsius in the sun, the inside of our iron coffins easily reaches that temperature. And not rarely one spends 20 hours, from 3 in the morning until the night, inside our buckets. When one needs to relieve oneself outside, another man has to take his position at the guns. We have all experienced something like that. And if one has saved a little swig of coffee, that is often shared with the crew, or some poor, thirsty infantrymen. Those poor buggers are getting even less than we are. Supposedly we can soon enjoy the roads of the Soviet paradise again. Never in my life will I be able to forget the dust. It makes one look like a flour miller. Someone wearing flour sacks and not a black uniform. But anyway, all is well. If we only capture Leningrad. We must take possession of Leningrad. 30th of July, 1941. 2000 hours. The village seems to be home to enormous swarms of mosquitoes, but never mind. We are now getting used to them. In addition to our lot of the 5th, there is also Oberleutnant Eggert with 3 Panzer IVs and Lieutenant Spiekermann with his pioneers. His men have just conducted a search for men over 14 years of age. Result? 1 man, a one-eyed hydrocephalic of about 30 years of age, and 5 old Rasputins, one of them on crutches. All of them have long beards and scruffy hair. Hardly anyone has any teeth left in his mouth. They all assembled in the village square where our tanks are. None of them have any idea what was going on. They laugh about my attempts to speak Russian, and immediately relax a little. Then I ask them where the partisans are, and suddenly they are all excited again. I guess they have misunderstood what I had said. They'd be far too old, they explained, while pointing at their toothless jaws. Waterhead shows me his dark red eye socket. The partisans are all na sluzhba, in service in Leningrad, they told me. Seems the Russians are assembling everyone who still has 2 legs and is able to squeeze a trigger up there in Leningrad.
The rapid German advance on an enormous front, the lack of infrastructure, and the terrible road conditions turned the matter of supplying the troops with food, fuel, and ammunition into a logistical nightmare. The supply lines were overstretched and vulnerable to partisans and small pockets of regular enemy troops. still fighting far behind the German front line. The hastily retreating troops of the Red Army were no longer being supplied, and, just like their opponents on the other side, were forced to live off the land. In their wake, the local people were leaving their farms, taking their remaining livestock and supplies with them. In the blazing summer heat of July, the lack of clean drinking water in particular was becoming an ever-present problem for the German troops.
Thursday, 31st of July, 1941. We noticed that the old houses here, so close towards Leningrad, show more traces of culture than those we have come past further to the southwest. Here, the wooden constructs rest on stone foundations, while inside there are sometimes 2 or 3 rooms. Inside we often find traces, small items like photographs, which link to a bygone time of culture before 1917. There are no traces of any cultural achievements of the Soviet period. The people here are also slightly better dressed than in the villages and don't all have the bearing of the international proletariat. Many women still sport the short-cut hairstyles, which I remember seeing in Germany during communist marches. In general, their clothing is that of Germany in 1926-27. When our propaganda claims that the Bolsheviks have proletarianized everyone out here, turning the people into a big herd of submissive cattle, it is entirely right. Their outward appearance alone proves it. Besides, we have noticed that the collectives and kolkhozes are either hiding all their cattle, or they're driving it towards the north, away from us. That puts us at quite a disadvantage, as that means that in addition to petrol and ammunition, our supply units also have to drag huge amounts of food across enormous distances. But in general, there's nothing to complain about. There's enough bread and crisp bread, and that is quite filling. We just have to be careful with what we have, and take the rest from the land if we can find something. Now the thoughtless infantrymen dig whole potato fields over, just to find enough to fill one small basket with potatoes. And in the winter it is us who can feed the population. And we already have the whole of Europe hanging on our shirt sleeves.
After weeks of relentless campaigning in infernal heat, on difficult terrain and abysmal roads, the strain was also beginning to affect the machines. Engines, gearboxes, brakes, suspensions, tracks, and other mechanical parts began to break down in increasing numbers. March distances far exceeded the regular inspection intervals required to keep the division's tanks on the road, in particular the Czech-made Panzer 35T, replacement parts for which were increasingly difficult to find. But Leningrad was now almost on the horizon.
Friday, 1st of August, 1941. Now that I'm writing here, my driver is testing our new brakes right in front of me. We just had new brake pads installed, and now he's going back and forth with a howling engine and is distracting me quite severely. Particles of soot from the exhaust are raining down on the paper, but I'm more than willing to tolerate that, if only the old bucket can still take us to Leningrad. Strategic objective, Leningrad. Hille is in Lososkina, where he's trying to educate the men about the situation. Bongard and I were sitting in the adjoining room and a map was hanging in the doorway. So, what do you think our strategic objectives here in the east are? We are standing behind the map, our heads sticking out to the left and right, and we both look into the empty faces of the Lancers in front of us. They are all quiet and are looking at us with big eyes. Hille loses patience and shouts, "The Volga River!" The Volga? Someone asks. No one wants to believe it. Another states that, with our old cart, we can be happy if we get to Leningrad. That would be it for us. 7th of August, 1941. Finally, it's kicking off again. Thank God for that. No more endless waiting. Here at the crossroads, we are waiting for the artillery section with its Nebelwerfer, to which we have been attached today. I remember when we saw their rockets detonating at Rasseni, howling across us towards the Dubice. Many Lancers threw themselves to the ground. Our knees were trembling, and it was an eerie feeling when we saw the detonation clouds rising up ahead. Hopefully I can witness the spectacle again today.
while in the south, Field Marshal von Rundstedt's troops were clearing the Dnieper salient. Formations of Army Group Center were transferred to the north to support the final thrust on Leningrad. Lieutenant Zander, with leading elements of the 6th Panzer Division, now stood only 130 kilometers from the center of the city. After their advance had been slowed for some time to allow the lead elements of the other approaching armies to close up.
This was coming.
3 minutes. Bili su tu onaj Boris Makić i onaj Kesić, igrali su s Milanom Hunt. Nešto nije dugo trajalo, čini mi se, nisam im baš topao u vreme, ali brzo su se nešto razišli. Mada su čekali Milana da reinstalira igru. Ne znam zašto, ali... Ne vidim razliku. Ne može raditi brže ni sporije. Razlika između N2 i SSD ne postoji, bar kad je Hunt u pitanju. I dalje imaš teksture koje se ne učitavaju daljinu. Nezavisno od brzine hardvera. Sam engine je limitiran. Pretpostavljam da Crytek za to i hoće da promeni engine. Moja pretpostavka je što ima previše gluposti koje nije moguće hotfixovati.
Yes. Take care.
Time which gave Soviet High Command much needed breathing space to organize and strengthen the city's defenses.
Lime Pop. Welcome to my channel. Wolf away. Welcome to my channel.
Engaged in heavy fighting to the north of the Luga River, and now prepared to launch its final thrust towards Leningrad.
13th of August, 1941. Soon we'll also cross the bridge, on which men of the organization Tod are currently repairing the damage caused by Russian long-distance battery fire. Aircraft had tried to hit the bridge as well. There are huge craters which surely have been carved into the ground by Russian 1,000 kilo bombs. I remember that morning when we drove back from the bridgehead, and when everything was shrouded in dense fog. The black bridge girders rising raft-like into the sky, the ground pockmarked with bomb and shell craters, and the road lined with the white birchwood crosses, marking the graves of fallen comrades and the mass graves of the Russians. Then the sight of the burned woodland, the scorched heathland, and the shot-up houses. Through all that, we withdrew, and then had to wait until the other army wings here in the northwest had closed in on Leningrad. In those 4 weeks of waiting, the Russian had entrenched himself so well that each of his excellent positions can only be taken with great casualties.
By mid-August, the boiling summer heat gave way to more moderate temperatures. Scattered showers and thunderstorms turned sandy roads into sticky quagmires, making vehicle movement increasingly difficult. While the warmth of the sun still had enough power to dry road surfaces quickly, nighttime temperatures fell rapidly, a worrying sign of things to come.
Thursday, 14th of August, 1941. Rollbahn Kingisepp, Leningrad, 1800 hours. It is raining again, and thick clouds are hanging low in the sky. Really not looking great. The weather chaps of the division have stated that night frosts aren't rare in this area of Russia from about mid-August onwards. From Schmauch I have received a thick overcoat, and from Unteroffizier Albert I have collected a thin Russian blanket, of which he has several in his vehicle. As far as I am concerned, frost may set in now. Sunday, 17th of August, 1941. There was a huge chaos on the road. As on the orders of the boss, all platoons had left their defensive positions to come and seen in the village center. And now they were all being shelled by Soviet heavy artillery. 2 of the riflemen had been standing right on the spot on which a Russian heavy shell exploded. Not a single scrap of them could be found anymore. The third one had both his legs blown off. The infantry climbed on our tanks, and we slowly rolled towards our objective. We had advanced about 1 kilometer through the rye and old fields, when the enemy defensive fire became so heavy that the infantry had to dismount. They then advanced behind our tanks, using them as cover against the hail of projectiles poured at us from the Russian defensive positions. Soon a wild, close combat ensued. I had to hand a few of our hand grenades to the infantry. We were always 20 meters or so in front of the infantry or directly with them. To keep the closest Russians away from us, I often had to make use of my pistol, shooting down several fellows in foxholes close to my tank. Alongside a road leading into the direction of our attack, there was a group of 20 or so Russians who surrendered when we pulled up. The infantry took them prisoner. Everyone is delighted, our progress is excellent. Then suddenly, another group of 10 Russians slowly rose from the tall grass. The Reds got on their knees and raised their hands. But among them there was one swine who suddenly pulled out a hand grenade and threw it at my tank. While I shot the man with my pistol, a machine gun opened up and mowed down the entire group. Now the Russian artillery starts firing and is sending 10.5 centimeter shells into the village. Wham! One of them slams right into the engine of Vollmer's tank. And in this case, it was really a classic piece of soldier's luck that he's still alive. The shell was a dud, or better some kind of exercise shell filled with a concrete-like substance. The top half with a fuse on it broke off, while the bottom half, with the base of the shell, smashed through the armor before being stopped by the engine block. If that had been a live shell, not much would have been left of the tank.
And just as the weather was changing, so did the nature of the combat operations. When swift armoured thrusts and manoeuvring were replaced by brutal, close-in forest fighting and bitter struggles for every single village and hill, nerves lay bare and mistakes were made.
Monday, 18th of August. Contact with the enemy. The riflemen dismount and advance on foot. Enemy tanks in front. 3 of them, big buckets, are reported to be standing next to a barn. One of the Panzer IVs opens fire. Wünsche is sending one radio message after the other. All the Panzer IVs now roll to the edge of the forest and start firing shot after shot in the direction of the barn and on one of the big Russian tanks. Another one, according to Feldwebel Wünsche, has withdrawn. A few Russians have escaped, running across the field to the right. Then suddenly Wünsche reports that there's an anti-tank gun firing from the bushes on the right. Oswald rolls forward and opens fire on the bushes where enemy movement has now seemingly been observed. No one realizes that they're firing on what are our own advancing riflemen. And because of that, they direct a hail of fire on them. Hauptmann Knaust is angrily calling on us to cease firing on the bushes. When I run over to Oswald to tell him that, this swine is giving me lip. He says that I should concentrate on running my platoon. He wouldn't be firing towards the right. Later I learned that down there on the right, German soldiers had been killed and wounded by our tanks. Well, and the anti-tank gun later turned out to be a mine obstacle, in which Wünsche's tank had nearly ended up in. Wooden box mines buried in the ground and covered with turf. Easy to overlook if not very careful. And if one had been careful, one could have seen that the tank in the barn was actually a threshing machine. Over 1,000 Reichsmarks worth of ammunition, wasted, firing on bleeding farming equipment. And only because of Wünsche's idiocy. I take a moment to take a look at my surroundings and find that there are 2 Russian soldiers in a foxhole right next to my tank. I drag my pistol out and shout, "Bros tebo oruzhye! Ruki vrech!" One of them, however, is raising his rifle. I make short work with the 2 and empty a whole pistol magazine into them. They won't harm anyone anymore. Ahead on my left, another Russian playing dead. I take the machine pistol from inside the turret and fire a few rounds into the back of his head. The swine. As he bites the dust, a hand grenade rolls out of his hand.
Despite the strenuous efforts of the campaign, the hardship, suffering and traumatic experiences of combat, Lieutenant Zander's belief that he was acting in the greater good of the Führer and the fatherland did not falter, and the loss of friends and comrades only steeled his determination to end the campaign victoriously and to make the Russians pay.
19th of August, 1941. The dispatch rider had found Matysek and had brought him back to the company, where he reported that his crew was unhurt. In the other crew, however, Unteroffizier Dahlmann had been lightly wounded, and Bussmann, his gunner, severely wounded. Gefreiter Masshäuser had been killed. Albert had been lucky and was completely unharmed. There had been Russians lying in the grass only 15 meters ahead of their tank. As soon as Masshäuser had bailed out, he had been shot through the head and was killed immediately. A firefight developed, in which Dahlmann and Albert desperately tried to defend themselves with their pistols. It was only when Albert gunned down one of the Russians when the situation changed. The Russian had been in the process of throwing a grenade, and after he had been shot down, this detonated in his hand, shredding his lower abdomen and causing the others to withdraw. More mail arrived on Tuesday. We were staying in an old barn, which we had furnished to a quite comfortable standard. Later that day, after having drawn rations from the field pigeons, Auwes and I walked down to where the 2 destroyed tanks were standing to find and bury Masshäuser. A recovery vehicle had arrived from the field workshop. Hoffmann and Korn had already wrapped Masshäuser's body into a tent square, removed some private items from his pocket, and had broken his dog tag. We carried Masshäuser back to the road and then dug him a grave under a tree next to a bunker. One of the tank mechanics had found a few flowers in one of the shot-up houses in Kovici. Each of us threw 3 shovels of earth onto the grave. He then placed his black cap on top of the birchwood cross, and thus added to the many of such monuments which adorn the graves of a bold and brave countryman. Compels us further, a relentless commitment. His death will not remain untouched. In one of the bushes there was the dead body of a Russian captain, that of the first lieutenant and that of the commissar. In total, more than 20 corpses lay around the destroyed tank. A wounded Russian was also lying there, still with his rifle in his hand. He didn't react when I ordered him to raise his arms. I shot him myself. I did the same to another who was lying in a foxhole closer to the tank and pretended to be dead when I told him to stand up. Are they acting in that manner because they are afraid of us? Or out of deceit? If it's the first reason, then the commissars are to blame for the death of those men. If it's the latter, well, they deserve it. 25th of August, 1941. Yesterday evening it was reported that Luga had fallen. I don't yet know if that's true. I wish it was. It would be nice. The entire sky
Rogue RL.
was illuminated by
Welcome to my channel.
O, gdje si ovo s tim? Zagladio mi se. Izvinjavam se. Uf. Ne, zaglavio mi se taster na tastaturi. Znaš što je zašao? Ćao malo. Zavajam s tim.
Ćao.
Znaš da je bilo na frizera ili ovako šetnju?
Da vam vičkama onom kapnicu. I onda smo otišli, kraj prvog vraćala ostalo doko.
I jesu imali prevoz danas?
Nema?
Da.
Nema. Što?
Znaš ti nekad počeli prevozovi? Dobro ništa.
Rekao su da će biti sad. Kad ja ne znam šta čeka. Pričaju što?
Ne više ne.
The horizon was bathed in blood-red colors. Only good that the war isn't waged on German soil like it was in the 30 Years' War. Last night was very cold again. Makes me wonder how the weather will develop in the future. Hopefully there will be less rain than we had during the last days. The daytime heat is much better to bear than the freezing cold of the nights. One can't find any sleep, just turning and tossing in an attempt to keep warm. Today is the 25th, and I personally doubt that Leningrad will already be fully encircled in 6 days. Maybe that's what they'll be employing us for. Maybe it is us who are supposed to close the lock. But I need to stop thinking about ifs and whens. There is no sense in that. Earlier, we drove through a village at Sashchevka, which was inhabited by a strikingly northern type of people. Most certainly Finns or Germans. Women and children with long, beautiful faces, light blue eyes, and white blonde hair. Clearly not of Russian or Slavic descent. We were astounded to see gardens, even beautifully kept gardens, with nicely painted fences. I wonder how these people managed to persist out here. Their fields were the best we had seen in the whole region. 27th of August, 1941. Yesterday, I couldn't write anymore. Hille, Farah, Lope, me and the other platoon leaders had been called to a briefing with Oberst Sollenkopf to discuss the further deployment of our company. We are defending a line facing beaten Russian troops flooding back from Luga. Our positions are widely dispersed. In the gaps between, Spickermann, the leader of Sollenkopf's pioneer platoon, has installed a number of niceties. Mines, booby traps, spring guns. Yesterday evening, after a strong artillery preparation, about 600 Russians attacked from the direction of Krasnogvardeysk. As usual, they were repelled and suffered heavy casualties. In general, the casualties of the Reds are absolutely enormous. And when one speaks to the workers here, well, they think in the same way as our workers do. In a lost war, the working population suffers most. Am I too much of a materialist if I claim that the upper levels of the population can bear the loss of their ideational values much better than the working class can bear their material loss? That's saying it carefully. I don't want to be classed as a Bolshevist. But my socialist Weltanschauung is only strengthened by this war. Only that when it comes to me, the international social ideology is replaced by a strong nationalist direction, with an emphasis on the racial stance. The political perspective of the Lancers has been much widened by this campaign in particular. Even though it is a bit drafty out here, I have escaped the company of the mutineers in my platoon. Spilken, Graf, Weinberg, Obergefreiter with 4 years of service, Koch the roofer, one worse than the other. Graf in particular is one of the internal colonists. Quite a good comrade, but politically not quite plus and not quite minus either. People such as this, without a clear position, have always existed. especially after the last war. They have quickly taken advantage of a secure bourgeois existence, but they have gained just as much as they have dared. Not much at all. Particularly so.
Tu si još tu? Kako si budan?
A?
Ko ti si još tu, kako si još budan?
Imaš ovaj film Dungeons and Dragons, Honor Among Thieves.
Znam šta je.
Nije nešto, ali gledljivo je.
Gledljivo ili negledljivo?
Gledljivo, može se ubijemo, ajde.
Ko je režiser? Ko mogu znati? Ili ti ne vraćaš pažnju na to?
Nešto realno ne vraćam pažnju, nisam čuo.
Ko je režiser?
A to nisam pogledao.
To je prva stvar koju želiš da pogledaš. Ne interesuju te glumci, veruj mi. Što interesuje te režiser, ne glumci. Glumci daju šlag na tortu. Režiser je taj koji...
Šta ovaj mi on? Šele nešto.
Nas. Vidim da je neki...
Propao dosta je od.
Propao. Izgleda razvaljeno.
Zašto ti mi pogledao ženu? Izazvao haos na videu.
Zašto si mi pogledao ženu?
Da.
Šta je to, film? Je to domaći prevod filma ili si ga ti tako prevod?
Naši, neki naši se bio. Neko... Jesi Milane? Vidio sam. Sve mi one svako je dobija negdje.
When it comes to intellectual matters. In contrast, men like Bill Veit, Peter Kohlhaas, and Rudi Gerke have spent 14 years of their lives with one foot in a fortress prison cell. They have been despised by the glutted citizens, while they themselves have been forced to live from hand to mouth, marked down by society as failed existences. But it was them who helped to shape and create a new, enormous Reich. And that monumental thought, and the satisfaction that arises from it, is worth so much more than quietly munching one's living bought with a secure union wage.
Pa što se radi?
No then, enough of politics.
Si bio neki posao, no Kesić?
A?
Si bio neki posao?
Ma po dvorištu nešto radi.
No. No.
Može, gdje peđe se čujaš s njim?
Da li se stavio kompjuter?
A da ti jeste već.
Pa ne znam, je li stigla ploča?
A ko to zna? Zva Makića ili?
For many German troops, volunteer and conscript alike, and regardless of personal thoughts and motivations, the campaign in Russia had not only taken them further away from home than they had ever been before, it also confronted them directly and often very personally with the people they had come to conquer. To survive, they had to interact peacefully with the Russian people. German soldiers were often billeted in Russian houses, shared a Russian family table. They had to buy their food and talk to them. Many German soldiers did so with great interest, wrote about these new cultural experiences, and documented them in a wealth of photographs.
Friday, 29th of August 1941, Kuriza. At 1300 hours, we inspected the positions of the rifle company, and then, accompanied by Lope and his tanks, drove to the glass factory, the name of which I forgot. It is located alongside a lake and was once built by Germans. A lieutenant of the Geheime Feldpolizei who had been born in that village was just then visiting the house he had been born in. The section there is held by Oberleutnant Stepp, who was still asleep when we arrived because it had taken him and his vehicles the whole night to get there. One of his vehicles had driven into a roadside ditch.
No, vest Facebook.
Welcome.
Već mi nije dobro. Inače, ovo sam samo zbog tebe otvorio. Obično vesti s Facebooka ignoriš.
Goodbye for now.
Ovo je, pretpostavljam, greška.
Had become stuck there. He didn't see the necessity to get up when we appeared and greeted us like some old dame, lying on the bed. He has always been a little braggart. We left Lopezgrad in another small village and then drove to another place where Farah and Hille wanted to organize some meat. But there was no livestock and not even a single egg to be had. As the population of the village with the glass factory, who were all factory workers,
da recimo odeš 5 godina u zatvor ko što nisi plaćao alimentaciju, na kraju se stavili tu deti nije to.
The situation in the area was similar to famine.
Ti ne bio sekund.
Hundreds of people were queuing for hours.
Da to dete nije tvoje.
I ona zna ko je dete, ko je otac deteta, ali sve je napustio da ti odeš na 5 godina.
Nećeš time ništa doprineti što si otišao u zatvor.
Ali poslala te 5 godina u zatvor zato što nisi plaćao.
Pa ko ti je kriv kad si jebo?
Mislim...
Šta mislim? Jesi čuo za izraz, ne znam da prevedem na srpski, ali znam u originalu, kaže don't stick in the crazy.
Ajde.
Jesi čuo za taj izraz?
Jes.
Don't stick it in the crazy. Ko ti je kriv? Ako ne možeš da ošacuješ nekoga odmah, nego moraš da zabodeš, sam snosi svoje posljedice. Ne znam šta ti kažem. Ili baš moraš da umočiš ona. Jel to?
Ja bio bi šakamac. Bio bi je mic po mic da ja mogu bi gledao...
Ali samo malo, samo malo. Nisi u stanju da oceniš kakav je neko, ili? Ne, a?
Ovdje dođe do toga.
Posle pola sata, šta? Ili čiji vidi žensko moraš da je opališ. Da zatrudni, ili? Nisi u stanju da s njom vodiš razgovor duži od 2 sekunde. Nego moraš odmah da jebeš. Jel to? I nije ti dovoljno 10 rečenica da shvatiš da li je neko kvaran i da zloupotrebljava drugi osobe.
Čak ona poludi.
Ne može da poludi. Ja ne mogu da poludim.
A ti ne možeš, ali žensku može.
Ne može. Ne menja se niko tako.
Skuja se ne menja.
Ne menja se. Mislim, svako ima pravo na svoje mišljenje. Moje mišljenje ne treba da se spanđavaš takvom osobom u startu. Ti radiš što hoćeš. Što bi je sekog što si ti kriv.
No one in Russia had wasted even a thought about securing the provision of the non-combatant population. We talked to a worker who spoke fluent German. He said that of the original German workforce, only an old man in his 70s remained. Until recently, he had still been the best paid worker. Now he received a pension of 102 rubles, but then he had earned 700 rubles. That's 70 marks in German currency. We took a look at a church in a neighboring village, which had been turned into some kind of dance club. That was also something the worker had told us about. Only the old people were still living in their Orthodox religion. The young were growing up without any religion at all and felt good about it. Inside the Red Club, they had hung the big tarpaulins with the faces of Stalin, Lenin, Voroshilov, Kalinin and other Soviet dignitaries. They were hanging right above the old and much smaller images of the saints. I was shocked about the scruffy appearance of the workers. Even before 1933, no one in Germany had looked that shabby. We then drove back to the glass factory, stopped briefly at Lopez's position where someone had managed to source a few scraps of fresh veal, of which some was handed to Hille. I took the time to rummage through some of the nearby houses. Communal kitchen, sports hall, a food and housekeeping shop all grouped together there. All very practical and, in my opinion, the right thing to do from a socialist perspective. Maybe it's because of the army that I am such a friend of communal cooking. Just the right thing for the employee. Communal kitchen and cooperative society. But there's no space for individualism. Just one of many arguments against all this. On our way back, we were overtaken by Zollenkopp's adjutant, who told us that there was something brewing in Sivyosk. We drove back as fast as we could, but not without bartering half a dozen eggs from a Finnish woman who returned from half the army dead.
While some of the native population were struggling simply to survive and would happily barter with whatever side was in control of their village at the time, there was another significant portion of the Soviet population who would be actively resisting behind enemy lines. The stress of not knowing who was a partisan fighter and who was a harmless civilian would put pressure on the mind of every German soldier across the entire Eastern Front.
30th of August, 1941. This morning I was just sitting in my tank drinking coffee when the mayor of the village walked past and was distributing flour. I sent Wrenger to take a look into the big barn, which had so far been locked. He returned and reported that the barn was more or less empty and only contained several radio headphones, a few food supplies, some old rubber tires, and old pots and pans. I decided to take a closer look at the headphones. The mayor explained to me that these had been left behind by members of the Red Club. But by then I'd already switched my interest to the other barn and ordered it to be unlocked. Lo and behold, a box of English machine gun ammunition and about 100 bottles, Molotov cocktails,
Limeton
which
Pop.
the bastards had made themselves.
Welcome to my channel.
The bottles contained an added layer of very fine
tražio.
tobacco of the kind which was used for pest control on the cabbage fields to aid the burning time. Rubber straps fashioned from old tires held the long phosphorus igniter. I was burning with rage and ordered the man to be brought to Comrade Helitar. He, being the village commander, would have to decide upon punishment after interrogation. What a bloody mess.
Ne
If
igra,
one
a
isn't
vej,
facing
u stvari
soldiers,
online piše
then one has
sad,
to
kao
cope
da
with
je za
partisans.
kompjuter bio.
Only this morning, in the neighboring village of Novosibirskaya, 2 women notified the Russians about one of our reconnaissance patrols. One of them has already been strung up on the sports field.
Yes?
The village itself has been turned to ashes, and the populace has been rounded up on the village square.
Nemoj palit trendove onda.
The most unbelievable things happened there. Entire Russian recon squads have spent the night there. The women have smuggled arms for the partisans, and we are giving them bread in return, even though we have hardly enough to feed ourselves.
Yes,
and distribute.
Ste bio na vlasti u vojsku, kača koji... Ništa pametno. Vrati. Treba vrati. Tamo se zdere jevo. Od strani vezga kako kod znam ju.
Ja. Stavi tamo onaj ludi Nenad.
Šta ludi Nenad?
Ma ne treba dovoljno samo jedno drugo.
Evo, jedan sreda će biti Ilija, jedan će biti Makić. A imamo be, imamo na video zapisu, evo te šta sad.
Ja ga nemam na video zapisu. Ako je neku glupost rekao, to ne postoji kod mene.
Od kad sam ja na petom, nisam primijetio.
Od kad negdje sam ja.
Gdje ste bili na četvrtma?
Na petici su kad negdje
I sad smo.
Nemoj zez. Kjelo nije vada.
Ma jesu.
A nema veze, ja sam ono četvorka stavio.
Makiću, znaš od kad si na petici?
Od kad negdje sam igrao.
Kad se ne revajujete 10 puta po meču.
Iju. Njegovu firmu si obišao.
Ja se znam.
Čiji ovo?
The dispensable grain of the kolkhoz is among their workers. Only the good-natured German encounters problems such as this. Someone should shoot the whole lot of them.
On the 6th of September, a decision of far-reaching importance for the further course of the campaign was made. Hitler suddenly put aside his interest in Leningrad and declared the north a secondary theatre of war. By doing so, he had yielded to the urging of the General Staff and ordered the preparation of an attack against Moscow, shifting all expendable forces from Army Group North to Army Group Center by the 15th of September.
Ako ti radi,
5th of September 1941. The campaign has to be over soon, one way or another. But for me, there is only one option now, to stick it out until the end has been achieved. One must not think that the wounded are better off, or if I would have a wound like this, I could at least get out of these uncomfortable, dirty surroundings. I am past
Ne
all
znam
that
gdje,
now.
mislim da ne vidiš.
Only today, a few letters from good and much-loved friends in the Heimat. A few photos, and the thought of my mother's upcoming birthday have brought me back to my senses. I am not giving up, now that the end is already in sight. And what a sight Leningrad is. The thought of the end seat, and the knowledge that the people in the Heimat are watching and confiding in us. All that will now spur us on during the final thrust on the Red Metropolis. On the cradle of the Red Revolution. On Leningrad.
Nije nešto mi muti sliku, što je?
Grafička bit će, da.
Možda ti je reinstalira driver za grafiku. Bez tog znanja. Peđi ima taj bug.
Opet kad sam igrao nije ništa vidio.
Ubači ga na 144 Hz.
Meni to stoji sve na maksimumu.
Ne.
Jok.
Pa nije ćorav čovjek je god.
Kao da mi je motion blur uključen. Ovo nešto nije dobro.
To ti je onaj anti-aliasing njihov, znaš Boris. Ako pričaš o Han Shodanu. Ako ti uključen na anti-aliasing imaš ono 3 setovanja. Stavi na prvi, to ti je bez motion blur.
Jebote, što mi se ovo sad desi?
Hoće to ako stisneš Alt F4 da resetuje zašto. Da upavim samo bez.
September 1941. Looking on the map, we have just noticed that our whole flank is still open. Down at Kopikovo, the Russians are still clinging stubbornly to their anti-tank defenses. That's the objective of the SS Polizei Division, and from there the enemy has a field of fire towards Sadesi. Wilhelm Lothar was here to see me. He thinks that we won't capture these tank obstacles. He thinks it's better to just close the shop here and then simply starve Leningrad out. Even though that would take a bit longer, it would cause us far less casualties. We have already lost enough men. I don't know what to think. Better to attack now, smoke the enemy out. If only we could look into the future.
Ne, bacam ničeg.
Možda onaj driver za muzičku karticu koji si update-ovao.
A nije, ja sam nešto. Nije, nego ja sam tu.
Opet iste priče.
Nije, nego sam ja ovdje nešto, imam neki program za optimizaciju i onda sam kliknuo da mi uradi optimizaciju.
A kaže jebeni
Optimizoti.
Pa nemam ni abeka, ja sam na
Nije ovo AMD-ov program. Ne, to je drugi posebno software.
Hitovan je bek.
Ljudi iza mene, Kesiću pazi.
Evo ga. Morate me dizati. Pauz.
Goodbye for now.
Jebote. Gotovo. Ovako igrajte.
Shotgun te raznao, s pola metra.
Ubije me čovjek, točno kad sam bombu ubacio.
Lemat karabin. S pol metra.
Što ćeš, što čekali su nas.
A, sad ću čekati.
Yamikal. Welcome to my channel.
Ti imaš 6000 Blood Bond.
Pa da, 6 i 850.
Si dopunjati ili si igrao baš pa si skupio?
Baš igrao, nisam trošio.
A to je. Mislim da sam kupio na Black Marketu isto kao Boris, jedan skin i ostalo sam ostavio za sljedeći event.
Tiš.
A ne mogu da uzmem Battle Pass.
Kako se uzima taj Battle Pass? Za čega? Za hunt?
A to ti ono, imaš regularni Battle Pass, to ti ono tipa 3 skina i ne znam, 5 bombi i lova. A ako uzmeš Battle Pass za hunt, na kraju dobiješ skoro sve Blood Bonde nazad. Jer ono imaš tipa na 20. levelu, na 50. levelu, na 80. i 100. dobijaš Blood Bonde nazad. U suštini kupiš za 1500 Blood Bonda Battle Pass i imaš par nekih skinova, tipa 5-6 je bilo prošli put. I neki čarnovi gluposti i dobijaš na kraju sve Blood Bonde nazad. Skoro sve, nek bude 70%, ajde.
Čekaj, Džemakić.
Tu sam, čekaj.
Jel bolje sad, Makić? Sad je u redu, jel?
I onda se otiču novi onaj questline kesić u opcijama.
Ko je to?
Pa imaš za onaj krag, karabin. To jest krag snajper. A niješ.
Ovo ne ulazim.
Niješ. Questline viš, pored bili storija treba stoji još jedan, ali to nema. Kojeg Maja zaključava onaj novi questline? A, Boris.
Nemam pojma.
Koji BC grup za ranu, što je? Taj, hardio. Jel u redu, Makić? Nije.
Svako da vidim kao počnem da igram.
.39 piše.
Policija je razbijala neke od prostitutki u Beogradu.
Eto, to nam je najviše problem.
Zato nema ga dinovačku.
Što sad? Izašao na ulicu da protestuju?
Moguće.
Nema na pojma.
Koja me, šta? Odlično.
Ne valja, nema veze.
A šta ti se zajebalo?
Ne znam šta je, kad okrećem pogled imam kao motion blur.
To ti je anti-aliasing.
Nije isključeno. Nema veze, ajde.
Ima dole skroz opcija pri dnu kad odeš u ono grafička podešavanja. Ima baš opcija motion blur, to znaš.
Isključeno je.
Pa kako imaš motion blur?
Kad sam gledao.
Nemoguće. Što kaže Kesić, to je možda refresh rate monitora. Da ti nije uključeno ono da ti klonira sliku sa kompjutera na TV, pa ti onda zato tako kasno.
Nije gledao sam. Slično je tako, brate.
Jer znam kad sam bio kod tebe prošli put da sam vidio tako nešto. Nema to veze što ti ugašen TV. On može i dalje da šalje sliku. Ako ti je vidno se tako podešao.
Kako hoćete, ovaj boss je skroz dolje neđe, najvjerovatnije. No, onoj se imao. Pa nije, ovo ti je ploča B450. 100 evra povoljnija nego ona najmanja.
Šta je u pitanju? Broj slotova tih, šta?
M2 diskova, da.
Trebalo bi B400...
Samo jedan slot M2 diska.
Dobro, generalno ti jedan treba sad, ako ćeš dva, to je već... Druga stvar.
Uzete ovo je. Nije uzeto ovo. Ovamo. Yes.
Есть. O, brate, što smo mu uradili? Doktor. Uzos. Kažem doktor.
Ovih ljudi. Beš tu ćemo veliku bačiti. Opa.
Ovo je izašao napolje, Milan.
A, standardno.
Skoči oko, ga trči okolo.
Veliki isto dobro. Rasturena su vratiti.
On je gore, brate. Uf.
Jebo, mat.
Wow. Kako se zove taj? Devil Crash.
Ovo je bio Solar.
Evo ti. Ma nije Solar, trojica.
Ne.
Ali to kad izlećeš kažeš, ja izlećem.
Rekao
Ja sam vidio da si napolje, brate, tek kad si počeo pucaš.
Rekao i sebi.
Aha.
Taj ima privatni profil, ako sam dobro vidio.
Prestiž 100, brate. Jest, privatni profil.
Jedino je on i volio.
Samo da uzem ovaj... Nije sumrak, ovo ti je baš mrak. Mene je isto noć, brate. Dobio sam flašu. Ne flash, ja sam flašu dobio, flašu.
To je dobra stavka za napalje.
Vijate kes će paziti.
Radi li se sutra, Makić?
Radi, bret. I to radim sutra od 7 do 5.
A, ne zajebavaj.
Da.
Šajde neki popis, nešto.
Pa šta je to, nešto duže malo?
Ma, program novi imamo i onda moramo doći na njih.
Robozu ga, Milane. Pomož. Na zdravlje.
Gledaj, nisi imao nože, brat. Pa kažeš, Bone?
Ništa.
Yes.
Zdravo.
Take care.
Ovo odavno nije boss bio tu, brat.
Top. Crven. Ko se šunja od vas?
Niko.
Trebalo bi bossa tući, ljudi.
Ja ću ga napast sa strelama.
Samostalno. On je ručni s otrovom.
Nema motor. Ovo je veliki crossbow.
Tu je to pauk. Kad krene da ređe, možda izvučeš par strelica za ekstra damage.
Ne znam, brat.
Katakombe?
Evo, došao je, brat.
Pa jesi čuo, sam ga hitao.
Mene su gađali.
Sve mi je jasno, da znam gdje su.
Bravo. Tamo su u procipu kele.
Ali boss.
Nemoj da ga oni daljinski upale, bro.
Jedan pao, pomoć mi traje.
Ne mogu tuda da prođem, kele, moram okolo.
Diće svog. Diže ga.
Jebote, šta ovo bi?
A zakla ga.
Bravo, pišću. Još jedan treba, već sve pobiti.
Da, dvojicu.
Ima. Pazi, bacam bombu. Aha. Ali obojica gore, ne. Tu sam ja skrećemo, tamo je bitka.
Su od uvasi makiću bili, jesu?
Izgleda da jesu, ja ne vidim trećeg čovjeka.
Taj Mauser, to neko od njih ima?
A, Mauzo od ovoga zakla i uzao u Mauza.
Zdravo, momci. Da.
Von žita.
Kako ne, već.
Isto, možemo mi polako napolje, a? Su oni fiš, a?
Biće. Sve još
Yes. Take care. See.
Odošao ti momci Kisiću.
Ideš ili?
A ne igram ja s vama. Ali dobro.
Znaš što si pucao?
Na kerve.
Ne znam.
Imaš 50 dinara.
Tamo u sobi. Kad uđeš u našu sobu pa desno na polici imaš par. Kako me nešto jebe.
Jebe pa rastura.
Je ti namešteno u control panelu AMD-ovom da ti sam update-uje automatski driver iz grafičku karticu?
Samo mi dao obaveštenje i onda ja sam. Nije to, ja sam kriv, imam neki program. Ima tamo opcija kao Optimize PC, ja to kliknuo i evo ti sad sranje.
Sad i ne znam što je namestio.
Edaki.
Ko je digao kokoške? Ko puca, alo? Pa reci jebe mu mater. Neko umra, neko umra.
Ja sam.
Jedan mrtav. Još jedan pao. Treba mi pomoći. Do it. A jednog sam čak i zapalio, kako ne bi vidio.
Ovdje je jedan mrtav unutra.
E pa to je to onda. To je to onda.
Reče Ivana, Nemanje bicikl mi danas.
Čuo sam je kad je došao, pitao se.
Ja ću napraviti centru.
A može, može.
Imaš onlay, a i ja ujutro idem na posao.
Dobro, sve u redu.
Evo ga ovdje.
Evo ga čovjek. Flash on. Još jedan. Eno ga. Pao.
Bravo, Kesiću. Ali ovo mi je nešto sumljivo, brate.
Dvije ekipe, Makić.
Ali ovdje su 2 čovjeka pala sam.
Ne, 3, pa evo ga. Prvi, drugi i treći tamo ubijen, ja ga ubio sad upravo.
Jel imate vulture svi?
100. Ovam.
Ne brini, Milan si lutovat sigurno pred tebe.
Pa ima uppercut, to ću mu uzeti. Jel ti kreće li treba uppercut?
Pa imao si ovamo uppercut, ja sam dole
Nema,
tu
evo,
uzem.
uzeti se.
Imaš još 7 metaka za njega, možda bolje da uzmeš uppercut. Da ispucaš to što imaš i da uzmeš uppercut. Polit će ti municiju po fajtu. Znaš kad će da napuni taj dolč? Nikad. Kad ga iznese s mapa.
Vid, u žicu mi udari ovo, marš u pičku materinu. Mene će ubit, gotov sam.
Evo te ubio?
Jest.
Ko boss?
Take care.
Oh boy.
Imam dinamit za mitabol, da samo recite gdje je.
Ko me ubio, vrati, šta je ovo?
Ja ne bomba te ubila, ali kako ne?
Ja ne mogu dojera, čovjek ubio, evo.
Jel on vas pobije sve, a?
Skinuo mi je health. Ode kocka.
Welcome.
Znam.
Ko me ubio, vrati, šta je ovo?
Ja.
Bomba te ubila, ali kako ne?
Ja ne mogu dojera, čovjek ubio, evo.
Jel on vas pobije sve, a?
Skinuo mi je health. Ko me ubio, vrati, šta je ovo? Ubio se u partija do 4 čovjek. Ja ne mogu dojera, čovjek ubio, evo.
Jel on vas pobije sve, a? Jel na to Milan boostuje KD?
A...
Goodbye for now.
Evo ti Kesiću žive. Ja nisam vero, mora sam da premutam. Pogledaj ti to, je. Koji je to ludak. I čujem ga kako puca, znaš. Nije on registrao da si ti umro.
Ko nije registrao da je ko umro?
Pa pogledaj.
A što bi on obraćao pažnju na to ko je umro?
Pa da. Bitno je da se on raspuca. Dobro si ga sredio, Milane, svaka ti čast. Ko ne sluša ima da ga ubijem. Jel' tako? Ima da ubije svako ko mene sluša.
Milane.
Neka ne.
A gdje ti je sad ti tvoji indikatori i to?
Indikatori. Čega indikatori? One plaveni outline-ovi. Da vidi gdje smo saigrači. Što bi se on zamarao tim.
Gotovo, kraj partije. Oblično.
4 kila je, šta je ovo? Kak se ovo botove ubije, šta je? Pa ja se još prošlo ubije na topici.
Može odmah može i on, a?
Ej, odmah.
Ja sam pauzao.
Ti kažeš što se dešava kad igraš na Milanu, ti ne znaš.
Milan je odmah upukao Kesića, da ne bi Kesić odskočio u šesticu. To je kao slučajno bilo, naš Kesić. Jer da je, ozbiljno, ti bi sad bio vjerojatno rank 6. I odmah bi bili teži mečevi, ovako te sredije i to je to.
Ček samo da vidim što.
Eto viš sad si rank 5, da si napravio 4 kila i da si izašao iz posla.
Sve ulazi u rank, sve.
Sve. I kad te boss ubije isto. Kad te ubije Armored. Zato zapravo Boris jeste mali rank. Boris Gardinovački, znaš? To što ga i ubija redovno. Ubije ga pčela, ubije ga boss, ubije ga zamka, ubije ga...
Ja sam kada sam to se ja njega aktivno, kad mi dosadno, pustim na je boss ubije par puta i pane recimo na teoriju, ono vajpujem server.
Da, možeš namjerno da se direktuješ, nije problem. Ako znaš šta radiš.
Samo sekund.
To ti radi dosta ovih streamera, ne kažem što
Tebe
igra Hunt.
Makić izgleda nek ubio bio ili šta?
Ubila me, bombu je pogodio i bure, nisam uspio da pobegnem. Pogodim čovjeka 2 puta, ne umre. Stvarno, nevjerovatno. Pa onda se čovjek ubije. Da. Watch. I...
Ja kad sam ti rekao da to trebaš da otključaš tamo ti ne radiš. To ti usporava kompjuter, čovječe Bože.
Misliš oni PC Extra slotovi, bio su?
Ne, nego on ima ovaj tvrdi KDD. I ja sam to imao ono dugo i onda sam ga otključio i onaj moj kompjuter požio.
Pa i ja ga imam, ali ništa ti to ne utiče, verujem.
Utiče ti. Prvo je ukopčaj ga ići da vidiš.
A probao sam ga iskopčati, ali nisam primetio razliku.
Ima dosta.
Možda ti imaš nekakve trance na tom hardisku. Ima li možda to veze?
Ma ja nisam skidao preko ono jebene konkolije. Znaš? To je sjajno.
Pa tebi ne treba više od 100 GB memorije, čovječe. Zašto ti drugo i treba?
Da se kući.
Šta ti to igraš?
A ti zbog Snake-a uzimaš memoriju.
A to radi mene.
Šta ti imaš od toga?
Kao čisto da ti, kao, tako kaže.
Šta imam od toga?
Pa ne znam, evo.
Ništa od toga.
A Simo je danas igrao God of War, video sam baš jutros.
Mislim da je Ragnarok bolji, a nema veze. Ovdje imaš 2 oružja. Imaš Sekiro, imaš onaj njegove Chaos Blades. I to je to. A u Ragnaroku imaš 5-6 oružja.
A taj Ragnar, je li to starija igra ili?
Ne, to ti je zadnja igra, samo što nema za PC ako se ne varam.
Hoće li biti, hoće?
A hoće, valjda Sony je počeo da izbacuje prvo na Epic pa na Steam igre. Tako da, hoće vjerovatno.
A šta je tu problem?
Milane.
Problem je u tome, Kesiću, što igre s PlayStationa i Xboxa, one dele video memoriju, onaj VRAM od grafičke kartice i sistemsku memoriju dele. To je problem. Zato Last of Us ne radi kako treba, znaš. Zato Last of Us traži 32 GB RAM.
Aha.
No shit. Get rich quick.
Evo mi gore na platformu, Makiću. Kako ne vidiš?
Successfully lost. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, Lost. How was your stream last night? Thanks for dropping by.
Šta da mu ja radim? Šta ću mu ja? Eno, hit on, Makiću.
Ono se healat kilo.
Headshot.
Bravo, Kesiću.
A ne mogu ljudi, pa pomozite, jebe mu mater, sam sam ovdje. Jebote.
Vidio sam se. Čudi me da na mene nije krenuo, ja sam isto protiv za Kesića. Jebi ga, to znaš da traje to. Uđeš. Dva poena, dobro, može. Stavit ćemo bulorak.
Welcome.
Tea time.
Goodbye for now. Welcome. Welcome.
On me je rođendan.
Interesting.
Radiš na čas ili?
Sutra ujutro.
Danas niko ni ne radi.
Goodbye for now.
Druga smena, čini mi se.
Kak je beka, pa danas ti 2. maj. Šta lupaš?
Welcome.
The Batman's promise to the Joker. The Joker's personality had split, giving life to Jack Napier, a kind and generous man completely opposite to the chaos that the Joker represented. Together with Harley Quinn, they formed a beautiful family with 2 adorable children. But the darkness of the Joker always lurked nearby. One day, the Joker regained control and kidnapped his own kids as a cruel punishment for Harley. Desperate, Jack fought with all his strength against the Joker, trying to stop him and rescue his kids. But he knows deep down that he can't control it for long, eventually injuring himself in a desperate attempt to buy time for their escape. In a critical moment, Harley made a heartbreaking decision. She aimed at the Joker's head and fired without hesitation. In doing so, she also ended the life of Jack, the man who showed her genuine love. Batman, witnessing the painful scene, approaches and while holding his hand, makes a solemn promise. He would protect Harley and his kids, ensuring their safety from now on. The
tako ne nade, moram mu duplo platiti ako radi na državu.
150% moramo da.
Šta? Što pamet? Jes, ali ti privreda staje zbog toga. Staje.
Dobro, evo ja radim 7 sati.
Welcome, one and all, to the party capital of Drang Lake. We've got power dancing, that place from Elden Ring, that other place from Elden Ring.
Ali fazon je što niko neće efektivno da radi, u tome je problem. Nego svi bi da znaš.
But of course, the real question is...
Kaki problem je? Nije problem ni 3 sata da radiš ako efektivno radiš, ali niko neće efektivno da radi, u tome je problem.
Ja možda 2 sata.
Haha, yes Baron, you say you're going to beat it normally, but then you're actually just going to break it to pieces.
Na kraju pizdu materinu, boss.
No, this time I really mean it. Look, I even went for a hexa build with a rapier. It's the most normal thing ever. So, with all that said, let's get on with it. Because, just like James Corden's bedsheets, we've got a lot to cover. Ah, shit, here we go again. In an appropriate way to start this day, I hurled myself into a pit of despair. So, just an average Tuesday then. An old woman fondled my very essence. I turned myself into a big chunky hunk of love, picked Sorcerer as starting class, Bonfire Aesthetic for my gift, and gave myself a perfectly normal name for a perfectly normal playthrough. Perfect. Now, because this is the hardest game ever to beat Dark Souls 2, you're not allowed to use any weapons at all, or even attack anything until you've beaten the first boss, the fearsome last giant, who has a terrifying repertoire of 5 whole different attacks. And I definitely didn't make any of that up for the sake of content. But fortunately, much like Sonic the Hedgehog, DS2 is a game all about collecting rings, which I guess is why it's called Elden Ring. So, I suppose the only way I would be able to down this deadly foe would be through the twin powers of friendship and a couple of circular finger boys. Here's how.
Evo ih ljudi. To ti pucaš, Kristiću?
Ma da, na pčelu sam pucao.
Dobro, ja rekao.
Every consumable soul I could, as well as the buckler shield. Bought a couple of firebombs from Melentia, shopkeeper of Mikola, stole a delusional man's house keys, died a little, both inside and out.
Kuda me pogodio, kroz zid, šta?
Opened everything up.
Kuda da mi je zle?
To steal all of Kel's earthly possessions. Next, I moved on to hides to grab more items on the way, popped some souls, and boosted my endurance. Because we do be doing a little running. Maybe this way? No, that's stupid. It's definitely back this way. There it is. Okay, confession time. I was counting on also getting the souls from killing Pursuer, as well as his consumable soul. But I didn't do it quite right, so I had to resort to joining the company of champions, and then using the ballistas to repeatedly kill this poor sod. Because remember, no weapons allowed, yeah? Once I hit 12,000 souls, I bought the Fragrant Branch from Melentia, which also triggered her into giving me the covetous Silver Serpent Ring, and I was ready for the next step of my journey. Now that I had a branch, I could speak to the branch manager, who offered me some coffee. My milkshake brought all the boys to the yard, and they're like, hey, wait a minute, this isn't milkshake at all. You tricked us. And picked up the old Sun Ring and the Chloranthy Ring from the vape zone. Next stop, hides. Excuse me, lad, just coming through, don't mind.
Will you still be on Twitch or just here? Yeah, I'm a dual wielding streamer now. Dual wielding, bro. Maybe even triple wielding.
Vama uključeno
Look
ovaj
out for me on
vertical sync.
TikTok at some point.
V-Sync, makaki, to niko ne koristi.
Walls and floors are still optional on this run.
To svi preporučuju da se
Game's
isključi.
throwing twins at me.
Neko se bahati ovdje parama, a?
Pa izgleda.
Okay, I should not have gone backwards.
Bahati ovdje sa parama.
We're just gonna move forwards. Through this broken, glitchy area. Everything is fine.
Kako jedeš flash? Nije flash nego ovaj...
Milan is sucker for electronics.
Should we see who the boss is? Nah, I'm not gonna spoil it.
Oh, let's
get this shortcut. It might break the game. You never know. It looks like it's gonna break the game. Surprisingly didn't, though. I'll take it. He tried. Oh, hey, that was quick, Gray. You got it. What's for lunch? I haven't been eating lunch. I've been trying to lose weight. So I've been doing the whole intermittent fasting thing. So I basically don't eat anything until dinner. And it's been helping with my energy levels. I was having big time energy levels coming back to streaming. And since I've cut out lunch, much more energized throughout the entire day. Oh, he's got a body. I see him. Oh no. Oh no.
Evo i Peđa ti je, čini mi se, BC igru, pa u mjesec dana ne rešavaju kočiju. Yes.
Come on, heal quick.
A evo mjesec dana već bi rešili nešto.
Hit him! What is am I getting blow darted? What is happening?
Čovječe, pa koliko ima već da čovjek ne igra kompjuter?
Who is this guy? Dude, it's one of the toxic chandelier holders. The randomizer just never disappoints, does it? It just never disappoints. What about breakfast? What about second breakfast? No breakfast. Just one big dinner. Like last night I had some
Ja ću još jedno I pravim pauzu.
Harry got McDonald's. I had what did I have? I got some fries and like one of those little cheeseburgers. And then I had a 1.75 pound ribeye steak that I cooked on my grill. That was my dinner. Where am I? Oh wait, hold on, I got the shortcut. I got the shortcut. Where's the shortcut? Does anybody know where the shortcut is? Oh, it's back here. No. It's kind of hard with all the textures missing. I think it's right here, right? There we go. Okay. Just had to reorientate myself. Gesundheit. Ribeye's the best cut? Oh yeah, ribeye's the best. I thought you guys hated McDonald's in the US? Hated McDonald's? What? Who hates McDonald's? I mean, it'll make you sick. It's probably the lowest quality food you can get. But we all grew up on that. That's nostalgia. You just ate a big old ribeye. I honestly want another one. So if you want to go to the meat market and get me one, bring it over, I'd be happy. I'd be very happy. All right, let's get that shortcut if we can. Please do not die again. Easy. See you later, chat. Later, Griffith. Can't stand most of the stuff from McDonald's. Just makes you feel like, yeah, it always makes me feel awful. It's not very good food. Not very good food at all. You can eat McNuggets until you overdose. I've never been a McNugget guy, or nuggets in general. If you give me like deep breaded chicken tenders or fingers, something like that, I'll do that, but...
Marshmallows.
A? Gdje si kupio to?
Po Lidlu.
Ne znam šta ti je to.
Ono, znaš što se peče na vati, ono, ako gledaš u filmu, ono belo kao pusnice izgleda.
A nešto sam gleda ucrtane, ako je to.
To je možda.
Oni marshmallow.
A kakvog je to ukusa, Makić? Šta je to?
Slatko.
Znaš šta ti je to, Kesi? To ti je kao
Čuka
šlag.
marshmallow, pa
kao
nije marshmallow.
penasta bombona, to je.
Da, kao...
Izgleda kao penasta bombona i to. Natakneš i malo samo da ono čim uvati po crnim sa strane, to je to.
It's like non-ethnic white person spicy levels.
Moram probati to kupit,
It's just not really actually spicy.
Ako to i dalje u Lidlu ili gdje?
Been outside of the United States.
Yes.
Or
Da,
honestly,
nisam
even
to nikad niđe probao, ne znam
ethnic food in the United States.
I onako kad se to ispeče, ali to brzo bude gotovo za par sekundi. Razlači se ko šampita. Ko šampita, ono, znaš, onako bude... Ne znam kako te objasnim.
Već si objasnim.
Every time you eat McDonald's, you're still hungry. They don't give you enough food. It's way too expensive now.
Je li dovoljno slatko to, Makić?
Preslatko, bro.
It used to be where you can get...
Tebi bi bilo stama.
Just a cheeseburger would be $1.
To je,
would be on the
kažeš,
dollar
meni
menu.
bi
Now
tamo
a normal regular cheeseburger is $2.50. Not a fan of the cheese bites. What are cheese bites? Never heard of cheese bites.
Je se psihički spremio za silas.
It's not spicy if your lip doesn't sweat. Listen, if my skin doesn't change to like a red color, if my entire body doesn't get immediately wet as soon as I eat the food, it's not spicy.
Imaš serpent kill.
I'm someone that would go in college. I would go to the Thai place and get Thai level hot. Level 3, usually. In case you don't know, at Thai places, there's typically like...
Ili brickworth,
sometimes 3, sometimes 5 levels of spiciness.
Mene pitaš.
But then usually there's like Thai person levels of spiciness that are above that.
Šta će njemu healti? On mora da radi da bi koristio healti, a on nije navikao da radi.
That'll be nice. And there's the other shard we needed. Perfect. Cool.
Yes,
this randomizer is shaping up.
Nije.
Čuo, nije i kada radi, jes.
Breakfast is your go-to, yes? Usually 2 sausage egg McMuffins for $5, although it used to be 4. Yeah, it's not a bad deal. Level 3 drunken noodles.
Koliko je to para, Makiću?
Listen, that's why I love it. It fights back. You know, most food that we eat in current society, it just lets you eat it. But Thai food, it actually tries to kill you while you're consuming it.
Pali kola pa
And I
dođe.
respect it for that. You never try? Oh, dude, Thai food's amazing. I usually get Penang curry or Masaman curry.
Tensug. Welcome to my channel.
A što ga ne uze?
And now, of course, I could buy shards too with insight.
Moga si slobodno uzeti rog.
I need more blood echoes. We got them though. All right, we got a +7.
A to na žar pečeš ili kako?
Da, na žar.
Gem doesn't work.
Pa malo iznad žara držiš, znaš.
Aha.
Malo držiš par sekundi pa onda okreneš iz druge strane.
A ovako je sirovo rovito, kako bi rekao?
Može, ne, sirovo ti je ko penasta bombona, može ti to i sirovo jest. To je slatko i sirovo.
Ima bolji ukus, mislim tako je napravljeno da se konzumira.
Da, kao lepši ukus, onako malo na karamel, kako ti kažem.
I guess we can go to Parl, right? Yeah, let's go to Parl.
Nisi na njega trebao stikicu, evo izgore sad. Još i gori.
What kind of randomizer are you doing today? It's an enemy, boss, NPC, dialogue.
Nemaš ni municije, nemaš ništa, razumiješ?
And drops as well.
Da. Imaš sad, ali nisi se ni krenuo tucat još.
It's 1:10.
U tome je
This
problem.
is lunchtime for me. I'm not eating lunch, so I'm hungry. So we will be talking about basically nothing but food from now on.
Imam to, mislim, čujem.
Palite bosse.
Nothing but food at all.
Imamo neko malo.
A to Makiću imamo, da se zna da će bačit ne bi
Whatever enemy is
uzima.
here should be able to kill me. And I'll get taken back to Yahargul. There was a kid from Thailand in my grade 1 class, and his mom came to cook lunch for the kids one day. Best lunch 6-year-old me ever had.
Žicu lomi, bro.
Are you still friends? Can his mom come live at my place?
Zapaljeni.
I would like a Thai mother. Do you use a charcoal grill? Yes, I do. And my charcoal grill's amazing.
Makiću, djevojka uzela ovoga slatkoga za rođendan, nagrdih se, evo te.
That guy just
Samo, svaki minut otvaram kutiju, jebote.
Those Japanese Kamado style grills is basically like a big clay oven or a kiln. And this thing, it literally cooks the best steaks I've ever had. For like 15, 20 bucks, I have the best steaks I've ever had in my life. I cook them myself.
Evo i dolaze od zatvora, dolazi ekipa.
Do it. Dude, there's so many videos now.
Jel Makiću?
So many.
Od zatvora pucam čovjeka te naši.
Hey, Okami.
Ili Fort misliš?
Okay.
Gdje?
Da, od Forta dolazi.
The queen is back.
Ma kak ide izgori, pa evo juče izgorelo. Da, speko meso, sve malteri izgorelo, ja nisam redko šta si i pojeo.
Double it up.
I ja isto volim kad juraš.
Ja ne, viš. Ja više kad je malo onako rovito.
Življe.
Evo ih, Makiću.
You like steak?
Dobro si
I've
ti rekao.
discovered the world of homemade food for myself. It was very bizarre and hard for me, but you tried it. But it's also
Vidi ovo je.
Listen, I used to order lunch
Pa,
delivered
pikam
every
nisam
day
jednom
on
više
stream.
puta, pikao sam jedan
Pretty
put.
much every day, unless I cooked
Fino
and I
nas
had
ovaj
leftovers.
Makiću rešio.
Lepo.
Once inflation hit recently and
Su
everything
trojicu ne
started
može dići
costing like
sigurno.
30, 40, 50% more, it no
Evo da,
longer
Makić.
became worth it. Right? The amount of money that I can
On
save
čeka i
cooking
dalje, ne
myself
diže.
versus having someone else, to me it's just
Ej,
not
jebi
worth
ga.
it anymore. Whereas before
Sad
it used
Makiću
to.
nema vajde.
But now everything is just so much more expensive. I really can't personally justify it. And now
Ima
I'm
je
getting
vremena,
better food.
znaš.
Now I'm just getting better food day in, day out. Sometimes it's annoying though.
Ti da žicu.
I guess just the woods. Let's go to the woods. If I'm not watching the Blood God, I'm watching cooking videos. There's so much you can learn that's great. And coming soon to a stream near you, Blood God cooking videos. I just gotta set it all up. I've got pinball and cooking that I've been hyping up on Twitch for a long, long time. And eventually it'll happen. Look, we're already streaming on YouTube. I said that was gonna happen months ago. It's just taken us a while to get there. Does Zeus also do Monster Hunter streams? Dude, I am one of the biggest fans, one of the pillars of the Monster Hunter community. There is not a player of Monster Hunter that does not know who I am.
Beka izletio I failo.
Literally a god to those people.
Beka failo.
Ovo su
wonderful day. Later, noob.
Nema ževa.
Hey, Kojua.
Ovaj što nas je sve pobio, 1.93.
Da je Beka barem ubio jednoga. A ja ovaj što ga je Beka ispromašiva, ja ga zakoljem, zamisli to.
Opet mi oni ga opet mašionja, a?
Pa opet, standardno.
Ooh, that's actually very expensive, that set. We could sell that.
Možeš misli kakav je tip kad se ga zakla,
shorts and get in the algorithm.
Pa
Yeah, I gotta do some short stuff on YouTube.
Ovaj
And that's
10
where the
metkova u
TikTok
njega
stuff is
puca i
gonna come in.
promaši.
I'll
Evi ga mi one mora
cross-post
riješ
YouTube
propio za
shorts
te
and the TikTok content.
Pa jes, što jes.
Nije
I'll go
sramotan,
back
ali.
and look through my clips. And hopefully you guys have
Sramota
clipped
I
all the
dalje
funny
ću.
things that have happened on my
Čoram
stream.
biti.
If not,
To je
I'll have to pay
sramota.
Mitch and more invisible gum and get him to do it.
Sramoti to što on neće da prizna da ima problem.
A neće. To je najgore od svega, jes?
Mione, to nije nešto, ne znam ti nija što je naš.
Okay then. You must try Kargzo and Halliswizzle. It's a beef soup stew from Georgia and a Hungarian fish soup. Never heard of them. Will there be a magic school bus? Oh, of course. Always a magic school bus. Big snakes. Where am I? Lost. No, it's fine. Double pump. Get the pickups. Pebbles. I love that the pebbles are just calcified eyes in Bloodborne. Butcher. Ooh, I kind of want to switch to butcher clothing. Dude. Those aren't beasts you're fighting, they're jabronis.
Idemo.
There we go. Alrighty then. You have to try surströmming from Sweden. What is that? The thing with me and food is, I'll try generally anything once, unless it looks awful. Some food looks awful, I don't want to even think about it! Okay, okay, Bloodborne. That's how it's gonna be. I have no beast blood pellets. I have no buffs. I have no iframes. Scooch. Oh man. I'm dead. I'm dead now. That was super close. It's just the FOV makes this a little bit harder than normal. That did not hit me, but I guess you can't disagree with the game. The game knows best. Okay, that's fine. The FOV on that's a little rough. That's a little rough. You're a big barbecue fan. You smoke a brisket and a whole chicken every other week. That's one thing. Like I get a fair amount of like rotisserie chickens at the grocery store. I'd like to start using them in on my grill, smoking them out. Haven't done that yet though. Turn off scaling. This is a cakewalk. You should really start playing Bloodborne again. What is holding you back, good sir? What's holding you back? He has so much HP. That's how the randomizers go.
Check. Ah. Oh.
Definitely a lot of the times. It feels more of a challenge run. Excuse me. Ah! I can't breathe. Did Patches really do that to me? He really did. He really did. Why is it so dark? Is it a part of the mod? Yes. It's still got to be the longest run back in the game, right? Even with the shortcut. No beast blood. Have to do this straight up. Oh, dude, no. That's no stamina. Luckily, he did that attack, though. It didn't kill me. Nah, he's got some rally back at least. Didn't like to get hit, but staying aggressive kept me in the positive. Had to tank that one hit. Don't have to tank that, though. Got the health back. Lost it again. Fine. Double hit him. Then scooch him. Mostly got it back. Damn. I'm just healing that. I'm just double pumping. Scooch it. There's the scooch. 2 charge R2 seemed like a good move. It wasn't, though.
Goodbye for now.
Vote for chicken. Well, you're gonna watch level 1 from all the time. I don't fucking care. The most cactus debuff chosen. You're gonna choose cactus debuffs, you're gonna watch level 1 forever. I am Korean grinder. I can grind this one level for my next or my entire of my life. Unstoppable. Farm Force 3000.
Baš. 7-0, a? Nisam spreman da rizikujem uopšte.
Told you. Tactical or brutality.
To je njihov problem. To nije isto. Neke.
Kako si mislio da okreneš ti nešene pare? Milane. Kako si mislio da okreneš nešene pare?
Tako što će da ih izgubi.
Najlakše je tuđe pare okrenuti.
Let's go.
Dobro, kako si mislio da okrene nešto taj novac? No dobro, daj neki recimo primjer.
Treasure time.
Mislim ako nije posebno taj.
Thank you very much, chat. Give me speed. What speed? Speed, crack speed? Oof. You are too slow. That's the problem. Yeah, I don't know how you can heal me. I like this one more. There is command for that. If you vote for survival, I'm gonna restart the level. let's go. Let's go. I know, but I don't give a fuck. You want to sabotage my progress? Then I don't care. I go to the next map and I have 0 damage because everything is intact. Because you voted this shit out. I don't see shit, stop spamming! Tactical or brutality, don't vote for survival. I don't have survival weapons. I died anyway. Why you don't heal me? You can flash. Yes, you can flashbang me. You can flashbang me, but you cannot heal me. Nice. Nice chicken. Fucking useless.
Ja sam skupio dosta, možeš da vidiš u kantikama. Pa baci Hembo, baci neke druge po koje...
Limetum Pop. Welcome to my channel.
I already eaten today. Today was the kebab today. Today was good day. Let's go fucking chat ass dick cock. Come on, shoot! Shoot! nice.
Larzu. Welcome to my channel. Hello bro.
Hello.
Let's go. Thank you. Now we can progress.
What playing?
Thank you.
Days to Die.
I am decomposed, you know, I have leak from my car and it's gonna probably cost money to fix.
But I am suggesting angry Polish streamer. Damn, it's good.
Yeah.
https www.twitch.tv diviumfuror.
Yeah.
This guy. Watching him.
It's power
while playing.
steering. Fuck this shit.
This game is insane.
I guess. I'm still waiting for Alpha 21.
Hello.
And my neighborhood is calling me that there is drama, you know, because my car power steering is leaking on the parking lot and there is fucking big pool of power steering in the middle of parking lot. Shit! I got hit on top of that. And the neighborhoods are decomposed. That my car is fire hazard. They think it's leaking fucking fuel and it's gonna explode and we're gonna all die. What I need to deal with fucking morons. So that's I'm a bit decomposed. I am a bit decomposed by this.
Sorry for not being here, I was at school.
Because they may, you know, they may call.
You are excused.
And they may, I think I need
All
to
good.
check this shit.
It's not like I'm giving you grades.
Because they may call the, you know, car recovery.
I am. Damn.
Jumps! Give me jumps!
I believe I can fly.
Kata. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, vote for positive! Vote for positive all the time. Easy. Oh yeah, so it's double, not only the level is toxic, but also the...
Toxic chat.
Not only the level is
Mama.
Mamma mia.
But the... when I'm attacked, I'm poisoned. Just let me go. Let me get into... Oh, Eggman! Hey, heal! Heal, Johnny Mates! Thank you.
That's what you get. Perception level 3.
You know, it's a bit problematic, you know? It's a bit, your leaking car is a bit problematic. They can call police on you. So I'm decomposed a bit by it. That's the story. Stream with police, maybe. I don't know.
Shit bro, my dog is super fucking fat.
Well, you have to feed him less.
How you even go there?
Simple. Give him less food. Oh no.
Where to go?
So, what school are you going in? That's kind of a question.
Okay, there is a road.
And, you know, you don't have to answer, I'm just curious.
Come on, brutality or tactical?
But
Heal! Don't fucking sleep! While you are sleeping, chicken! Hello? How the fuck this game is a rhythm game? Are you smoking? Woo! The FPS is amazing. Guys, where is my chicken? Where is my chicken?
No. Oops.
You gonna pick up survival? When I don't have survival weapon, I'm restarting the level. I don't care. Checking my car means I will need to go off stream for 10 minutes. Unacceptable. Puff puff, cheep cheep. I am in work now. Heal when I am below 50%. scam at us for... Chat voted to flash Cuphead. Fuck! You know, guys, what to do. Please vote for brutality or tactical. Every time you're gonna vote for survival, I'm gonna repeat level beginner area over and over and over and over. I don't care. I'm gonna teach you how to behave. You fucking spoiled brats. Hello. Brutality or tactical, please. That's what you're gonna hear for next 3 days. A Wounded Burg, let's go! New Wounded Burg discover!
Lime Pop. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome to New Wounded Burg. How is your day? Hello. cannot remove Twitch add-on! When you start the game with the Twitch add-on, you need to continue with the Twitch add-on. I will need to start from the beginning if I want to remove that shit. I'm gonna tame the chat or I'm gonna be toxic fucking swears with fucking bullshit devil forever.
Oh my god.
Jump! Jump, please! Jump, please! Will tomorrow or tomorrow. I need to be extremely cautious. Extreme cautious. How am I supposed to go there if the rats are fucking above me? This location is so dick. This location is so shit. Fucking Scorpion Stinger, fuck! Fuck us! Kill!
Ok, ovo tišina.
Ćeš da pevam?
Da, da jodluješ.
Okay, no more healing. Yes. Come on, let's go. Chat, need your help now. Ooh. Let's go. Nice! Woohoo! Yes! We can do it! Ah, fucking eggs! What the fuck is this excrement? A triple cock! How can you fucking cross this map? I jump in and there is fucking 2 stinger shooting at me. Stop choosing this fucking location. Now I am ready. If you're gonna choose survivor, I'm gonna have shield. You can pick whatever you want now. I am ready. I'm genius. I am ready for every possibility. I outsmarted the chat. am genius. I'm not gonna die now. I am ready. Can I get 30 kills? Probably yes. No, I can't. Chad want me to suffer, that's it. Yeah. Toxic swears again. Of course. Fuck. Wrong pick. Chicken. Choose chicken. Chicken. Sharpshooters. Look how many of them there is! Are you shitting me? everything shit. We may make some progress today. We may make some progress today. The sharpshooters? They're from... Oh my god, cock us. What? How did I die? How did I die? I don't even know how I died!
Monstrum.
Oh, you have to oh yeah! Of course, chat fault. Okay, break them, pendejo. I need to look what is happening with my car if there is police called on the action.
Isto da vidim. Razmišljam što mi treba, što mi treba.
Za?
Fakturiju.
Što ih igrate ono mapu na vozu?
Mislim, čim bude pojedno voz, kreći iz početka. Mislim, ljudi su jako, znaš kako jako su nesposobni.
Mogu da pretpostavim.
It's not that, it's bad. It's bad, but not that bad. 6 out of 10. It's of size of the pancake. So it's not critical. How do you deal? I'm gonna jack the car and I'm gonna fix it.
Welcome home. Welcome.
So over at don'tdelete.art, there is a petition or manifesto, as they're calling it, basically trying to point out the insanity of the broad definitions that social media, mainstream platforms, you know, like Instagram and YouTube and everything, use when they decide which kind of post to ban. If it's not considered sponsor safe, if it's, you know, a little risque, or just, you know, a lot of times if a plus size and or person of color model does the exact same pose as a skinny white woman, the plus size and or person of color version will get taken down while the skinny white woman one doesn't. It's totally nonsensical, and so this petition asks people to bring awareness and the social media websites to stop that. So if you want to sign it, you can go over to don'tdelete.art. As it says here, overly restrictive and unclear community guidelines along with vague definitions as to what counts as objectionable material routinely erase art from search functions, explore functions, and hashtags. Algorithmic errors result in the removal of work and account deletion, suppression of reach, and in loss of followers. Appeals processes are difficult, protracted, and often ineffective. We here at Topless Topics, a channel that seeks to destigmatize female toplessness through repeat exposure, except that even when I fully censor my videos, they still get taken down. We are quite familiar with these arbitrary decisions of what gets taken down or not. I have hundreds of examples just at toplesstopics.org/banned of many of these nonsensical bans where I get posts removed that show far less skin than many, many posts and videos, etc. that stay up. So this is a familiar and dear to my heart issue. To be perfectly honest, I don't really see any of this changing until mainstream platforms like TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, etc. start hemorrhaging users as they switch to these other platforms, these handful of platforms like Mastodon and, you know, Lips.zine and stuff like that, that don't have arbitrary bans, but you have to use the mainstream platforms to let people know about those other platforms existing. And then most people are just, to be honest, lazy. They're just like, well, why would I join this other site you know, when I can just keep using Instagram, etc. And if I get post banned, I'll just try again. But yeah, go ahead and sign the petition, and maybe consider at least making an account on an alternate website, even if you don't fully switch.
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
Did you know that once a part of Kale's questline actually had you looking around for a bird with a letter strapped to its leg?
Have you seen a crow around here by any chance? You know, a burial crow, with a letter fastened to its claw. I'd give you a generous sum for it, of course.
And down here, we can find it, a so-called burial crow. And if you kill it in time, you can loot the burial crow's letter, which progresses Kale's questline, helping him to locate the underground area where his brothers were entombed long ago. This event in particular is a restoration of Kale's cut questline, and if you'd like to see the full thing, then Sekiro Doobie has a full restoration of it over on their channel. But it's not just the questline that might relate to the burial crows. You know those notes that you usually buy from merchants that give you hints about the world? Well, according to some version 1.0 text, it's also possible that hunting burial crows was originally the method by which you were supposed to loot these notes. And while we're talking about the merchants, did you know that at one point there was planned to be a traveling merchant who actually wandered around the map in Limgrave? According to Sekiro Doobie, again, evidence that the merchants actually traveled survives in the unused walk routes that were found in a couple of Elden Ring's old maps. For example, this is NPC 802, who could be found here on the western coast, before they set out here by the Bridge of Sacrifice, south of the Everjail, then here in the Mistwood, and then finally at Storm Hill, near the Saints Bridge. To be clear, NPC 802 is an earlier type of merchant, one that actually had much deeper lore at the time. As the story goes, this merchant is actually aware of the dungeon underneath Lendel, where his brothers are entombed, and now he wanders around out of fear. Fear of staying in the same place and being locked up like his kin. It's great storytelling, and it's a shame it was cut because I think Elden Ring would have really benefited from more dynamic events like this. For number 3,
Pop.
So one of the
Welcome
best
to my
strategies
channel.
for taking out the Godskin duo is sleep. It takes one Godskin out of commission entirely, allowing the fight to become more of a one-on-one, but you likely knew this already. What you might not have known is that the Godskin are actually supposed to be able to wake each other up, and this isn't even cut content. There's actually just a bug that prevents this interaction from taking place most of the time. As far as I can tell, this was first noted by Lil Aggie while they were doing a randomized race through Elden Ring. And then in a comment thread started by Zeostorm, everyone got to work uncovering the truth. And according to this Twitter user, the Godskin boss is actually able to perform this scream in the Windmill Village as long as you lure them down the hill where a celebrant is asleep. So why doesn't it work in the Godskin arena? Well, according to the 5th Matt on Twitter, the Godskin AI is supposed to do this waking animation if a friend is found to be asleep. But the ally detection is kind of bugged out in this arena because of the knights that patrol outside. So when the 5th Matt removed every single knight patrolling around the arena, as well as the hidden HP bar enemy, apparently it worked in their arena again. This might explain why the waking behavior works only in boss randomizers, because a lot of these end up with you fighting the Godskin outside of their arena, so there aren't any patrolling enemies to bug out this intended effect when you play on a randomizer. As for a lore explanation, well, sleep and death are kind of similar in the real world in the sense that you're unconscious, and they do also seem to overlap as concepts in the Elden Ring world as well, as I discussed in my Miquella lore video. So it does make some sense that the Godskins, being deeply aware of death, might have also developed a way to wake each other out of it, though that is just speculation. But speaking of death, did you know that some of those who live in death can do this? I could try to explain this, but I think some things are just better without any explanation, you know? What also doesn't need any further explanation at this point is just how inspired From Software are by Kentaro Miura's Berserk. But just when you think you've seen every Berserk reference possible, another reading reveals another reference. I was reading chapter 82 and I looked at this panel and it showed Griffith's last tear that was frozen, crystallized, making it look identical to the crystal tears that once fell from the Erd Tree. Another consistent thing in a lot of From's games is the presence of an enemy that should be hostile but isn't, and in Elden Ring that phenomenon shows up here towards the end of Lanedale Capital past a set of Misbegotten. There's a friendly dog who won't attack you no matter what you do. Hopefully they never fix this in an update. But one thing they have finally fixed though is the Raw Medallion. It used to be that this only buffed a few raw effects, but now it properly buffs a broad spectrum of attacks, including the raw-based Dragon Communion incantations, Aspect of the Crucible, Breath, and even Placidusax's Ruin. Couple this with the Highland Axe, which also buffs raw attacks and can simply be put in your offhand, and you'll be a force to be reckoned with. There's good potential for a raw build here somewhere now, I think. For number 8, another thing that pops up in almost every From Software game is the presence of a character named Yulia. In Demon's Souls it was Yuria, the witch. In Dark Souls it was the undead merchant who muttered the name Yulia, maybe talking about his sword, or perhaps the female undead merchant. We're still not really sure who he was calling Yulia, but anyway, then Yulia was actually a character in Dark Souls 3, and then she was a major character in De Rasane, and then she was even a character in Elden Ring, before the name was changed. That's right, if you go through the cut dialogue, you'll find lines spoken from an earlier time in development, and back then there was a man named Horalu, the Gold Mask, and Lady Yulia was the name of the deathbed companion who became Fia. And speaking of Fia, there's something extremely curious going on here at the northernmost minor Erd Tree upon the Altus Plateau. Here, an omen can be found, hunched over in a circle with a set of commoners around them. But what's really weird about these enemies is that these are all unique character models. The omen has a black cape and the commoners have a black set with a shroud over their face. But it's not just the models, they actually have unique casting animations as well. The commoners and the omen are capable of casting Fia's Mist, complete with the little smoky symbol of death that Fia's Mist specifically does conjure up. I guess you could speculate that these enemies are sort of agents of Fia, considering that Fia's Mist is a unique Deathblight incantation that was developed specifically by her. But at the very least, even if that's not true, they're clearly aligned with Godwin's Deathblight and maybe even the new age that his ending portends to. It's also really curious that they're positioned right underneath what is a unique minor Erd Tree. This one is almost entirely dead, which reminds me then of the Shadow of the Erd Tree teaser, which might be showing Godwin's death root clawing its way up around a dead, dying Erd Tree. So,
ako imaš neku temu počni. Uzmi palicu i počni.
Anyway, speaking of the Shadow of the Erd Tree teaser, there's a few more things, believe it or not, in that image that I wish I pointed out in the speculation video. First is the wheat. I mentioned that wheat is a symbol of abundance, plenty, and I theorized that that might be related to Nicola since he's all about abundance as a character. But this was then further validated by Quailark, who went into the Haley Tree's prayer room and actually found what looks like wheat sticking out of a pot here. Amazing find, honestly. A few of you guys in the comments also pointed out that a field of reeds is imagery that's associated with the Egyptian afterlife, which is considered to be the transition to the next stage of one's eternal journey. In my speculation video, I talked about how Mikola might be experiencing some sort of afterlife. I love how the Egyptian afterlife imagery really aligns with that.
Kad nisu moje.
Mislim da se rano tiši da radim te za mene bar jedno 3 godine.
Bio si da mladi školu, prošlo godine.
To sam ako su me vozili, nisam sam vidio. Trebam da ću sasvim tim kraćim putem, mislim da će se snađati.
Mlade, imao smo personalno vozač i štit.
Nije loše.
Kod je Actors.
Projektor.
Korektor.
Kao direktor.
Pa lepo rekao to je korektor.
Kao sam korektor.
Kao direktor.
Ne znam ovaj Nenad. Nije gledao Žiknu dinastiju.
Gledao sam, ali ko se seća to?
Ko se seća.
And lastly, I didn't mention the round graves because I didn't really have much to say about them, but a few of you guys also pointed out that these might represent the shape of Mikola's Great Rune. We don't know what his rune looks like, of course, but Great Runes typically are a circle with a line through them, so the idea that Mikola's might look like this is a very compelling theory as well. So shout out to everyone involved in bringing these theories to light. Turns out my 15-minute speculation video on one image wasn't long enough, apparently. And speaking of giant dead trees and things that I never mentioned, I also never got to point out this detail about Crucible Knight Siluria, who stands within a giant tree at the Deeproot depths. Sometimes, very rarely, we can learn something not just from weapons or their description, but from the name of their weapon arts. And the weapon art of Siluria's tree is Siluria's Woe, which suggests that she's despairing about something. It could be that she's just lost and dejected in the same way that so many Crucible Knights...
Koga da leče?
Zub. Moj.
Leče mu zub.
Ja rekao...
Moj zub. Sad...
Ili je ti sve što čuješ?
Babi, snimo što je milo, znaš kako kaže.
Ja bi volao da umreći. I ova doktorka je dobra. Nije kao ovo.
Kad kažeš dobra, misliš zgodna, šta?
Nije zgodna kao ona, ali je brata ovako dobra.
Pa ne treba da imaš s njom odnose, da kažem tako, nego treba te leči.
Znamo kako da onda pevam moje zubke jako zgodne devojke, kad to nije tako.
Pa to je to.
I kako da pevam, često idem kod nje kad imam zdrave zube, sve kad vidiš da nemam zdrav zub. Znači, automatski mi performans pada u vodu.
Zbilja zanimljivo.
Kad će još da subota?
I šta će biti subota?
Sutra će biti nedelja. I neću morati da radim. Kako sam da me za moj posao.
Što ga ne zameniš za neki normalni?
A bi ja da imam.
Čekaj da pogodim. Navikao si da živiš na visokoj nozi i sve ostalo ti je sad ono... nezamislivo.
Gledaj, Miša je lud kad ne živi na visokoj nozi, znaš.
Nego, Vlado...
Kažem.
Na kojoj visokoj nozi ja mogu da živim, Vlado? Ja...
Pa šalim se, ne znaš.
No, Milan samo ko nas živi na visokoj nozi. I on već još možda 4-5 godina i to mu je. Poslije na socijalnu pomoć koju je stani.
Misliš?
Ako je već ne prima.
Pa ne znam, ćeš da ga pitam?
Neće nešto, što bi ga.
Šta će da radi? On nije naviku da radi.
On ne zna da radi. Ti čovjek koji čita život nije dovatio metlo, šobu, lopatu, da ga sad nateraš da radi pod stare dane. Ne ide to. Ako ti je ono, kao objašnjenje, kao glad će ga naterati, to...
Knights are scattered around the lands between, you know, without a lord to lead them, or maybe considering that she can be specifically found and fought within a giant dead tree, maybe she's despairing about the age of the crucible that has long since passed and the bygone primordial Erd tree that her weapon is modelled after. It's food for thought. In the last Secrets video, I talked at length about bell bearings, and I also talked about the ball bells that their name was likely inspired by. We trade these bell bearings to the Twin Maiden husks, and since then I've been made aware that this staff that they're holding is actually called a Kagura Suzu, which were often used in traditional Japanese dances, and they consist of 12 bell balls called Suzu, which supposedly allow one to acquire positive power and authority while repelling evil. Next comes via a tweet from Zyostorm, who actually does a lot of these secrets videos as well, if you're interested in watching some more. Here, he reminds us all of the Grand Spirit Tree Shield, which is a shield in Dark Souls 2 that depicts the blue spirit tree that, I quote, is said to possess divine powers, and it appears in the allegory of Kella, the god of dream. It goes on to say that once there was a boy who was easily frightened, until the talking tree of the dream world transformed itself into a shield to protect him. Obviously, the name Kella is just so similar to the name Mikola, and Mikola is considered a young boy as well. As we discussed in our Mikola lore video, Mikola is heavily tied to dreams and a dream world via their alter ego, who is Saint Trina. And in the teaser, we see them with a giant tree, so there's a lot to unpack here. But I personally don't think there's much more here than just From Software continuing a naming convention that they started with Dark Souls 2. I feel like Mikola is just the spiritual successor of a theme that they started in Dark Souls 2. I don't think that Dark Souls 2 is actually related to Elden Ring canonically or anything like that. It's more that I think that From Software have these concepts and themes and naming conventions that they keep persisting in developing throughout all their games. But on that note, I feel like we should definitely keep an eye out in the future for all of the other gods that are listed on Dark Souls 2's name engraved ring, because Kella is one of them, and who knows what other names might show up. But speaking of Dark Souls, I'd love to shout out the fact that Displate have just launched a new storefront filled with these officially licensed designs. And for a limited time only, you can get 20% off if you order 1 or 2 Displates, and 30% off if you order more than 3, with a link in the description. The designs here are really good, but what really sets Displate apart are the metal plates and the printing process that they use. I'm still waiting for the official Dark Souls designs to get shipped out, so let me show off some of my own designs here so you can see what I mean. So, even though they're printed on metal, Displate honestly match or even exceed the quality of many paper printed samples that I've tried over the years. The colors are rich, the blacks are deep, and they do this all while being more durable and more scratch resistant and waterproof as well. They're also easier to hang, with sticky pads that won't damage your walls. So, if you want to show off your love of Dark Souls in a unique and long-lasting way, then please buy with the link in the description. Thanks to Displate for sponsoring this video, and let's get back to it. So, for number 14, throughout this whole video, I've referenced that Mikola lore video that I made, and I referenced it a lot, but one thing that I did get wrong in that video was regarding the Albinaurics. Back then, I said that the Albinaurics never once entered the presence of the Halig Tree. I thought this because of the ivory sickle description, which states that these weapons are evidence of the Albinaurics' dedication to the Halig Tree, despite never having entered its presence. The ivory sickle says that, and I took this to mean that no Albinaurics had ever made it to the Halig Tree, but that's actually not true. It's probably just talking about the Albinaurics that wield this weapon. Because, as pointed out by a commenter named Vanjar and a few others in the comments, there are actually many Albinaurics here. They're just all inside of cocoons. You can see their bodies here if you look really closely. And Vanjar speculates that they seem to have died during a process of metamorphosis, mimicking Mikola himself when he sealed himself in a cocoon and into the Halig Tree. So, I really like this theory. I like that there's a parallel between these characters. It would make sense that these creatures and many others in the Halig Tree might hope for a sort of rebirth, and it's pretty fascinating to learn that this rebirth might have been in the process of taking place, just by the environmental storytelling, which is amazing. So thank you for pointing out that environmental detail that I missed. Another thing that I wish I brought up in the video is that in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, Karia was, at one stage, actually documented as having a good relationship with Mikola. What I'm about to read is version 1.0's description of the Royal Guard set, which eventually became Loretta's Royal Knight set. It reads, "Silver armor of the Arbor Sentinels, who serve the sacred tree of Mikola, the Scion Empyrean. Hailing from Raya Lucaria, these enchanted knights once belonged to the Carian royal family, but were later gifted to Mikola, recipient of the vision, by King Consort Radagon. The lapis blue trimmings reveal these origins, so Radagon gifted the Sentinels to Mikola. Radagon was involved in this gifting, so I speculate that he and Renala were still married at this time, which would explain why he's making decisions on behalf of Karia here. Also, clearly the concept of Arbor Sentinels was scrapped and replaced with Loretta, who does serve a somewhat similar role, though she is said to have left Karia of her own free will. This description also calls Mikola the recipient of the vision, which I think is likely referencing a line of dialogue from Enya, who calls Marika the vision's vessel. So since Mikola is an Empyrean, and worthy of becoming a god like Marika was, it's likely that he was a recipient of the vision in the same sense as Marika. Interesting that the Greater Will has a vision for the lands between, but maybe that should be the topic of another video. Again, this is an item description that's available on version 1.0 of Elden Ring, and version 1.0 is technically playable by the majority of people, as it's just the version of the game that is on the physical console disc if you never update it. So, unlike some other cut content, it is closer to the final version of the game, and thus, perhaps, also the developer's final vision for the game, and the lore as well. But that's it for this video. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
ja isto.
Yes!
Super, kako ti se čini? Trebamo da platimo i da
Goodbye for now.
Drag rat.
A ti ne si elastični ne gledaš bez to što može da daš.
A bre, ja sam mu skidao dlake sa dupete danas.
A stvarno teško ti da ga gledaš ovakvog, ja tebe znam.
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
Jebem ti kuće kad sam ga uzeo.
Oh my god, what? I'm an idiot.
Yo. What the fuck? What the fuck was that?
What? What? Dude, what is going on? What the fuck was that? Dude, this game is so shit. What? What? What's this? Oh my god! Dang, dude! Oh my god! Like, where is that? What?
Is Dipshit gonna come? No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not. He's not coming over here. Where the fuck did that grenade go?
Hello, Mr. Cow. What the fuck, man? I didn't do anything to you!
Fuck, man! Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah! There's a TNT right on. Oh.
Wow. What a dumbass, dude.
Alright, guys, this place is pretty free. Nothing bad ever happens here.
Are you serious? Bugging out in the background? Nice. Okay, okay. I don't know. Okay, yep. Just fuck me, just fuck me! Just fuck me, dude!
Oh, come on! What the fuck is that? Oh my god!
Sometimes you just play good and sometimes you just play bad. This is looking good.
What the fuck? Dude! Fuck you!
No, no, no.
No! 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 Please, dude! Ah! No! No! What? No! Dude!
I did it all perfectly. No, you dirty little fucking cheating cunt. You are a cunt! No! No! Oh, oh no! No, 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 that did not just happen. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. No! 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 Fuck, I can't play this fucking game anymore, dude! No! Fuck this goddamn game, dude! No! 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 On your right! No! No! Fuck no!
I think there's actually Ashley? 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 I just love this video game, man. It's so fucking good. Please don't tell me you fucking did it again. Oh, please, don't tell me. Fucking, you fucking dumb fucking lady, you fucking asshole! Don't you fucking... I will never open this fucking cabin again. Just come, you fucking piece of shit! What?
No, I'm just... You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up right here. Boing! Right off a fucking Domski. Look at this guy! Get off my fucking ladder! Kaže, moj ker pokazuje znake...
Život.
Starenja, nije starenja.
Pa bolej ga već spasiti.
A bole i mene.
Slabo čuje.
A dobro, i ne slabo čujem. Znači ja zovem veterinara, Vlado.
Znaš ti da ja, recimo ovo, kada kod njega tučem,
Kod Nenada.
on me ne čuje i uopšte. Kaže, me bre, pas čuvar jer ti dobro.
Kaže, Vlado, manit se mene, prođi se.
Mani me se, Vlado.
Hey folks, it's your boy AA. This video has been sponsored by Paradox Interactive for Age of Wonders 4. Click on the link below to try it for yourself or you'll experience 7 years of bad luck. That's not a threat, that's a fact.
We observe today not a victory of party, but a celebration of freedom.
Most people don't know anything about ancient American history. Perhaps it's that they see only the conflict and division that's tearing our country apart. But today I'm going to tell you a tale that America less often told. The tale of the mythical American past. So grab your popcorn and your beverage and get settled deep in your seat because I'm going to tell you of a history seldom taught in schools, history books, or anywhere else. A tale of the American past. A tale maybe even to make you reborn. A tale to inspire. A story to ignite. A flame to light you ablaze and set your world on fire. It all starts with the earliest Americans, humans born of the nations from all over the world. Americans are magic, arcane and of unknown origin, led by our great but less remembered patriarch, George Washing Wizard, father of our great 50 states. Naturally, people of quick reflexes destined to be led by George W. Bush, which the W actually stood for Wizard, George Wizard Bush, who spoke for the trees. Magic Johnson, obviously a wizard. Michael Jordan played for the Washington Wizards. Harry Potter Truman. The writing's in the sand. All Americans are magic. And as you probably learned in the history books, from the very beginning, we did reject feudalism, high society, and barbarianism, eschewing Europe in all her quarrels, to ultimately pursue our own capitalist agenda of industriousness, which despite our unique backgrounds and origins, we forged one American dream, a dream based on hard work, that anyone in our United States could settle his own land and pull himself up by the bootstraps. And so with our national philosophy forged by a union, there arose our great leader, George Bush, George Wizard Bush, the President of the United States, Wizard King from beyond, whose arcane powers would shape the futures of the Americans. Mounted on his horse with his magical powers, he led our armies to the great founding American settlement of Texas, the first of the 50 states. There he led his Rough Riders to seed and settle the new lands. And so this was how President Bush began to settle the continent. The early America was an isolationist nation. After its separation from Great Britain, the country was divided up into provinces, with each city producing food from the farms, reaping the bountiful nutrients of the earth like a fresh green breast. As well as harnessing the industrial capacity of the woods around to add to our developing nation's production prowess, spreading our settlers into the adjacent lands like newly planted seeds, while the president and his band of Rough Riders conquered the uncouth and untamed savage lands around the civilized settlements. There were the halflings, small and aggressive people, but no match for President Bush and his stalwart companions, ogres and giant spiders. And so we explored the lands, killing almost everyone except when we met this intelligent cat man, to whom we offered this whispering stone to sway him as one of my vassals. Meanwhile, Texas grew and expanded with farms to grow our population, as President Bush, the Wizard King, led his armies on campaigns to tame the savage lands and befriend the local intelligent felines, of which there were several: fire dogs, golems, and women. The lands were home to all kinds of fantastic species, but perhaps the most dreadful of them all, Gloom Hooknail, queen of the goblinoids with a dangerously long nose, good for picking, and also apparently insulting people. And so the diplomacy of the 4X variety commenced. It was Gloom Hooknail and her bad attitude. She rated me as a -275, cautious. I said nice things about her to make her like me, but then she just kept denouncing me by insulting me. Every time that she told me she didn't like me, she got even angrier, further justifying my cause for war. But being of a genial predisposition, I decided to just keep sending her money until she liked me. It seemed like a good plan, but this made her accelerate with the rate at which she kept telling me that she disliked me, making her even angrier and angrier until I ran out of money to give her, and then she just hated me. So I gave up and started improving Texas again. I swayed the cat man with my whispering stone, boosting my allegiance with my civilization points. I enchanted my scouts to see farther with magical spell of Crow Companion. And I completed a side quest to expunge the evil floating eyeballs from the frozen wastes to our north. After that, unexpectedly, President Bush experienced a random fugue event, recalling his time floating in the void, and how he erected wizard towers. Erected, boosting the prolific efficiency of Texas to unimaginable levels. With the transformation of our president completed, we cast a magical spell to encase all the American warriors in solid rock-plated armor. and we began to explore to the very ends of the earth at its four corners, meeting new people, the electrical cats of Enamru and Cannon, and the hostile amphibians of Slagholm, as well as discovering new locales, the vast and expansive majesty of the Northwest Sea, and the fiery obsidian depths of the lava beneath the surface of the earth. Where, as it happens, there was a whole civilization of mole people that I just completely ignored for almost in the entire game. That aside, as we explored the lands, we attempted to continue expanding Texas, but Gloom Hooknail and her foul race of goblin companions thwarted our attempts to expand by capturing our claimed provinces, adding to our casus belli, along with a list of other grievances, trespassing in our domain, capturing nearby ancient wonders, and then trespassing again. I wanted to be a nice person, so I had to send President Bush, the Wizard King, all the way around the goblinoid lands in order to avoid touching anything that they had already claimed. A task that was gargantuan and took a whole 9 turns of planned movements, carefully embarking into a ship and then back out of it and edging all the way around each of the purple hexagons. And this was honestly a pain in the ass. But upon arrival back in our homeland, he used the opportunity to establish the second city of our grand empire, Florida, home to Jeb Wizard Bush, governor of Florida, Cannon. After another brief and random encounter where I successfully convinced one of my vassals that she was supposed to love her own daughter with my 60% chance of persuasion, I established a temple of fertility in both Florida and Texas, solidifying their growth. And then I mustered the combined military strength of our 2 armies, George with his orb of lightning and Jeb with his sledgehammer, to march south toward, well, there was coincidentally a nest of angry phoenixes who were just becoming a generalized pestilence because they kept coming up north to occupy our resource nodes. Both George and Jeb Wizard Bush perished in battle multiple times attempting to expunge the hot threat of Phoenix. Coincidentally, our main leader, George, just respawned at the temple, but instead I had to keep reincarnating Jeb as various successors like Jeb Bush II, just to keep sending them to their doom at the hands of the angry phoenixes. This necessitated the summoning of the most powerful and senior of American presidents. And so it was that I summoned the demonic, fiery beast that was George H.W. Bush. That is, George High Wizard Bush. So many generations of American presidents had led to this. The Triforce had been completed. The 3 Bushes who spoke for the trees brought back the natural harmony to the lands that had once been devastated, casting their magical spells to bring an end, finally, to that endless winter that had ravaged those desolate lands. It was time to invade, once and for all, the goblins in the forsaken lands of Gloom Hooknail, the witch queen of the goblinoids, and restore those snowy fields to their former natural beauty. And so this marked the beginning of a series of campaigns whereby the 3 Bush generals, wizard kings, all of them, rode their noble spider mounts into battle to end the global warming that the goblins were spreading throughout the lands. They rode their spiders into battle, leading the combined American forces and laying siege to the goblin capitals of Nightwatch, Dominance,
welcome to my channel.
Pyrestur, and Thorncroft, all for the freedom of Texans, Floridians, and Ohioans, which, coincidentally, right after we took over their city, they immediately rioted because they didn't want to be free, but instead preferred to be enslaved to their goblin overlords instead. But that didn't matter. They had now the freedom to choose not to have freedom and just give it up. So that means we're the good guys. It's an allegory. After that, with the Goblin Queen dead and gone, there wasn't much left to do in the game. There were about 13 turns left, and I still had this massive army that was preventing my cities from developing economically because it was costing so much in upkeep, so I decided to sail across the sea to attack the capital of the army of humanoid kitty cat people. We destroyed it, but we couldn't conquer their empire because I just ran out of turns. Victory Finally, George Wizard Bush was crowned with his rightful pointy wizard hat, and then he ascended into heaven. And that, my friends, is the true, factual story of the ancient American past. So now you know where we come from, though any relation to real-world, modern, or historical figures is entirely coincidental. Age of Wonders 4 is out now. Have you ever imagined what it would be like to combine Crusader Kings and 4X games like Sid Meier's Civilization into a fantasy strategy RPG? Then this one might be right up your alley. Honestly, I like it. Anyway, if you want to check it out, my link is in the description. I'm AA, a big thanks to my patrons and channel members who are magic. Until next time, my friends.
Mm. Mm. Vedi lo scenario.
Kad ja sam otišao gledam film. Čuvajte se.